equine partners are competing for the richest prize in the sport of international endurance. This unique event is produced at the behest of the Royal Commission of AlUla and the Saudi Arabian Equestrian Federation. By sunset, the world will know who will be crowned the winner of the 2023 Fursan Cup, another landmark in the heritage of AlUla. I'm Phil Ghazala. I'm delighted to be here at the edge of the course in this beautiful area of Saudi Arabia. And alongside me is international rider Harry Ingham. Harry, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. And we're watching the competitors, watching the riders just preparing to go out. But yesterday they had to weigh in.
Good morning, Phil. Pleasure to be here. Riders here weighing in. 70 kilos is the weight they had to be with the saddle.
And of course, all the riders have to weigh the exact weight. That is the legal requirements. And then they go out on the 4 loops, the 120 kilometers. Harry, let's have a look at the course.
4 phases of competition. Each phase consists of the loop and the vet gate. In order to successfully qualify for each phase of the competition, horses and riders must successfully navigate the course in the right order and pass the all-important veterinary examinations at the vet gate.
And the first loop, 38.2 kilometers, then the first vet gate, then another loop, 32.1, the third loop, 27.3, and again a vet gate after each loop, and the final loop, when the champion will come home, 22.4 kilometers. That is the total distance, 120 kilometers of the 4 loops together. The minimum speed, 12 kilometers per hour. And Harry, what sort of speed would you expect the person who will be victorious today to do over this course?
Based on the last few years, we think that winners might be looking around 21 kilometers an hour. Expect that first loop to take 1 hour, around 1 hour 50.
And what a super shot there of where we are in this amazing area. 4th year of the Fursan Cup. This area has been now established as one of the main international venues for the sport of endurance. And we're watching now the preparation. We're just a few seconds, 90 seconds away from the start of the 4th year. And these 200 riders just looking very chilled, Harry. The water's already been splashed on the horses. It's quite cool out there, but of course it will get a bit warmer later on, or quite a lot warmer, won't it?
Absolutely.
They're looking very relaxed at the moment.
And the role of the crew will, they start now and they'll meet the riders out on course to make sure they keep the horses hydrated and cool, so that the horses are in the best possible condition when they get to the vet gate.
And it's a mass start. That's the key thing. There's no categories of starting. They all start together, everyone equal.
That's right. So all riders starting together. But what we'll see is, a core group who will be pushing for those podium places, and other riders who will be honoured to be part of this event. There's a large Saudi contingent. Some of those riders will be riding at the front, but others, this is one of the most prestigious events in Saudi Arabia. And just to be there means the world to these riders.
And this is an individual competition. There's no teams from the 40 nations, so each of the riders are riding with their own game plan. So they don't have to worry about team members. This is purely individual, and it'll be an individual that holds up the trophy later on this afternoon after they've completed the 120 kilometers. And Harry, what are they feeling now? This is looking very, they're moving up to the start.
Tension is now building as the riders line up to the start. They will be thinking, have they done everything they possibly can? And there they go, the start of the Al Fursan Endurance Cup.
And 200 competitors go off into the desert for the first of the 4 loops. The red loop, that's the 38.2 kilometers. We're expecting, if you look at last year's time, we're expecting the first riders to be close to the finish of the first loop in about 1 hour 49 minutes. And we can see there, Harry, there, some of them are not pushing up the front. Of course, this is not, this is 120 kilometers. This is not about going as fast as you can from the gate.
Absolutely.
This is a very, very sophisticated game plan they have here.
This is the marathon equivalent of in the horse world, and this is not going to be won or lost in the first 10, 20 kilometers. It's about taking your time, starting safely, pacing yourself, finding ground, finding some space, and riding to your original plan. Not letting yourself be influenced necessarily by riders around you, but making small judgments, riding sensibly. This is when horses are fresh. They want to go faster, saving some of that fuel back for those later loops, later kilometres when you need them most.
We're just watching, see, riders at the front from the helicopter. We've got them. So the front riders now, just a very nice casual canter on this perfect ground for these horses, because the ground is very, very critical. I know we're in the desert, but of course there's still some preparation to be done on the sand, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of this course uses natural tracks, and being here in person, we can see the undulations, the depth of the sand changes. It is a very technical course. So these horses and riders, the first and the most, biggest challenge in endurance is the competition between yourself and the distance. So some of these riders, to take part in 120 kilometers, to be successful in getting around that mileage, means the absolute world to them. These riders taking it steady, getting a safe start. They don't want to be dragged along by the leading group. They want to ride their own competition, and they want to just get safely away. It's a very long day. These few seconds between the leaders and this group will make very little difference at the end of the day.
And of course, some of these riders, Harry, will know, they all know what they've got beneath them in terms of the ability and the qualities of the horses, because some of the riders that we're seeing now starting towards the back, we may well see them in a few hours' time considerably further forward, whereas because that's the way that they have trained their horse, and that's the way the horse is naturally built to be able to come a bit quicker towards the end.
Absolutely, and we're just seeing there on the near ground, the near chestnut, that's last year's winner from Uruguay, Federico Ferber and H.C. Yeza, with the iconic long white socks, leading again from the front. That's exactly what happened last year, if you remember, Phil. Strong from Uruguay from the get-go.
And of course, Uruguay are here with a strong contingent. We've already said it's not a team event, but they are very, very powerful in the sport of endurance.
Absolutely, but also locally trained in Dubai, used to riding in the sand, trained by Al Ain Stables, fresh from competition in the World Endurance Championships last year. And with that in mind, furthest away we can see the two greys, those horses from Team Bahrain, off the back of their gold team and individual medal last weekend at the World Endurance Championships.
Now that's a very interesting point. So we've got Bahrain here, very powerful in the world of endurance, but of course they won't be riding the same horses that they rode last week.
That's totally right, yeah. They've got lots of horses under the instructions of His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa, Team Victorious. And we spoke to Bahraini riders yesterday, and they were very keen to say that, they discuss with His Highness the strategy for the race. Bahrain, we often see riding at the front, riding very strong, sometimes pulling riders with them. But I think what we can see here is a group of Bahraini riders working together as a team.
Now that's very interesting. So you mentioned there, Harry, that the Bahraini riders find themselves riding perhaps from the front, if that's the right expression. Do different nations or different teams have different strategies of how they feel that 120 kilometers should be ridden?
Of course, and they often work together. This game, although it's an individual competition, teamwork is everything. When we spoke to Jumapunti Dax, bronze medalist last weekend, he was very keen to tell us that, the way that Team Spain will be operating is to have 2 horses or 3 horses in the leading group, and then 2 horses perhaps further back.
It looks like, sorry Harry to jump in, because we do have a horse looking very relaxed on its own without a rider, so there may be just been a parted of company there early on, perhaps at the start when it can get a little bit sort of fractures at the start.
Yeah, and obviously the organisers will be very keen to rectify that situation. There's a huge operation here at the venue, team of vets, stewards, who will swiftly resolve that situation.
So as we see the loose horse go very comfortable going off, and we've talked a bit about speeds, Harry. I don't know, I certainly can't tell how fast they're going. From your experience, can you sort of work out what kind of speed they might be doing so early on in the competition? For example, last year's winner, now they're out in front. What might the speed would they be aiming for?
So you have to remember that when we're talking about the average speed from last year, that includes the recovery time at the end of each loop. So the cruising speed out on course, 22, 23 kilometres an hour, perhaps slowing to 21 when they've done the recovery time. But something else to bear in mind, Phil, is that it's cool out there now. And some of the riders will be thinking, it's the longest loop, it's cool in the day, maybe let's put down a strong first loop and ease up later. An alternative view is that you start slowly, you get the horse operating, warmed up, and then you increase your speed later on in the day. But the heat has got to have an influence here.
Right, well, they've already managed to gather up the loose horse, who's absolutely fine. And now they've just gone right-handed. I'm just looking at the flags because, of course, when you see it so far away from the helicopter, it's not always easy to see that the course is so beautifully marked, because these guys are now going out into the desert. And, of course, a lot of that is organised by the events director. And let's hear from Brian Dunn, the event director. So back with the leaders. Again, it looks like they're going off into the wilderness, but the well-marked, apparently they've marked the course extremely well, that no one would be able to.
Very deep sand there. It takes some very careful riding. Horse is slowing down to a trot, taking the weight towards the back of the saddle. We've got the two Uruguayans leading, and we've got Alex Luke for Spain in third place. And then Team Bahrain. It's almost like deja vu from the World Endurance Championships. We saw Uruguay leading strong from the front, with Bahrain close behind. Alex Luke, third place rider, riding Fahad, number 155. The leader, last year's winner, Federico Ferber and HC Ieza.
And we saw HC Ieza yesterday, looking very well indeed, very good preparation to come back to defend their title. Let's go and hear from the event director, Brian Dunn.
My name is Brian Colin Dunn. I'm from Ireland and I am the technical director, event director. The event director is responsible for putting it all together. So the entries, the horses coming from overseas, the location, the building, and this wonderful setting and the location. So we try and coordinate everything together. We designed the course so it was fairly flat and fairly good going, but we wanted to slow the competition down, so we invented the white loop, which is fairly deep sand and long, slow hills. That was just to reduce the speed down so we can ensure horses' welfare. We have a team of vets, so no horse is allowed to go more than 40 kilometres before we check him. Now we check him for lameness and we check him for metabolic dehydration, the guts are working and the skin is fine. So we do all these checks before we allow the horse to go to the rest area and before the horse goes out onto the next loop. And the vet gate is similar to a Formula One pit stop. The quicker you get your horse in and his heart rate down to 64, the quicker you can go into the vet gate. To see 200 horses going down the hill into the village, it's electrifying, it's pumping, it's something you've never seen before. We now have 41 confirmed countries. We've got from Bahrain, the world champions, individual and the team world champions. We've got current world champion. We have Juma's team from Spain, who have been world championship junior and senior for the last 3 events. And we've got very good riders from all throughout Europe and indeed from Qatar and from all the other Middle East countries. We decided with the federation from Saudi Arabia we would have 21 invited from overseas, mostly Europe. The GCCs we allocated 60. That left 120 positions for the local riders. Local riders will have the first opportunity to do a major international competition. So for them, it's fantastic. It's meeting, riding against and competing against some of the best in the world. The world's best rider will be here. The world's best team will be here. The Arabian horse is bred through history to do long endurance races. The nomads moved from camp to camp to camp with the horses. The camels took the equipment and the tents. The tribesmen rode the horses and maybe had to go to an area and fight to secure the area. So it's the Arabian horse that is bred for endurance. A special horse is the rider, knowing the terrain, knowing the horse, knowing when to push, knowing when to back off. It's a tactical race from the start to the finish. It's a tactical race of 120 kilometres.
You begin to understand all the elements the event director has to cope with to put on such a beautiful event like this. And this scene here of this historic surroundings and backdrop is just absolutely beautiful as the horses make their way through some of the most incredible archaeological structures that can be seen anywhere in the world. Harry, we're looking at the horses now. They've settled in. They look like they've settled into a nice rhythm for the first of the four legs. They look quite comfortable. Very spread out, of course. They're going in what we might call Indian file, single file. That's sort of obviously the way they like. There's a couple near quite close together, a little bit further back there. But there's not a lot of communication at the moment between the riders.
I think, these horses will have been trained in a line, and the team riders will be working out which horse is the right horse to lead, whether that be because it needs to run in the front before it relaxes. Other horses they want to keep back and pace it. It's a bit like a marathon event. You've got a pacer at the front, then horses tucking in behind. This is a very technical course, deep sand here. They have to be very careful with their speed. We saw them opening up a little bit as they came out of the canyon, now backing off as they go in the deep sand. And Phil, as much as it's a pleasure to be sat here with you, I can't help but be very jealous of these riders being in and amongst this incredible scenery. Absolutely electric, as Brian Dunn described.
Well, they're well on their way now on to the first leg. But let's have a look at the rest of the course to learn a little bit about what's coming ahead.
The First Sand Cup is 120 kilometres long and goes over hugely varying terrain. Let's take a look at this course. The red loop is the first loop and the longest loop of the course at 38.2 kilometres. We are now approximately 2 kilometres into the ride. Within 6 minutes of the start, we will have 200 horses passing down the narrow gorge behind me here. They will have to sort themselves out to go through the gorge and head on into the open course then again. We're at the furthest point out on the course on the red loop. The horses have ridden up over my right shoulder along the side of the valley, and now they will return over my left shoulder on the other side of the valley, making their way back to the venue. The second loop, the white loop, is the second longest loop. This loop has developed a bit of a reputation. As a young lady from Turkey said to me at lunchtime, is it still a heartbreaker? It's the riders that make it a heartbreaker. Loop 2 holds its own unique challenges. There are a few parts which need a little bit more careful riding due to the depth of sand. Equally, it has a number of climbs and descents. It is very varying in its terrain, but it gives you an idea of how an endurance track opens out. This is now Loop 3, the yellow loop, the third loop. This is a 27.3 kilometre loop. The front runners, when they come here, will probably be 5 to 10 kilometres in front of the rest. To finish a big race like this takes luck, but it takes training, it takes courage, it takes skill, it takes tactics. These things, combined with the actual ground surface, make it a very challenging loop. Here we are now on the 4th loop, the last loop, the blue loop. We're 10 kilometres out on a 22.4 kilometre loop. So we're almost halfway on the loop that's going to bring the horses to the finish. For a lot of them, it will be the success of finishing the ride. For others, it'll be a question of, can they be on the podium?
Beautiful scenery and a wonderful description of the 4 loops of the 120 kilometres given us there. You would notice that some of the 3 of the loops, that's 1, 3 and 4, start with a similar line, and they go further on the first loop. That's slightly reduced on the 3rd loop, and then again reduced again on the final loop, the blue loop, as we saw there in that description. Now we've got the leaders here, we think, and somebody has gone out in front. Difficult to actually pick out, Harry. Is it possible to tell who that is out there in front?
I think it's a bit hard to see from this angle, but you know, it's too early to make a break for it really at this stage. However, that horse and rider, the rider might be making a decision that they need to get a bit more space, they need to ride their own competition, and they need to settle into a rhythm a little bit more. The horse might be a bit strong at the start line, so just perhaps getting a bit of space and easing up.
And just changing pace there from a lope, from a canter into a trot. And that might just be a breather, a slight change of going.
Yeah, I mean, the going is so variable here, and you know, I feel like from Boudib last weekend to here, I've really been inducted into the qualities and properties of sand, and you know, it's harder than you might think, and especially harder than it looks from an aerial shot like this. You know, going from the hard immediately to the soft, and then back to the hard again. You know, being balanced, keeping the horse balanced in that transition.
Now I think that was a water point there, Harry. That's a wonderful thing to view there, because there are several water points throughout the course. Again, this is about keeping the horses cool and comfortable.
That's right. Water points provided by the organising committee here. They'll become more and more crucial as the event goes on. The crew will also be meeting these riders to ensure water's put on. And that's HC Yeazer and last year's winner, Federico Ferber. Their iconic high white socks. Uruguay leading from the front, strong, like we've seen before. And then in 3rd place with the red and yellow hat is Alex Luke and Fahad. Quite sure, I know that's the Uruguayan horse in the middle, but not sure which horse that is yet. We'll identify that as soon as we can. These horses trained in Dubai by Al Ain stables in the United Arab Emirates. They ran a very strong race in Boudib last week. Very similar. They push from the front. And this is almost, you know, there's a little bit of almost arrogance. Like, you know, they're pushing from the front. They're taking the riders with them. They're saying, look, we can ride the race at this speed. Can you keep up? And it either plays the ball in their court and they say, yes, fine, we'll do this. We can get round. And it takes people with them, or maybe it doesn't work out. But we know from last year that they can sustain this pace. HC Yeazer was a long way in front of the competition at the end of the day.
Harry, some of our viewers that may be watching us around the world who are not that familiar with the sport of endurance might be saying we notice they're riding with one arm. Let's say one arm. They're holding the reins with one hand, as opposed to, for example, in the other sports of jumping or dressage, they'd be riding with 2 hands. Riding with one hand, is that a specific? What is the reason?
I mean, these are South American riders. You know, that is their riding style, and it's the way we see them ride many competitions out here. It's quite a relaxed style, but it's a very long day. I think the biggest contrast we see from kind of traditional riding is this slightly leant back position towards the back of the saddle, legs slightly further forward from the horizontal line.
I think it's called the Harley Davidson position, is that right?
It is, yeah, absolutely. And you know, they don't do that because it's comfy. They don't do that because you know, they're being lazy. they do that because this sand, they need to physically lift the front of the horse up. We spoke last weekend about if you're perched on the front of the horse and you hit some deep sand, there's only one way you're going.
And the ground on this particular part of the AlUla Loop 1 is looking actually very comfortable. It doesn't look very deep. It just they're just kicking up a little bit of sandy dust there, but they're riding very comfortably on it.
Yeah, I mean, finding the rhythm, finding the pace. I think this is a strong lead by Uruguay, putting down a very, very strong first part of this first loop.
And the first loop, 38.2 kilometres. And we heard earlier that no loop can be any further than 40 kilometres. So this loop of 38.2 is the longest loop of the day, and it's part of the Wadham Rum AlUla. 3 of the loops are through the Wadham Rum AlUla, as it's known, as they go through this beautiful area. And still in front.
I think that Team Bahrain towards the rear there, Phil, with the white helmets, and so the chestnut and the 2 greys in the middle. That's Bahrain together. Got a strong contingent from Team Bahrain. The favourite, Sheikha Nakhlah bin Salman Al Khalifa, with Princess Safinat. It's won a 2-star 120-kilometre in Bahrain at 25 kilometres an hour previously. That's obviously faster than this course was won last year, so definitely got the record to put in a strong ride here.
And you know, we're seeing one of the leaders here, Federico Ferber, with HC Jeser, who the winning combination from last year. How many races like this would a horse do in a 12-month period?
Not a huge amount, Phil. I mean, once they got their basic qualifications, remember these horses have to qualify through the national level, starting from 40 kilometres going to 80 kilometres, and then through the international star rating. So all of the horses here will have done at least 2 100-kilometre 1-star competitions. So they are relatively advanced, and then they have to do 2 2-stars and then 2 3-stars to qualify for championships. But I think, you know, at this level, they're only really doing 3, possibly 4, 5 competitions a year at this calibre of competition.
Earlier we saw a nice video of the weighing in. Let's just talk a little bit about the 70 kilos that is required, because it, you know, over a few hours as the day warms up, one might expect the riders to perhaps lose some weight or whatever, just through, you know, sweating or whatever. How do you compensate for that?
Absolutely. I mean, weighing in is a method to kind of create uniformity across the riders. So 70 kilos is the 2-star minimum weight. That's the rider, the saddle, the helmet, the clothes. They must meet that throughout the day. They can be spot checked. And if we roll back just 1 week, we may recall leading British rider Rebecca Jane Pinder was leading the world in Orange Championships on that last loop, but actually was spot checked and was 1 kilo under. So it's something that these riders have to really keep an eye on during the day, and perhaps creating a little bit of a buffer to make sure that they're not going to, you know, through dehydration as the day goes on, they're not going to lose, you know, the weight and be too close to the limit. Anything under 70 kilos and they will be removed from the competition.
And there indeed is number 141. That is last year's winner, Federico Ferber with HC Jeser. So, Jose Oliveira for Uruguay with Pogar in second place. That's number 169.
And Phil, I just pulled up the data, the stats from last year's competition. So HC Jeser and Federico Ferber put down a very, very strong and fast first loop last year. 23.55 was the speed last year of the first loop, and they slowed slightly in the middle to end on an average of 21.8 kilometers an hour. I think we're seeing a repeat of that here.
And would the plan be to stay in front, or do you think he will, during another loop, perhaps just drop back and let somebody else have that perhaps slight additional pressure of being out in front.
That might well be the case. In any normal scenario, I would say that putting the horse, swapping the lead is psychologically for the horse, it's easier, makes things work better. Almost think like Tour de France, the slipstream of these horses, putting them in one behind each other. You know, there might not be the physical effect, but definitely psychological. However, HCA's and Federico Ferber, they've proven that they can lead from the front and be victorious, which is quite a rare thing.
We just saw number 7 there, Isa Hamid Al Nedsa from Bahrain, riding Fizia de la Paella. They won a 2-star event last month, it being a 2-star event also. And they're up in that first group.
Yeah, Bahrain coming from the victory of team gold and individual gold at the World Endurance Championships. Riders will be putting down a strong marker here from the get-go.
Is it lonely out there? Harry, you know, these guys are disappearing now off into the desert. We're about 25, 26 minutes into the first loop. You know, we're watching the riders, they're individual. You know, do they listen to music or something? Or what goes on when you're out there? Or are they just constantly thinking about the horse's heart rate? And
well, this is in danger of sounding a little cliche, Phil, but that, you know, you're never alone because you are there partnered with your horse, and first and foremost, this is about a partnership with your equine athlete. You know, you're riding this as a pair together as one, tackling the course, so you're never truly alone. And I think, you know, finding a bit of space is no bad thing. There'll be an enormous amount of thoughts going through those riders' minds as they tackle this course, and first and foremost, that'll be the small micro decisions about how they tackle the next 5 yards in front of them, 10 yards in front of them, and then looking on the horizon, looking at what the riders are doing and how that changes their tactic.
This year, 20-odd competitors from Europe have become very strong, or have always been very strong in the sport of endurance. And 21 horses were travelled over here by plane. Let's hear a little bit more about the travel from Italian rider Costanzo Lalicia.
From European country to the desert, we have a long trip to do, so we start from here more or less 10 days before the race. We start with the trailer and the car. We arrive at the airport, and there the horse takes the plane and go to the desert. And usually I give to my horse some days for rest, and after I continue the training until the race.
That was a lovely clip from the former European champion. They were 6th last year, Costanzo Lalicia, and here in the competition today.
She's also been out here working with the AlUla Endurance Academy, working to train endurance riders, veterinarian staff on the sport. We've got a team of local riders riding for AlUla out there at the moment. We wish them all the very best with the competition. Costanzo was the top European on a European travelled horse last year.
You mentioned the AlUla Endurance Academy. That's a really important point, because along with the endurance, of course, we're sitting in this beautiful newly built equestrian village. We've got the polo ground behind us here, and of course the plans are, and I think we'll be hearing a bit more about this later during this program, the plans are to make this a very prominent and key equestrian venue throughout the world here, and of course started with this AlUla, the custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup 4 years ago.
Huge amount of heritage here as well, Phil. You know, the Arabian horse, we really are, you know, on the Arabian Peninsula, the very home of the Arabian horse. And rider in third place is Alex Luke with Fahad from Spain. That horse was winner of Castelsegras in France, 160 kilometers at 18 kilometers an hour in 2022. It's done further than the distance being asked of it today. It's a strong competitor for Team Spain.
We just saw the leader, Federica Ferber, just turn around and say something to a fellow competitor behind him.
They'll have a game plan, Phil. Could be communication all day, working together.
Horses' ears pricked, pointed forward, meaning that they're looking very comfortable and happy as they're just a very nice, gentle canter along this great surface that we're seeing at the moment. And it's actually, it's really important to note that, of course, we're in the desert, but this isn't just the desert sand. You can see how there's been specially prepared ground for these horses to be able to ride comfortably.
Into the crew point, or some spectators perhaps. No, this is a crew point. So, crew passing water now to the horses. The riders taking on bottle after bottle. This will usually be iced water. And this helps keep the core of those horses nice and cool.
Are the crews general crews for everybody, or do they have their specific crews?
So each rider has 4 crews. They'll be wearing the same bib number as the rider. They'll be out on course, and those crew will have to dart back to the vet gate to assist.
And they're part of their team, though. They're not. Absolutely. They're people, though. They travel the world with them, and they're the same crew, so they understand what the rider was. Now, interesting point here. They're at the crew point. They're being given water. The horses are being looked after very well, but they're keeping moving forward.
That's it. And the crew will be a slick-oiled machine. You know, they will be have rehearsed this. They'll have practiced it. You know, taking on multiple bottles of water in the shortest time possible whilst keeping forward motion at all times.
And when you come into a crew point, and we've just saw beautiful shots of that there, Harry, when you're riding in, I could see there's a load of people just standing around. You do know, obviously, where your crew members will make themselves known to you, they run out. But let's hear from one of the many Saudi Arabian riders, Omar Al-Dawi. He's riding Sati, riding bib number 40.
عمر عناد البلوي، فارس من فرسان محافظة العلا، هاوي المجال القدرة والتحمل.
كيف بيعني لك انك انت قاعد عم تمثل بلدك لانك من العلا قاعد عم تركب الخيل هون باحسن السباقات؟
والله شعور جيد، وكنا نتمنى ان من اول نمثل العلا في سباقات، خصوصا هنا في منطقتنا. باذن الله ان بكره ان شاء الله نكمل السباق على اكمل وجه ان شاء الله. التدريب والله كان بالنسبه لي كامل، وبما اني انا فارس من فرسان محافظه العلا كان عندي خبره كارضيه، كتضاريس، كصعوبه جو سواء حر او بين الجبال او الطلوع او النزول. كانت عندي خبره قبل بالمجال هذا يعني، كنت اتدرب بنفس المضمار نفسه، فعندي الافضليه.
Omar Al-Blawi, part of the AlUla Endurance Academy, representing Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in this race, riding Sati. As I say, wonderful shot there early on of I would say, Omar speaking to Sati, his horse. It gave a rather emotional feeling of the relationship between the horse and rider.
Absolutely, and you know, these riders, local riders here, part of the AlUla Endurance Academy. They've had coaching and training in partnership with the Italian Endurance Academy, who've been over here, spent a number of weeks over here training a group of riders. We don't see them in the leading group, but they are here for a completion. This means an awful lot to be on the start line, to be taking part in this very prestigious event in Saudi Arabia. Of course, the world's richest endurance race. Prize money for completing as well. An incentive to look after the horses, get them round safely, pass all the veterinary inspections during the course and at the very end in order to successfully complete the 120-kilometre competition.
900,000 Saudi Riyal to the winning rider, including a car. Total in euros, the total prize fund for the rider who's first home, 226,000 euros. Prize is down to 100th place.
And completion is 25,000 euros, down to 100th place.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. It's unheard of, really, in our sport. And you know, it attracts the very best competitors in the world to AlUla.
And let's just clarify that for anybody who's recently joined us. When we talk about completion, you know, we're not talking about just completing 120 kilometers and being able to take home 25,000 euros. It's completing within the protocol, the required protocols of the event, which means vetting at the end of, you know, at the end of that event. So completion is not certain even if you finish across the finish line after the end of the fourth loop.
That's it. Yeah. I mean, you know, the motto that the vets go by is fit to continue. That's at the beginning of the. We had a veterinary inspection yesterday. Are they fit to start? We'll see veterinary inspections all day long. Are they fit to continue? And then you're right. At the end of the competition, there isn't another loop, but the criteria that they are assessing these horses on is fit to continue. Are the horses fit to continue? And we saw last weekend in Budib at the World Endurance Championships, first and second place weren't awarded gold and silver medals because they failed to get the horse's heart rate down in the 20 minutes they have allocated at the end. So the gold medal winner was actually third across the line, Phil.
And meaning, of course, that it just shows you the scientific aspect, if you like, of the sport of endurance. And there's no other equestrian sport that actually the horses have to pass a vetting at the end of whatever discipline they may have done. And it just shows you the extreme importance that the endurance riders, trainers, everybody within the sport put on the welfare of the horse. And of course, those that didn't, you know, that perhaps didn't get that first and second place last weekend in the United Arab Emirates, you know, those horses would have been absolutely fine an hour later. But at the end of the day, you'll get given a certain amount of time. You didn't quite get to that 64 beats per minute or below. The horses would, an hour later, could have won. But that's part of the protocol.
Yeah, that's right. You have to make a judgment decision about how much fuel you have left in the tank. And if you push too much, you don't leave enough back, then of course, you know, things can go wrong, and you only have those 20 minutes to get the horse's heart rate down. And like you say, Phil, those horses will be fine, but it's 20 minutes. You've got to make sure you know what you're doing, you're riding, you're knowledgeable, you understand when to push and when to pull back.
We saw a clip from the former European, the Italian champion at the moment, Costanza Lalicia, earlier. It brings something to mind. Do ladies and gentlemen carry the same weight? It's all exactly the same?
It's exactly the same, yeah, exactly the same. 70 kilos for two-star 120 kilometres and 75 kilos is the championship 160 kilometre weight.
And like other sports, other disciplines, do you ever have sort of lady-only endurance races?
In some nations, some parts of the world, there are lady-only races. But from my perspective, it's a level playing field, and it's one of the great things about the sport of endurance.
We're well on our way. What are we? We're 39 minutes into Loop 1. And at the end of the loop, they'll be coming into the vet gate. Let's have a look at what happens when they get to the vet gate.
So, arrival from the vet gate, and the loop time is still running, but this is now recovery. Rider dismounts, the crew, the team of 4 jump 2, like the Formula 1 pit stop crew. The tack will be removed instantly, and they'll start cooling the horse. If they can bring the core temperature of the horse down, then the heart rate will also fall. 64 beats per minute is what they're after. Once they are sure that the horse's heart rate is in that zone, it's coming down, they present to vet. At this point, the clock stops and the hold time immediately begins. They're committed at this point. They're heading to the veterinary examination under the next set of tents. The vets here will put the heart rate monitor on, and 64 beats per minute is what they're looking for. If it's too high, they have one more chance to come back into the veterinary examination, but they must do that within the 15 minutes they have to cool the horses and to recover. If the veterinary team are satisfied that the heart rate is 64 beats per minute or below, they ask the horse to trot. This is to assess the horse's gait. They're looking for any lamenesses or irregularities. 40 metres away, 40 metres back. Any concerns, it's a panel of 3 to remove the horse from the competition. The irregularity must be there for the whole distance away and the whole distance back. Okay, veterinary inspection complete. Vets are satisfied. Horses now move to the rest area or the hold area, and the crews begin work to look after these horses, massage, eat, drink, and the rider also taking a break, before then returning back out onto course. And here we are live at the vet gate. The calm before the storm.
And some crew members will be preparing to receive their riders again. Oh, there's a very good shot of the hold area, where the resting area, where that looks as if it's all the same, but each team has their own allotted area in there, don't they?
They do, and they'll have their own kit, their own horse feed, water, ice. We'll see a lot of horses stood in ice water. They'll be just working to try and keep those horses ticking over in the best shape possible, and also an opportunity for the riders to take a break, to make sure that they are hydrated. You know, it's a warm day out there today. It's important that the riders look after themselves, and the best teams will be able to delegate responsibility to their crews to look after the horses.
And the horses will eat little something in each of the breaks?
Really important that they're eating all the way through, eating lots of forage, a little bit of hard feed. The vets will be listening to the gut sounds. There's a way to assess the metabolic criteria to ensure that, you know, if the horse is well hydrated and they're eating and drinking, the guts are active. It's really important that they're eating from the get-go, so that at the end of the day, the horses are still, you know, their system is still working as it should be, as it would in the wild. Still leading from the front, Team Uruguay.
Sun now coming up here in AlUla. We're about 300 kilometers north of Medina. Again, they're still, you know, it's just looking very relaxed.
But quick, Phil, I think this is going to be a fast loop. Of course, welfare, absolutely the foundations of which this sport operates. The veterinary team absolutely central to that.
A whole team of vets. There are 14 vets that will be on duty at the vet gates. Let's have a listen to one of the vets here, Nicola Pilati.
To me, it is important that the horse is happy to do it. And when they arrive to an international level, these are all horses that are happy to do it, because if they are not keen to work, they will never reach this kind of competitions. They have a pedigree that is specialized in this kind of races. Then he has physical characteristics that are very good for an endurance horse, you know. We will see a great neck and back ratio, a very good conformation of the legs, a good size. And then on the inside there is the engine. And the engine is on his brain, because he needs to be ready and keen to work hard. And then he needs to be tough, because when he gets tired, that's the time that he needs to play the game, and he needs to put something more than the others. So the official vet, when the horse goes into the vet gate, wants to make sure that he is able to continue the race, or that he finished in a good condition. What the official will check, first of all, is the heart rate, where they will make sure that the heart rate will be lower than 64. The heart rate is a parameter taken into consideration to understand if the horse is tired or not. And after that, they also will trot for 40 meters, just to make sure that has not any lameness or any orthopedic issue. And then they will be checked on the gut sounds, on the lung sounds, and all other parameters like the skin, mucous membranes of the eye, and then they will go to the capillary refill time on the gums. There are two different kinds of horses, you know. The one that maybe when they get tired, they become to slow down, and the other, the good ones, or the champions, are the ones that when they get tired, they keep up and keep going, because they really want to do a good performance.
That was a wonderful shot of last year's winner, and of course we're now getting the live shots from this year of the same combination out in front here on the first loop at the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup, the First-Hand Cup here in AlUla. The beginning of the day, 46 minutes into the first loop, which is 38.2 kilometers.
Just over an hour left on this loop, 38.2 as Phil says, the red loop. Riders coming into the next water point. At this stage in the competition, it's unlikely that the horses will stop to drink. Later on, they will definitely be stopping to hydrate. At this point, the horses, they're just too wired, the adrenaline's pumping, they want to get on with the job. Slowing just to pour a little water on the horses, keep them cool. Obviously having the wet hair of the horses means that they evaporate that water, and so the effect of having the water on them lasts, you know, for the next 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, and means they don't have to sweat quite as much to keep their body temperature cool. Less electrolytes wasted, and at the end of the day, that is what makes the horse, you know, present in the best possible condition. So trying to keep the core temperature down on these horses as they operate at such speeds. 2 riders for Uruguay leading. Last year's winner in the front.
Just keeping to the edge of the track, the slightly smoother sand. I notice the riders are taking that route.
This looks fast, Phil. This looks like a really strong, fast loop. And as we said, this is the coolest part of the day. It was a tactic that worked for the Uruguayan riders in 2022. Push on fast. This is one of the, not the easier loops, but the second loop is the one which is the more challenging. It's got the more undulation, the more deep sand. So if they put down a strong foundation with this loop, then perhaps that enables them to ease off on the pace on the second loop.
We've talked a bit about the weight of 70 kilos. That's the minimum weight that they must carry with their saddles. What are the saddles made of? Of course, traditionally, if you goes back a few decades, they would have all been leather, which is quite heavy, but are the saddles made of something different today?
Yeah, and I think, you know, if the rider has enough body weight that they don't need to carry weight in their saddle, then these saddles are synthetic, they're plastic, they're carbon fiber. They're aimed there to be as light as possible, because anything over 70 kilos is dead weight. So the leading riders hasn't changed now. We've got the 2 Uruguayans and then Alex Luke for Spain in 3rd place. Potentially as to be confirmed, but a Saudi rider potentially in 4th place.
And we're just seeing, look like the wind's just getting up a little bit as they kick up the sand, just drifting off.
We just had that confirmed, a correction there, not Saudi, but that's a Qatar rider, Abdullah Al-Naimi.
In 4th, is that right?
That's right.
Riding Jawed to Fignol.
And riders, you know, they have to be looking what's coming up as the deep sand approaches. They just have to ease up the pace a little bit, make sure the horses are sitting back, powering on from behind. They want to find that speed where they almost float across the sand. They have the inertia carrying them forwards. Too slow, they sink down. Too fast, and they'll be pushing into the sand too much. But finding that nice, comfortable pace means that they're able just to work through the deep sand without it taking too much out of the horses. And Federico Ferber, the leader, very relaxed style, the same style we saw in Boudib last weekend, and the same that we saw a year ago here in AlUla. He has the advantage of knowing these tracks now, inside out.
Do the riders get an opportunity to drive around the course?
Yeah, and they'll have been out on the training tracks as well in the previous days. Horses will have been based here now for probably up to a week, and in quarantine stables, and working, exercising the horses on the tracks. That gives them an opportunity to make sure the horses are okay and they've travelled fine, but also assess the going, making sure that they know what's to come on race day. There's no nasty surprises. And look at the silhouettes as the sun rises across the AlUla desert in a line.
And we're seeing a group there of 3, 6, 9, I think it's about 12 riders. It looks like they have slightly broken away from another batch of riders, so this first 12 will probably some of the more experienced athletes in this first group.
That's right, yeah. And what we'll likely see is the leading group form as a short gap, and then the chasing peloton. And that chasing group, we shouldn't discount the chasing group, those riders behind, because things happen. It's a long day. Horses have to pass very, very strict criteria in the vet gates. We will see horses be removed and not qualify for the next phase of the competition as we go on. And so those riders who are being slightly more cautious in their approach, that may pay dividends later on in the competition.
So let's just do a little bit of analysis, Harry, on the first loop. So the first loop, known as the red loop, part of the Wadi Rum AlUla, it's 38.2 kilometers. Predicted time, or last year's time, 1 hour 49 minutes. That's what we would expect to see the first riders coming into the vet gate, is that right?
That's absolutely right, yeah, so just before 9 AM local time. And that was based on the average of last year.
Well, one of the things that we have been just overawed by is the beauty of this area in AlUla. Let's have a look at some of the more attractive areas, all the attractive areas of AlUla. watching those beautiful scenes has given me goosebumps. It's such a lovely area here, becoming one of the most attractive tourist areas in the world. And of course, we'll see later, if we haven't seen it already, clips of the famous Elephant Rock, and something that we had the pleasure to go and have a look at last night. So much to see in AlUla and so much to enjoy, and it will become one of the most important equestrian venues in the world over the next few years. Let's hear from the technical delegate, Kevin Croak.
We are now approximately 2 kilometers into the ride. As you have seen, there are some inclines, some pretty hard going and soft going. We've gone through one control point here. To my left, you can see the flags that represent that to the riders they're on the right loop. This is the red loop, it is the first loop and the longest loop of the course at 38.2 kilometers. The maximum distance for any loop is 40 kilometers and the minimum distance is 20 kilometers. Within all of that, we then have to provide a water point, minimum of 1 every 10 kilometers. Now, that can be represented by a crew point or a water point. At 2 kilometers, we're here and we have 200 horses coming down here. They will still be fairly tightly packed and they will continue to my rear here, where you can see flags again indicating that they're going the right direction. At this point in time, you have to remember this is a 120 kilometer race, and normally for a 120 kilometer race the horses will actually do the second 60 kilometers faster than the first. The second half of the race tends to be faster. They should be building up. If they go too fast too early, it could cause the horse to tie up. What do I mean by tie up? It is like a cramp in a human being. So they have to, shall we say, warm themselves into the race, get into a nice rhythm and keep going. These horses will probably have exercised for half an hour or more before the start, and they'll probably be going, I would suggest, at around 20 to 22 kilometers an hour at this stage. As they go along, it will break into the normal ratio of a bunch of horses out in front, the main body in the middle, and then those who want to finish at the rear. So you effectively end up with 3 groups. So that's where we're at this stage. They will obviously have to take care with the narrow gorge behind me here. Again, simply because of numbers. They have to ride sensibly. It's only 2 kilometers and you do not want your horse getting hurt by hitting his leg off a rock or something silly like that. So that's it for this point.
Very interesting to hear from the technical delegate, Kevin Croak, there, talking about tying up. Of course, any humans who do any form of exercise will know that muscle metabolism is the same in all mammals. And of course, you know, Harry, having cramp is something that we all experience, and of course you have to monitor that very carefully.
Yeah, and you know, it's all about warming up the machine horse before the competition. You know, 30 minutes before the start, riders will be walking the horses, you know, getting on, doing little bits of walk, little trot, little canter, and then when they go, that's when the operation starts to really ramp up. But easier way is what we often say, you know, start slowly and then do something called negative splits, which means they get increasingly faster as the day goes on, and at the end of the competition, really, you know, it's all to play for on that last loop. And the way I kind of see it is that riders are almost qualifying for each phase, and it's almost pre-qualifying for their positions on that last loop. And if they get in a good position on that last loop, that last vet gate, leading an advantage, leaving minutes ahead of the other competitors, then that could put them in a really good place to get a podium finish.
So still the current leader, last year's winner, Federico Ferber, wearing the number 141 bib for Uruguay, riding HC Yeza.
Putting down a very strong first loop, dominating this race from last year and this race, and approaching now another assistance crew point.
Can I just ask you a little bit about this? So this is what I meant. I don't think I explained it very well the first time. So you're coming in here as a rider, and there's hundreds of people. Do you say, your crew say we'll be early on in the group, or we'll run out and find you? You know, how do you identify what's happening?
I mean, it's a challenge, and it's more of a challenge sometimes when these races start in the dark as well. But actually, it's the crew's job to really find the rider. So that bottle needs to find the hand of the rider to be sloshed. And you'll also see the crew running at the side of the horse. So rider has one bottle on the neck, crew's running by the side with another bottle on the horse's quarters. And sometimes they have other bottles in their hand, so they can pass multiple bottles up. They could be getting 6, 7, 8 bottles from one crew point if they're really efficient and effective. Look, bottle passing to this rider in 4th place, being poured onto the quarters, running with the horses, one bottle on the neck, one bottle on the quarters.
And I presume an opportunity for the athletes themselves to take a drink.
Absolutely. We'll probably see that later on in the competition. It becomes very important. It's happened time and time again where we've seen riders get fatigued and actually let their horse down. The horse is running really well, but the rider is tired. They might not have been drinking enough throughout the day, not eating. It's really important that the riders look after themselves in this competition.
And do they carry any sustenance with them?
Unlikely, really, unlikely. They rely on the crew. They get the opportunity to come back here into the vet gate after each loop, and at that point they need to take on fluids, they need to eat, they need to drink. And the riders will be fit as well, especially these leading riders. They'll spend a lot of time in the saddle. Not long to go now on this loop before they head back towards the vet gate.
And the vet gate, the all-important first end of the first loop. Let's hear from one of the competitors, Custodian, Alicia, all about the vet gate.
After one loop of the race, we arrive at the vet gate. The first thing is to manage the cooling area. In the cooling area, we put water and ice on the horse to put down his temperature. When the heart rate that we check during the cooling area is 64 or less, we go inside the vet gate. There, one vet can check the heart rate, first of all, and after check the trot of the horse. After the trot, if the trot is okay, the vet will check all the metabolic parameters. If all of this is good, so the welfare of the horse is good and his condition is good, you pass the visit, you wait for 40 minutes in the rest area where the horse can have some food, have some drink, and we can clean the horse there, and after start for another loop. For me, during the race, the first thing in the first position is the horse. So I train myself during the training period to be always ready for my horse. So I don't need to rest. Of course, if I can, I rest in the same time that the horse rests. But if I can, the first thing is the horse.
Well, lovely to hear from the Italian champion Custodian Alicia there, all about the vet gate. It's so important, but she described that beautifully, Harry, each stage, because it is different stages of the vet gate, let alone the stages of the competition itself.
That's right. You come in, you've got the cooling area, then you've got the actual veterinary assessment, which is going to be very nerve-wracking as a rider, and then you've got the rest and the hold area. And interesting to hear there, the horse comes first, Constanza working, supporting the crew to look after the horse. And that's often the way. Riders often prioritising the horses, but they mustn't forget to look after themselves as well. It's a long day, and they need to be fresh to do the horse justice.
Now, we heard Costanza talk about the metabolics. I think everyone understands the heart rate. What kind of inspections are done for the metabolics?
When we talk about metabolics, what we really mean are dehydration checks, that the horse is not getting too dehydrated, and there's various metrics that they use to assess that. So they listen to the gut sounds to make sure the guts are still mobile and working, and that there's fluid is still flowing to the gut. If the horse is dehydrated, the guts start to slow. They do a little small skin pinch to check that the skin is elastic and fluid, and then they check capillary refill, jugular refill, respiration. Again, just checking that the horse is hydrated, that it isn't compromised in any way, and that it's still operating at an optimum level.
And as we've said before, you know, there's no other equine discipline anywhere in the world that has this kind of sort of detailed inspection,
incredibly
this welfare,
incredibly thorough. And you know, we have a panel of veterinarians who have to qualify themselves in the FEI star rankings in order to be on the panel here, to make these kind of very fine decisions whether horses are fit to continue and qualify for the next phase of the competition.
Very interesting point that you've made there, Harry, because I was talking yesterday to one of the veterinary surgeons who's working here, Joe Woodman, who I think we might be hearing from later in the programme. But, you know, I was saying to Joe Woodman, do you do any other equine sports? And she said, oh, no, I only do endurance because it's so full on, to use a modern expression. You know, there's so much to do, there's so much to understand, that she doesn't get involved in any other sports. The vet's very specific to the details of the endurance.
I think the difference, Phil, is that the vets are central to the sport. Without the vets, there is no endurance. Horse welfare, we've talked about it before, is the foundation for the sport, and the vets are really leading the charge on that. So they are absolutely crucial. And another point I think is important, Phil, is that horses can be given an A or a B for their metabolic criteria and their gait as well. And if they get a B, then that's something that the support team can support on in the hold area. So say if they get a B for gut sounds, it's very important to make sure that the horse is eating and drinking, and they can focus on that.
Well, just looking at some shots at the vet gate, of course, at the moment, people will be waiting to see the horses coming back. Let's have a hear again from the technical delegate, Kevin Crote, about the cooling area at the vet gate.
We are here now to give you a feel for what happens as the horses come in off the loops. Behind me, the horses will come up the hill, up along here, and they will enter here. Between these two poles, there will be a reader which will read the transponder on the horse's neck. That will give it an arrival time which will set in motion a countdown clock of 15 minutes, by which time the horse should be gone in to the vet for inspection.
So we're just over an hour, so about 68 minutes we've gone into the first. When would we be expecting to see the first horses come down that last kilometre, Harry?
I think just before 9 o'clock, around 8:50 local time. It's just approaching 8:10 now here in AlUla, and the sun just creeping up over the canyons and the sand dunes. Riders are still in the shade as they ride amongst the canyons.
Current leader, Federico Ferber, with H.C. Yeza. Last year's winner, just very comfortably, still very comfortably coping along. Again, the course beautifully marked. There's no opportunity to get lost because they are out in the wilderness. We talked again about the vet gate and the veterinary team being here at the vet gate, because we'll see vehicles travelling with the horses on the course. Also, they contain also vets for welfare in the event that anything untoward may happen out on the course.
Yeah, Phil, in addition to the panel of veterinarians here, we've got a whole team of treating veterinarians as well. So really well supported from a welfare perspective, and I think, you know, being here in person, what's impressed me as well is that welfare has not only been a priority of the FEI and the officials here, but also the organising committee, AlUla, the Saudi Equestrian Federation. They're very keen that welfare is the focus of the sport.
So we've got Uruguay in front with Federico Ferber. His pace has looked very similar, very settled, very comfortable, but also he's keeping up a pace, isn't he?
He's showing his dominance here. He's really putting down a fast first loop, which is what we saw last year, the winner of the competition last year. Other competitors will already have picked him out as being, you know, one of the favourites, if not the favourite of the competition, and they'll be trying to keep up with him. So him putting down a dominant first loop, that is, you know, he's going to bring people with him. These people might be running faster on this first loop than they might want to because they're having to stick with the favourite. And of course, it's a long day out there. Things can change. And remember, horses can be overtaken in the vet gate if they recover quicker. So the loop time is still running as they cool the horses. It only stops when they present to the veterinary commission and the heart rate is below 64 beats per minute. So the fitter the horse, the quicker they recover, the faster they go into the vet gate. It's something that
And let's go back to hear from Kevin Croke. He's now in the preparation area of the vet gate.
We're now in the preparation area, and we are assuming that this horse wants to have some water on them to cool them down. At the end of the first loop, this will be manic. It will be crazy. You could have up to 100 horses in here, all looking for water and sloshing and going, wanting to get in, because time in here is time lost. Your race clock is still running while you're here. Your race clock, which is separate from your countdown clock, actually stops going in to the vet inspection.
So that's stage 2 of the vet gate, as you say, Harry. And during that phase, you know, that is when they are, to use your expression within the sport, the sloshing of the horses, meaning the water splashing that's going on. And that's at that very moment of, again, cooling the horse to perhaps get the heart rate down should they need to.
That's right, and that part is up against the clock, as Kevin says. The faster they can get in there, that's time off the track. The longer it takes, the longer they then leave out on course, so that can spread the field out. Those horses that take longer to recover have to make up more time on the track, and after 3-4 vet gates, that can really make a difference. You know, just 1 or 2 minutes can be a really long way on the track that the horses have to make up. Now just passing through one of the water points provided by the organising committee, taking on some water, just 1 or 2 bottles from the officials.
Now is that Frederick Ferber now with HC Yeza? That's them now in second place.
Yeah, and I think we've got the leader. I think we've got number 75 there, which is Abdullah Al-Omera from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia with Ghazal Al-Qasiyah. Very similar to what we saw last year. The Saudis very keen, the top riders keen to do well on home ground and have the advantage of knowing the tracks.
Do the athletes carry something with them to be able to monitor exactly what speed they're doing?
Absolutely. They'll nearly all have their own GPS watches on, which will tell them their cruising speed, their average speed, the time they've been gone from the loop.
Because I've just noticed that we can all see that Federico Ferber has now actually gone back in front with HC Yeza, and although they're playing around now at the front of the field, he's now just gone back into second. Is there something tactical happening there, or is just each individual athlete just happen to be keeping to the speed that they want to go to, and which is making this sort of change of lead happen?
I think Federico comes here with a game plan. He is the defending champion at AlUla and will know what speed he wants to be riding at. Very clearly that was 76. So
I think in third place we've got Jose Oliveira from Uruguay with Pogar, 169 the bib.
So correction, it wasn't 75, it was 76. It's still a Saudi rider. Abdullah Olomari with Ramsa Lamajari.
Alex Luca Morel with Fahad from Spain. First of the European riders in the group at this early stage of the 120 kilometers of the Custodian of the 2 Holy Mosque Endurance Cup on the first of the 4 loops.
Ramsa Lamajari, the Saudi horse from the Lamajari stud in France. Also the breeder of the current world endurance champion Darko Lamajari from last weekend. This horse has won at 1-star level and was third over 120 kilometers in the kingdom at 21.64 kilometers an hour. So it's done the distance, Phil, and it's done the speed. Very strong and capable Saudi combination. Number 76 in third place.
Rodrigo Ferber gone clearly back into the lead now.
That's where he's happy, that's where he's comfortable, that's where that horse seems to work best. Really powering on in an effortless way. Closely followed by fellow Uruguayan rider and fellow Al Ain stable member.
You mentioned there about the breeding of the horse that won the World Championships last weekend. Is it part of the breeding process? I mean, do some lines of breeding have a naturally lower heart rate? Is that happen?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. We have areas in the world that are, have been focusing on this for decades and decades. France, Australia, South America breed some of the very best endurance horses and are looking at crossing lines that breed a really good heart, that recover quickly. Often we see Arabian horses excelling at this, and in this competition they nearly all be Arabian horses or across to some degree. But absolutely, we've got studs now specialising in endurance horses, and the 2 things we're looking for are good heart and soundness, and obviously the right mindset for the job.
Now we're seeing preparations at the vet gate.
That's ice being used to put in the water to keep it cool.
It's crew for Karit Yav from Estonia.
Riders due off the course just before 9 AM local time. It's now 20 past 8. And there, Fabio in charge of the endurance timing system, so the GPS tracking. Fabio Zaccolo. He is the owner of Endurance Online Timing and the timing provider for the World Endurance Championships last weekend and here in AlUla.
And seeing a wonderful shot of, we talk about the heritage of the architectural heritage of this region. And we're just looking at these wonderful structures. Bit of shade there, that's nice just for a minute or 2.
Yeah, this loop, nice early in the day, cool. It's the longest distance. It's nice that there's a 40-kilometer loop. It's down from here. The distances start to reduce. 32 kilometers the next loop, 27 after that, and 22 the final loop. So gradually the loop's decreasing and getting the biggest part of the competition out of the way early in the day while it's cool, while there's shade in these wadis. But you can see from the shots, the course is certainly not flat, it undulates quite considerably. So we've got Uruguay, Saudi Arabia and Qatar in that first leading group.
Bib number 76, that's Abdullah Al-Mairi, riding Ramza Lamajeri.
Closely followed by Bahrain. And for Spain, Alex Luke. So those nations, the Gulf nations, obviously excelling here. They're used to training in the sand. Spent some time talking to Jumapunti Dax, who was third at the World Championships last weekend. And he explains how these horses, they're conditioned to the going in the sand. They spend a lot of time walking in his stables. And he looks at the quality of the walk before they can trot. And then doing small parts of trot, looking again at the quality of the movement before introducing the canter.
In fourth at the moment, Abduliteos Al-Naimi for Qatar with Jawed to Fignol.
And Team Bahrain. Number 18, Fahad Hilal Mohammed Al-Khatri, very experienced rider with Assad. That horse was 11th at a recent 160 kilometre competition, 19.3 kilometres an hour. Has done a further distance than it's been asked today. Very capable horse and rider.
Abdullah Al-Mairi, bib 76 with Ramza Lamajeri. Looks like they've just gone in front at this early stage of the competition.
I mean, the geography there, look at this stunning landscape as they turn back towards the town of AlUla.
And this is part of the massive team of veterinary surgeons, the heart rate monitors on the pole. The vets now preparing themselves for the arrival. Huge responsibility. This is interesting as well, because when the horses come in, there's 14 stalls or vet gates that they go in, and they're randomly picked. And so when you get there, you don't know which vet you're going to. You just get given a gate number. So you'll be going to gate 12. You go to the vet's at gate 12.
That's right, and that's there to remove any type of bias or anything. So the vets, you know, different vets will assess different horses throughout the day. And one of the treating veterinarians keeping an eye on everything. They're there for just in case there's any issues later, but they're not one of the panel vets. The panel vets veterinary commission, Bibbs. And they're the president of the veterinary commission, Carlos. So, a quiet vet gate now starting slowly to ramp up with activity as the crews and the officials prepare for the arrival of the leading riders in just over 20 minutes. Number of riders looking for completion of the competition, to get round safely and to have a good day out on course. We've got a lot of European riders out there.
Just going down to a trot now.
Bit of deep sand there.
A deeper sand, yes.
Yeah. No problem for HC Yeza, the defending champion. It's a big ask for the European horses, obviously, to travel over here. They'll be tackling this in a very different way to these leading riders who are used to riding on the sand and from the Gulf nations.
And it was another historic moment for the region, because it was the first time that competitive horses have been flown into AlUla to take part. The European, I think there's 21 European horses flown in.
Yeah, 20, I believe, of the leading riders by the world rankings invited by the organising committee to take part here, to make it a truly international competition. Riders picking the going here as they approach. They make that ascent through this deep sand.
Picking the tyre tracks of vehicles that have earlier been out on the course.
The pace just slowed slightly. And then they come out of the deep sand and they loosen the rein. On they go.
No great changes. You know, once we'd got sort of 10 minutes after the start and they'd settled into the lead, this group have just been staying together at a similar pace.
It's almost as if, Phil, last year's winner, H.C. Yeazer, is almost the pacemaker here. Everyone using that horse as a kind of marker. But 76 for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, just taking the lead there. H.C. Yeazer and Federico Ferber not phased.
.76 now going on, extending their lead. AlUla Al-Amiri with Ramza Lamajri.
137. Erkin Demir from Turkey with Draguna. Riding wide. Finding better ground.
And I think that's a opportunity there to show that, you know, whilst, you know, that most of them will be going on the sort of in single file, that you can, as long as you go between the flags, you can choose your own ground and your own route.
Yeah, you can, yeah. But it's a long day, and making a break at this stage is not a wise move. It won't pay dividends later on.
So we see Erkan Demir.
So these two riders have taken the lead here. So you've got a Turkish rider and a Saudi Arabian rider pushing on. My sense is the more experienced riders are sat back off the pace and aren't rising to this challenge.
And now giving the horses an opportunity to
quick drink there.
Have a drink, approximately 25 minutes or so before they get to the first vet gate.
So we've seen Kevin in the cooling area and now moving to the vetting area. Let's hear directly what happens there from Kevin Croak, the technical delegate.
We are now inside in the vet gate. The first heart rate must be 64 beats per minute or less. If it is higher than 64 beats, the horse goes out, has to go back into the preparation area and come back in again, and the race clock has reactivated until it comes back in. So it's past the 64. It must now trot up the trotting lane here, which is being reconstructed at the moment, and 40 metres out and 40 metres back. And it must do a clean trot. If the vet is not happy with a trot, he calls a panel and then 3 people decide. But let's deal with the ones that are fine. So it now comes back down, and 1 minute from the time it started the trot, it must be heart checked again. That's called a Ridgway test. Kerry Ridgway in the States developed it, and it's a very good indicator of a horse's capacity to continue, obviously tied in with other elements. So you have hydration, mucous membrane, capillary refill, you will have aspiration, and then they'll check gut sounds as well, because if there is no gut sounds, then that horse will be going towards a colic. It may not, but will be going, and the vet will be advising them that they get roughage into the stomach. So there's a lot going through here. And then on top of that, the vet will check the back for muscle tone, that it's all fine, in the hindquarters. Obviously, any cuts, abrasions, saddle rubs, etc. will all come into the equation. And this is all about ensuring the welfare of the horse by finding it fit to continue in the race. That is what it's all about. It's not a method of getting rid of horses, it's a method of ensuring that those horses are metabolically and physically sound to continue in the race.
Wonderful description from Kevin Crowe, technical delegate there, of the intricacies of the stages of the vet gate. And that is a camera looking out from the endurance village as the first riders are starting to come into view, probably just a few kilometers away from their first vet gate, the end of their first loop. And as they approach the first gate, let's hear from Kevin Crowe once again about the holding area.
Where we're standing now is where the horses come, known as the rest or the hold area. They have passed the vet, so they now enter into this area before proceeding back on course. Their hold time of 40 minutes having started from the time they registered coming in to the vet inspection. The stewards will be monitoring here to see that everybody is acting in accordance with FEI rules and regulations. Also on the way out, which you may or may not be able to see, there will be a hyposensitivity team. This team is an additional checks and balances in the whole race to ensure that the horses are still feeling their feet. It is like a little band that goes around their leg between the fetlock and the hoof, and it checks if they're sensitive or not sensitive. And they have a standard for that they can read off, and it is objective, which is the great thing. It's not subjective.
Crews now working in the vet gate as activity here builds up, expecting riders imminently to arrive at vet gate 1. Kevin talking through the process as they arrive. As they come into this cooling area, work to lower the horse's heart rate before going to the vets. So we can see the leading riders there. We've got one rider who has broken away from the group, and then the chasing group there with the winner from last year, H.C. Yeza and Federico Ferber. So really on the approach now through the village of AlUla. 137, the leading rider. That is Erkan Demir from Turkey with Draguna. As we said, it's a long day, so a little bit early to be making a break for it. The veterinary panel will be scrutinising these leading horses. Not far now as they make the final approach to the vet gate. And we can see from the GPS tracking that we've been given access to that there's a leading group and then a space and then a chasing group and then a very kind of maybe 1 or 2 kilometres before the rest of the field, who are very then spaced out, looking for completion. So 137 for Turkey is Erkan Demir. He really is now coming into the vet gate at quite a pace. Erkan, I hope you know what you're doing.
So we start to come towards the end of the first 4 loops of the Custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques Endurance Cup 2023, the 4th year of this famous race taking part here in Saudi Arabia. First loop, 38.2 kilometers. Then we go to the white route 32.1. The yellow loop, 27.3, and the final one, the blue loop, 22.4 kilometers. So they start to approach the vet gate, as I say, completing the longest of the 4 loops, the phase 1 of the Fursan Cup.
So there's the leader for Turkey, just slowing now, and closely followed by the more experienced combinations. So Turkey leading the competition at this stage into the first vet gate. Remember, they have to cool the horse's heart rate. They have to cool the horse, and that brings the heart rate down, but the clock is still ticking at that point. So if the experienced horses can recover quicker, then they will easily regain the lead. If the leading horse takes 2 to 3 minutes longer, then they could be as far as a kilometre behind, and they're the leading horses closing in.
When they come to the vet gate, Harry, is it the rider that has to present the horse, lead the horse, or do they get an opportunity to hand over to a crew member?
Rider or the crew, anyone that's wearing the number that represents the same horse. And a great shot there of our leading, most competitive group, very experienced riders. Two Uruguayan riders, the chestnut and the grey, and then directly behind for Bahrain.
And a beautiful shot of these wonderful, wonderful horses. Look at their ears pricked. Generally, when a horse's ears are pricked forward, they're very relaxed, they're very happy, and this is just a super shot of this is a really good shot of how well these horses are and how comfortable both equine and human athletes are.
Yeah, and you know, horses are herd animals at the end of the day. They like moving as a group. Here we go. So, leading rider is off his horse and running just to give a few seconds respite to the horse from carrying the weight.
He doesn't have to get off. That's the important thing.
He doesn't have to, but that's a choice that the riders make. He's just giving his horse a little break. He doesn't have to cross the first timing station mounted. The only point they have to be mounted is across the finish line at the end of the day.
We're seeing Erkan Demir for Turkey with Draguna coming into the back gate. And the 15 minutes has now started.
It has now started. But the loop time's still running.
And we're now watching the saddle being taken off. So the saddle comes off.
Water goes on. Okay, the more experienced riders from Uruguay coming in. Defending champion, the chestnut, Andres Rivero. Sorry, Federico Ferber.
169 there, Jose Oliveira, Pogar.
Okay, moving at quite a pace now. These are experienced riders with experienced crews. They'll have practiced this many, many times. Turkish rider taking slightly longer.
Now, we saw a wonderful shot there. We heard Kevin Croak, who's been absolutely brilliant with his detail. He said there's going to be about 100 horses in here at some point, intimating it could be a little bit chaotic. It does look chaotic, but of course they all know their jobs. Everyone's got a specific job.
That's right. So 4 backup crew. They will all have a job, a bit like a Formula 1 pit stop now. Time is of the essence. There's the ability here to overtake combinations without any additional effort out on the track. So there's a heart rate monitor on that grey horse, as you can see on its side.
That's not a vet, that's of course, that's a team.
That's a
member.
team just checking. And I think we can see here the difference between those professional crews, the professional teams, and the Turkish rider that's taking a bit longer. Bahrain there, the defending world champions, checking the heart rate of these horses. And then just behind, 2 times world champion Maria Alvarez Ponton and Omar Blanco Rodrigo for Spain. Different tactic, very, very experienced riders. Maria Alvarez Ponton riding Bolkai El Akim, which has a perfectly clean record and was second over 160 kilometers. Omar Blanco Rodrigo riding JM El Sabrino, which was second in the very, very tough and well-known Florac race in France in 2021, over 160 kilometers with another...
Sorry, Harry, we've got a good shot here of Seika Naha bint Salman Al Khalifa with Princess Safanet. They won a 2-star recently. We've now moved on from them.
Okay.
So just we're
They're into
seeing
the
a
betting
presentation
area
now.
Yep, that's it. So the time has stopped and the whole time has begun. They now must move with continuous forward motion to the veterinary panel. They can't stop at this point now. They are committed. So they're looking to the screen on the right. That tells them which lane to go to. Stewards will help direct them straight to the veterinary panel. So 169 was the first to present. Jose Oliveira with Pogar. Closely followed by Team Bahrain. So as they approach the lanes, the veterinary commission will place the heart rate monitors straight on. They'll be on for a maximum of 60 seconds, and they'll average the heart rate. And it needs to be 64 beats per minute or less.
Alongside the veterinary surgeon, we've seen what we've got there, a bit saying vet writer, because there are specific forms that are produced for each of the criteria to be written down onto a form which will then be put on the computer, so everything is documented, nothing is left untouched. And the first rider in, Erkam Demir, we saw come through the finish line at the end of the first loop, still not presented yet.
And that's right. So, you know, we thought that might be the case. We've got the more experienced horses who are now trotting and have passed the heart rate examination.
This is Jose Oliveira's Pogar representing Uruguay. This is a big moment in the 2023 the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosque Endurance Cup, as the first riders are now put in front of the veterinary panel.
So the vet's now assessing the gait of these horses. Any concerns, and they can call a panel. So 3 vets. They don't confirm, they write down the pass or fail on a piece of paper, which is then passed to the president of the ground jury. It takes 3 vets to remove a horse from the competition.
Next door to them was Issa Hamid Dakil Al Netza from Bahrain, Frisia de la Pearl, that was number 7, but this is number 23 being trotted up. Abdullah Teos Al Naimi with Jawad de Fignals for Qatar.
Here comes Maria Alvarez Ponton, closely followed by Omar Blanco Rodrigo for Spain. To be met by her husband, Juma Punti Dax, also previous world champion and 3rd at the championships last weekend. So 137, the leader out on course, is making his way to the vetting area for Turkey.
Now, the reason that he would have delayed a few moments was because just to get the heart rate down, he felt it was over 64 beats per minute.
That's right, yeah. Horse taking a bit longer to recover, potentially running faster than it's used to. And just, I think what we're seeing is the difference between the professional teams who've rehearsed this time and time again and the more amateur teams. And, you know, that's fine. It's a level playing field.
And everybody starts as an amateur. More coming in. Let's not forget, we had 200 starters at the beginning of the first of the 4 loops. Omar Blanco Rodrigo for Spain, Jem El Sobrino, number 129. And there is 137, Erkan Demir's Draguna. Checking the
heart rate monitor now on.
Bib 56 going for the trot up. That's Bahrain's Mohammed Al-Hamid Al-Hashmi, Leon.
Number 7 there, Issa Hamid Dakhil Al-Annazi, Frisia de Lap. More horses now coming in off the course. Number 30, Abdul Malik Al Toyam from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, HM Batikada. So these horses now have passed the veterinary inspection. They're now heading to the hold, to the rest area, where their crews will work to look after the horse and rider. Making the trot now, number 137, who was the leader from the first loop.
And we've just got a score in on these wonderful systems. We've got Jose Olivero for Uruguay. His speed on loop 1, Harry, 22.825 kilometers per hour. So nearly 23 kilometers per hour. Tell us a little bit about where that stands for the day's ratings.
So, I mean, I think we looked at the speed last year and it was around 23. So it's slightly slower than the speed last year, but you know, it's still around what we would expect at this point. Very, very.
And the word stop on the left-hand side of that board means they've got through the vetting, and then now the clock has stopped, and the clock has started for the 40 minutes, but they're safely through.
So vet just checking the muscle tone, checking the back where the saddle goes. Run the hands over the back, down the legs, check for any lumps, abrasions, swellings. Okay, horse is now in the crew area, in the rest area, taking on some fluid, some feed. It's important that they are eating and drinking all day long.
We're now looking at the ride of Diana Chopita for Argentina. Fafica, another one of the larger bred horses. 155. Alex Luca Morel for Spain. That's Fahad.
Alex Luke trains for the team Bahrain, so working together there as one. More riders coming off the track.
I think that is Sahan Hamid Dakil Al Netzner for Bahrain. Tourist de l'Ecran, owned by Al Sivinat Endurance. Trained by Ibrahim Alia Ashur. And all the dominant nations have specific trainers for their teams.
That's right. Sometimes the rider isn't necessarily the trainer. The trainer can train a whole raft of different horses, especially in this part of the world, in Team Bahrain, Team UAE, Uruguay. The more professional stables will have a lot of horses in the running.
How are you feeling as a rider when you come in here?
I think it's a tense moment. The vet gate is always a tense moment, and the first vet gate, often the ride can be kind of won or lost on that first vet gate. You know, have you made the right decisions that set you up then for the rest of the day? I think once you can get past the halfway point, it doesn't get any easier, but at least then the distance of the loops becomes a bit shorter. You can start to manage that in your head, but one loop at a time is very much the psychology that I deploy.
Good shot there of a saddle, as you say, made of carbon fibre and
plastic tree, very small. They don't have the long flaps that we see there. Juma Puntidax trotting his wife's horse, Maria Alvarez Ponton's horse.
And he himself a world champion, isn't he?
Yeah, and bronze medalist from last weekend. These horses, so he has two horses who are in the leading group. That's Maria's and Omar Blanco Rodrigo's. Those have been trained in Dubai to acclimatise in the deep sand. And then he has two from his home country in Spain who are in the middle of the pack, taking a bit longer.
And there's a lovely shot of a very relaxed horse.
So it's looking after the horses now. This is the main priority, making sure these horses want for nothing. They eat, they drink. Number 30.
Abdelmalik Al Twaim, HM Fatka Ada. One of the many Kingdom of Saudi Arabian representatives.
They must trot on a loose rein without influence from being held, and more riders coming off the track.
95, Zakakada Al-Krawashi.
Number 90, Ibrahim Al-Qurashi with Saddam. '53, Mohammed Al-Harbi from the Kingdom with Gaivota. Crews awaiting the arrival of their riders. So we've had the leading group through. The rest of the field very spaced out already.
And the countdown we're watching there, we could just stay on that. So Jose Oliveira, who's gone through 1:69, he's 29 minutes approximately. That is left before he has to go out back on the course.
That's right.
Or can go out back on the course, I should say.
Yeah. So vets there listening to the guts. They'll do that on both sides, all 4 quadrants of the gut.
And this Rayman Al-Mopti's horse, JM Faravan, one of the favourites from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Rayan, great shot there of the riders looking to cool those legs. In nice water.
And the horses are very comfortable, as you can see, to put their legs in. Doesn't take a lot of training, does it, to get a horse to just stand in water? Of course, they'd stand in water naturally themselves if they were in an environment where there was ponds and lakes and things.
But, you know, I think training in order to make them stand in a bucket, they've got their rear legs in the bucket as well there, nice water. That's, you know, this is practiced, and it will be done, part of their routine.
Number 95 coming in on that leading quintet. Zaki Kada Al-Qurasi, Kada du Palares. Jose Oliveira first through the vet gate successfully, and there is Pogar.
Now our leading horse and rider, they'll be the first back out onto course. They overtook the horse that came off the loop first on loop 1. Recovery time of 2 minutes and 1 second with a heart rate of 58.
And this is Jawad Fingdols, the ride of Abdullah Tayas Al-Naimi for Qatar.
In second place, recovery time of 1 minute 56 with a heart rate of 63.
And there was a wonderful moment there where we saw Abdullah Abdul-Rahman Al-Sega for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Balloon Paris, jumping off in a bit of a hurry. So this is, it is about speed here.
Time is really of the essence here. The quicker they can get these horses cooled down into the vet gate, the quicker they can get back out on course.
.145. Being checked by the crew. Karijava for Estonia with Quigley. .186, delighted to be back here. That's Tariq Teha for the Kingdom, riding Saga Noir. And all these horses here now, preparing to be presented to the vets. This is the sloshing area, as it's known. All that water, as we saw a clip of earlier in the programme, all the water has also been fully iced. So, of course, with the natural temperatures out here in the desert, it's quickly warmed up, so that it's very chilled, the water, to keep the horses comfortable. And this is 137. This is the rider who first arrived back in to the vet gate, Erkan Demir. And just through the vets, looks like into the hold area. 40 minutes the whole time. Shaman Al-Qurashi, number 94 with this, so there's M. Muscat. This is very, very much about making the horse comfortable, all about the welfare, the comfort there. You'll see that crew member wiping the horse's face, you know, the sweaty marks. It'll be sweaty underneath the bridle marks, just making it more comfortable so it's not itching or anything like that. 1-2-9, that was Uma Blanca Rodrigo for Spain. And a big ground jury who work alongside the technical delegates, the organisers, and also the veterinary panel. And their job is to ensure that all the aspects, you just see there, he's unfolding the flags which have been caught up because of the wind that's just starting to pick up out on the course. Their job is, and they will be all over the course, the grand jury, their job is to make sure that everything is correct and proper, the way it's meant to be done. That's interesting there, but a horse wearing boots, which you don't often see there. That's number 19, Amas Al Mohammed, and Gaja Venus wearing boots because perhaps that horse goes very, as they say, very close in front. So you'll see the hooves there. It's just preventing the hooves from clipping the legs of the horse on the other side. So just a bit of protection. You have to be very careful wearing boots, especially in a situation like this, and they will take those boots off and wash them before they come back out, because of course they've now just gone 38 kilometers in the sand, and sand will have got inside those boots. That's inevitable, you can't stop that, so you could act as a bit of abrasion. So the moment they get in, when they untack the horse, they will take those boots off. They may even put a fresh pair of boots on. They'll wash the horse's legs and cool them down, as we've seen as part of the process anyway, but that is just there because they would have found that over the training period of this particular horse, it knocks his joints, and of course that in itself can get the horse to be a bit sore and make them lose or have to come out of the competition. So interesting piece of tack being used there by Anas Al Mohammed and Gaja Venus for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And a lot of more rushing around in the sloshing area. (148). We're watching Maria Jordanova for Bulgaria. Her horse Durat Al Fateh being presented, closely followed by Zubaydah Al Sabdi Al Ali Basha for Uruguay. So it looks like 148 successful through the vet. They look happy now. Now go into the hold area where we've seen the horses being fed a bit more chill time, and it's very much a chill time, and this is a wonderful shot of the chill time. Horses very comfortably munching on the hay. They won't be given completely ad-lib. There will be the amount of horses that they will they'll be given just enough that they're happy and comfortable that the horses take on board before they go out on the second loop after their mandatory hold period of 40 minutes. There was the man who was first in, Erkan Demir, with Draguna and his crew. Of course, not all horses will, like humans, not all naturally want to eat when you want them to. What's the old expression? You can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. So that horse there just being invited to take on some sustenance. Let's hear from Laura Richardson, the Equestrian Sector Development Director.
Laura, thank you very much for joining us here. Can you just tell us a little bit about your role with the Royal Commission of AlUla?
Certainly. So I'm the Equestrian Sector Development Director here. and so responsibility for all equestrian activities in AlUla, ranging from our world-class events through to community engagement and development, training programs, horse welfare, tourist rides and activities.
And what does it mean for you to host an event like this here in AlUla?
It's absolutely exhilarating to see the top horses and riders from around the world converge on AlUla for this incredible event in this stunning, stunning landscape. It's one of the most technically challenging races in the world. The riders want to be here to challenge themselves, and it's just brilliant for the whole community here to be able to see the best in the world on the ground here.
And what about the principles of the sport that you like to see here, that you're trying to build on for the future, perhaps?
Yeah, so we actually have 5 riders from the local AlUla community competing in this race this weekend. And so we've worked really hard preparing them for this race, giving them lots of technical support and logistical support in terms of enabling them to have their horses as fit and well prepared as possible for this race. And I think what we can all see on the ground here when we look at the crewing and the trotting area and the vet gates is how well these horses are cared for, how dedicated all the crews are and the riders are to the welfare of their horses. And this is really pushing through to the community as well through their experience here this weekend.
And over the last few years, we've seen this venue transform. It's becoming a real centre for endurance. What does the future hold?
Absolutely. So this year is by far the biggest and best event we've hosted, and the facilities are world class now. And what we want to do now is take this venue from an events venue, and it's going to become a hub for equestrian activities on the ground in AlUla year round. And we will be first activating some air-conditioned stabling and paddocks and exercise facilities so horses can live here in the community year round. And beyond that, then we will use this facility to engage with the local community. We're going to put in training programs for grooms, stable management, equestrian facilities maintenance, farriers, and continue our brilliant rider development program from here as well.
So we can look forward to another great AlUla Championship ride next year?
And more. So the plan is that we will host a wider range of events that will be different levels of endurance distances so that we can enable the local community to qualify more riders through increasing the levels of races and distances that they do. And hopefully we'll have more riders competing for AlUla next year as well.
Laura Richardson from the RCU, thank you very much. Phil, back to you.
Well, how exciting is that to hear from Laura Richardson with the developments that are going to be expected over the next few years. You heard her say that this beautiful area, this equestrian village that they are, it's under development. It's already progressed considerably over the last 12 months, and it's just getting bigger and bigger, and this is going to become a very, very important hub in the Middle East and the world for equestrian activity. Already polo takes place here. I know that they're looking to have some show jumping and other disciplines as well. So very, very exciting for the area. And we've got 5 riders directly from AlUla. We'll talk more about them later. But it's already becoming the home of one of the most important endurance events in the world, as we now see 165, I think that was Lino Moreira with Indigo Rio Frio, one of the Portuguese riders here coming in to the vet gate. And just looking at the timing, so the current leader, the first through the vet gate, Jose Oliveira with Uruguay, is due to start in 9:20 and 25 seconds. So in about 15 minutes or so, we will expect Jose Oliveira and Pogar for Uruguay to go out onto the white loop. That is loop number 2, Wadi Nakila, 32.1 kilometers. And they are just about, as I say, about 15 minutes away from, 16 minutes away from going out onto the course. As we watch now some of the other competitors coming in, we started with over 200. And they will come in at over a period of half an hour or so as they come in their different speeds. And as we were saying earlier, it doesn't necessarily mean that the first home here now and the first that will leave to go out onto Loop 2 will be your winners at the end of this wonderful afternoon. We saw some shots there of Margot Chazelle, who's third last year with Castlebar Gameway. They were number 135. We've now moved on to number 31, Abra Al-Qudayr with Karawang Rococo, one of the Saudi Arabian riders. There are 25 riders here who are under 21 years old, and as we see those throughout the competition, we will pick up and introduce them to you on the screen I'm talking about, because it's a big moment for some of the under 21-year-olds. This will be one of the very few 120-kilometer rides that they have done, and of course competing at this level here is fantastic. I think we're looking at Cristiano Lalisco's head groomer gentleman there just filming in the background. We talked about the experience of the competing athletes, both equine and human, but the crew members themselves, and we're looking at this, we've got a whole load of crew members here, you know, their experience is vital as well. You can't just say to sort of some pal up the street, you wouldn't just give us a hand tomorrow, can you?
You could, but I don't know if the result would be so good. These guys are really experienced. I mean, Constanza's crew there with bib number 8, they are very experienced. They are living and breathing endurance and are in and part of the team. You know, obviously the rider's role is absolutely fundamental to this sport, but the crew, you couldn't do it without the crew, and a good crew can pick up a horse that's tired, they can pick up a rider that's tired, and they can really help get things going again. Some relaxed riders out on course.
And interesting, we saw there, and I want to just talk to you a little bit more about this. We saw one of the riders there, I thought he's 1-3 something, I'm sorry I couldn't pick up exactly who it was, but the standing up in the stirrups, the format of riding, because of the distance, is slightly different to others. You've got them in very, very long stirrups, but we're seeing this rider here just taking her weight off the horse's back, so to speak.
That's it, and I think the key thing for me is variation. So not being too rigid and staying in one particular position, but mixing it up. So you're varying where your weight is, but being up and out of the seat when the going is nice and firm, that's a great place to be.
Number 28 on the left of the screens, Sultan Salim Kamis Al Shamouzi for Oman, riding F. Shaman Al Shakab.
Less than 10 minutes now, Phil, until the leaders are back out onto Loop 2, which led to believe is the more challenging of the loops.
And the first out will be Jose Oliveira in Pogar for Uruguay.
Closely followed by Abdullah Al-Naimi with Jawad De Fignals.
Now we're seeing some massaging going on here. Again, you know, if you didn't know much about the ins and outs of this wonderful equestrian sport, when you look at a lot of what's going on in terms of preparation for the next loop, it's very similar to humans, isn't it? You know, there's massaging going on, there's all sorts of metabolics and liquid taking on board, electrolytes, making sure you're reducing dehydration possibilities, things like that.
Yeah, very similar to a marathon competitor, you know, popping into the physio tent at the end of a marathon, you know, getting a quick massage on those muscles, especially in the quarters, perhaps a little bit of arnica gel, just to, you know, help reduce any stiffness, because it's all about these small micro decisions, the micro actions that add up, that equate to time lost on the track, tired horses, and ultimately failing to qualify in the veterinary panel.
And then number 59, Abdul Rahman Al Hazlul, Druwais Al Shakab for the Kingdom. We did see a shot there of a very relaxed Pogar. That's the ride of Jose Oliveira, who'll be first out onto leg 2 as we were chatting through that. There is number 19, Anas Al Mahmoud, Gajawinas. owned by Duarte Canere.
I think the fabulous thing here, Phil, is that, you know, we heard it from Laura Richardson from the RC Youth down there, is that this is just an equestrian venue and appealing to such a wide audience. You know, we've got riders here, we've got the elite, the very best in the world, and we've got local riders and riders who are here for qualification and for completion, and we're seeing the full spectrum today. What a fantastic experience for some of these riders.
Number 79 there, Fahad Al-Asami with Duca.
I'm a little bit jealous of these riders now.
It I've been with you the last 24 hours, and I know you're hankering to ride here next year, Harry. I don't think you'll be let off the commentary job, to be honest with you. Now preparations to go out onto the second loop. This is the leader, Jose Oliveira for Uruguay with Pogar. And that just showed you what a relaxed, just the whole scene around them was totally relaxed. 9 minutes to go before they go out on the course. They'll be slowly followed by Abdullah Twais Al-Naimi for Bahrain, wearing bib 23.
And we saw a little bit of barrier cream being applied to the heels, and that's to stop the sand causing any kind of rubs or abrasions. And, you know, little small things like that, you know, a small heel rub, a red heel or cracked heel, you know, such a very minor thing that could cause the end of the day. So they have to be taking care of every little detail, and the crew really have to be on top of everything.
On exactly that point, Harry, these horses are clipped. They've had, the winter coats, if you like, taken off to keep them the temperature as low as possible for them to make them comfortable. But we also see, you can't see it quite clearly on the horses we're looking at the moment, but you often get the saddle area left, and again, so the hair is longer on that area, and that's just to, just to give a little bit more protection from any rubbing, because of course, we've got the sand in the air here, and it can get underneath the saddle, underneath the, can rub.
Yeah, that's right, and around the girth area as well.
They're ready, preparing to go. Just a few moments now before they go out onto the second loop.
Horse just taking an opportunity to have a roll in the sand. Just like we see these horses at home, it's a long day. These horses are, the closest they can be to their natural environment, what they would be doing at home in these hold areas is really important. Letting them chill out. A great sign of a relaxed horse is taking a roll.
This is huge, because now we've got wonderful, wonderful shots of Jose Oliveira's horse Pogar as they walk towards the start of the second loop. Good shot of the stirrups there. Now, again, some of the other disciplines wouldn't have enclosed stirrups, so they're a bit of sort of caging at the front.
Yep.
What is that about?
That's because these riders are riding with trainers often without a heel, and partly for comfort, and also because, as we saw, riders can be often running with their horse at any point on the competition. And so they have to have the cage to stop the foot falling through. It's part of the rules, part of the tack requirements. All horses tack check this morning as well, 6:30, before going to the start line. Officials just approving, making sure that everything's okay. There's the new bit regulations, the length of the bit can only be 8 centimetres.
We can just see Pogar now, the top right-hand side of the screen, just being walked around.
Yep. So it's the same process as we saw before, Phil, before the start line. A little bit of warming up now. Just, the horse has been stood there, it's been stood in ice water, it's had a massage, but now it needs to limber back up again, get those muscles going again. 5 minutes and 17 seconds now before our leader goes back out on course, but just seconds separating, I mean, between first and 10th, really. And at this stage in the competition, that really is nothing. So they're cooling the horse again before now it goes back out on course. If the horse is wet, then a few kilometres, it will be evaporating that liquid, helping to keep it cool. More great horse care here. A massage, horses stood in ice water. Working those hamstrings. Just getting rid of any lactic acid that builds up in those muscles.
And this is Quigley, the ride of Karitjav from Estonia.
Okay, and more activity now as we see riders, also riders coming in, as well as the riders now being tapped to help the horses ready to go back out on course.
And some of the other groups now coming back in. Sheikh Najib bin Salman Al Khalifa, the horse Princess Safinat. There, number 12, preparing to go out on to the second loop. Good shot there, this bottom of the screen, the polo field, just below the buildings. One of the other sports that's just the beginning of this huge equestrian venue that's going to be developed over the next few years.
Great ambition of the RCU there for diversifying and growing the sports out here. Hive of activity now in Betgate 1.
There's only there's only 4 minutes splitting the first 12 competitors at this stage of the competition.
There we can see the countdown to those top riders, and we can see that's very interesting actually. You know, number 137 there, the Turkish rider came in. He took that bit longer. There's probably about 8 or 9 riders ahead of him at this point now because he took that bit longer on the to recover. So Jose is back on board.
Jose Oliveira, Pogar for Uruguay. Safe and under control at the end of the first loop, preparing to go out onto the white loop, 32.1 kilometers. So 6 kilometers shorter than the first loop.
This loop is the toughest though of the 4. Steadily climbs in altitude and then turns to come back down towards the venue. Horses and riders have to pick their way through the kind of rocky outcrops and through the deep sand.
Seconds away now before Jose Oliveira gets the second stage of the Custodian of the 2 Holy Mosque Endurance Cup underway. Here he goes.
Off he goes.
On to leg 2. Jose Oliveira, Pogar for Uruguay. 32.1 kilometers. This loop, the white loop, is, as you say, Harry, different to the other 3 loops. The other 3 loops have some common ground. This one is a separate loop on its own, going in the other direction. 195. This is coming in to the vet gate. Sorry, leaving the vet gate, thank you. Diane Chopita, and for Argentina, for Fikla Marjorie.
Okay.
What a great shot.
Cruising
what a super
out.
shot. Just relaxing, cantering away, keeping up a good pace at this early, obviously, at the start of
Absolutely,
this.
totally keen. The horse not questioning as it goes, cruising out onto loop 2. Sometimes it's a little bit challenging because you've got horses coming back the same way that you're going out. It's almost counterintuitive to the horse to go away from the other horses. Rider encouraging it now to go forwards as we see a line of horses leaving and some returning from loop 1.
Jose Oliveira leading. Abdullah Teos Al-Naimi for Bahrain. Just on his tail, just a few seconds, literally seconds behind. Third out onto the course. Mohammed Abu Hamid Al-Hasimi. There, a super shot of the location where we are very fortunate to be invited to be, in the wonderful area of AlUla.
Just wanted to pull up the record of Pogar, the leading horse. 7th in a Dubai race, the Al Wasl Endurance Cup for private stables in November 2022. So we've got Uruguay, Qatar, Bahrain. As they turn now onto the more challenging of the 4 loop course. Rider for number 10 now mounting.
Ahmed Abu Jalil Al-Awadi for Bahrain. Elfik Dalafikad, owned by the Royal Endurance Team of Bahrain. Trained by Ahmed Janahi.
No hanging around there, on and off. Good as he leaves now onto the second loop. 32.1 kilometers lies ahead. Cruising speed of the leaders now is on average 22.8.
What will you expect to happen on the speeds now, Harry?
I think what we've been told about this loop is that they're more challenging, there's more altitude difference. So I would expect the speed to maybe drop a tiny bit, and then, you know, be picked back up again towards the latter stages of the competition. Our leader from loop 1, 137 from Turkey.
Now, what can we learn from Erkan Demir's visit to the vet gate? So he's here riding Draguna. He came in first. He's now leaving. It's difficult to know exactly where he is in terms of position at the moment. We'll pick up on that. But we came in very quickly.
Came in quickly, possibly too quickly, and had to therefore make up a lot of time in the recovery area and cooling. But Phil, I just want to bring you some breaking news here that Federico Ferber and H.C. Yeazer have been removed from the competition at Vet Gate 1. So that was the lead end, the winner from last year, one of the favourites, number 141, for a regular gate. So they are removed. They failed to qualify for phase 2 of the competition. That will be a blow to Uruguay, the Alain stables for the UAE. Out of the competition is HC Ieza.
And they, of course, represent Uruguay, and the current leader is a fellow compatriot in Jose Oliveira with Pogar from Uruguay. So a blow for Uruguay to lose Federico Ferber, the last year's winner, but they do have a commanding position with Jose Oliveira. And of course, they're a very strong nation in the sport of endurance.
So number 137, our Turkish rider who came in first from the first loop, has exited in 10th place. So he's lost 10 places by taking that bit longer in the cooling area. Approximately 3 minutes behind our leading Uruguayan combination. There we see riders now coming back off the loop 1, and this is where riders who are looking for completion are really easing off the pace. Constanza, Alicia on the left there. And that is 141. HC Ieza removed from the competition now. Here's Constanza, our leading European rider on a European horse from last year. And we've heard snippets from her and more to come later in the programme as she approaches the vet gate. So she's unclipped her martingale as well to make it easier and quicker for her crew. And this cautious approach, although it feels like they're a long way off the pace, she managed a top 10 and she was a little over 16 kilometers an hour.
Well, they're all punching up. This is, you know, because the earlier competitors that came in quicker, they were coming in their ones and twos, if you like, Harry. But, you know, again, the hive of activity as this is difficult, again, to see, but there must be 20, 30 horses here arriving all at the same time.
That's it. I mean, these European riders, we saw it at the World Championships in Bahrain last weekend, working together as a team, sticking back. It pays dividends later in the race. We saw Team France at the World Championships take a silver medal, and nobody saw that coming until the last loop of the 160 kilometers. So we've got Italy, we've got France, we've got, I think, maybe the Netherlands in the middle there. There's Constanza, Alicia.
6th last year. That was riding Emirate Dubathas. She's riding Farah Dubathas this year.
Another stud in France. Big breeder of endurance horses. Here she comes into the vet gate.
And she's with, alongside, number 162, Letizia Milani, fellow countryman from Italy riding Ultimo. But this is Constanza Ludicia.
So making her way to her crew area where our crew are waiting. Okay, off the horse.
We talked about the saddle and the equipment and the products, the fabrics they're made of. The bridle's also of what I would call the Australian racing style, the sort of plastic.
Yeah, synthetic. Yeah, not you know, damaged by the sweat, all the water. Now, we heard from Constanza earlier. She likes to be hands-on. It's all about the horse for her. And here she is crewing the horse, getting the heart rate monitor on herself, taking a very hands-on role, hands-on approach. Only when her horse is happy, she might just have a rest. But first is the horse. Still a very long day lies ahead. Although these riders are somewhat off the pace as the leading group, a lot can change as we go through the competition, and we've already had a handful of riders fail to qualify from this leading group. If the group thins out more and the riders from behind get stronger, we might start to see things mix up a little bit. And I would have thought Constanza will be looking for around a top 10 perhaps. She's definitely in a great place for that. Lovely looking horse from the Bartas stud in France. just taking a few steps, walking, that's just a good way to have a moment pausing from pouring water, just clear a little bit of lactic acid, come back, take the heart rate again, check. If it's good, go into vetting. If it's still too high, more water, a little bit of walking.
And it's interesting seeing Constanza this year doing this herself, because we haven't seen many, well, in the clips that we've seen, we've not seen many riders themselves get involved with the crew at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's nice to see the rider caring and taking such an active role. And decision made at this point now, I think, that we're committed. So they're going forwards to the vet gate. There we have the riders leaving the AlUla village. So this is the part of the course where all the routes are on the same part of the track. And then they hook a left that takes them out around the white loop and up into the hills and the wadis. This loop, 32.1 kilometers. Leading group cruising just shy of 23 kilometers an hour. A little bit faster than the previous year. And the temperature, we were a little bit later in the year, this competition, so a little bit warmer out there than previously.
Yeah, I think we're 5 weeks later in the year, aren't we, from the date last year.
So Constanza now into vet. Just a reminder that Constanza was the leading European rider on a European horse that was imported last year. It's a very big ask, of course, Phil, to bring a horse from winter in Europe.
Would she be based in the Middle East for a while?
No, I don't think Constanza is. She's based in Italy.
Okay.
Trained in Italy, and the horse is flown out, I think, as you said earlier, first flight to
now we're seeing
AlUla.
We're seeing Constanza still with a heart rate monitor run. It's very easy to speculate and get things wrong, but do we presume she's probably quite close to that 64 beats per minute that she's just making absolutely sure?
Yeah, so I think any rider at this level should have a kind of rough, good indication of what they think their horse's recovery is, because if you know your horse recovers in 2 minutes and it takes 4 or 5 minutes, that's just something to be aware of and to keep in the back of your mind. Constanza, we've seen her taking the horse's heart rate. If she's confident that it's below 64, she goes to vet. Remember, if it's too high, she gets one more opportunity, so she can be a little bit more cautious on the second approach. Heart rate's good.
Okay,
now she trots. 40 metres away, 40 metres back, just to assess the gait. This horse looks very good on the trot.
Farah de Bathas.
We ask a lot of these horses, the European horses, training in the cold, dark days of winter in Europe, and then to travel out here, but this horse just looks absolutely fantastic and totally at home. The Arabian horse back in the Arabian Peninsula.
We're now looking at the metabolic checks.
That's right, so they're checking generally dehydration, but and there's various ways that they do that, and also just checking that the horse is comfortable in its back and its muscles are soft and nice. As did I guess that this horse is full of running, and there's another 3 loops ahead of it. And then
Is it a tense moment?
It's a very tense moment, yeah, because you like to think that you have a good idea going into that vetting, whether you're going to pass or fail. You know whether things are on your side or not. But of course, there are surprises. You can get there and the vet can be not impressed by something that you hadn't picked up on. And that can be your day over.
And we look as if Custodian says, okay, to the hold area.
As soon as the stats filter through to our timing system, we'll bring you an update there on what speed Constanza's travelling at and how long it took her to recover.
But a very, very successful start for the Italian champion rider.
Pretty quick into vetting there. And now into the hold area. Some food and drink for Farah de Bartas.
(192). That was Victoria Wulz from Germany, one of the 15 riders under 21 years old competing here today. Now following Constanza Lalicia back into their dedicated area within the hold area, all in the shade, as you can see, with covered the roof, so they can sit there comfortably and eat and chill out before they go out onto the second phase.
Riders still coming off loop 1. Remember, the minimum speed is 12 kilometres an hour and the leading group are doing 23. There's quite a difference there.
So the current situation as the earlier riders, the fastest riders so far out onto the course. Jose Oliveira with Pogar for Uruguay in first place. For Qatar, Abdullah Tayas Al-Naimi with Jawa de Fingals in second. Then Bahrain, the next three riders from Bahrain: Mohammed Al-Mahid Al-Hashimi, Fahid Alal Mohammed Al-Khatra, and Hamid Dakil Al-Nanasi Isa.
Running well out on this loop. Uruguayans down to one rider. Bahrain still very strong in this leading group.
So
we've got in that first group on the screen, the Bahrainis in the grey at the rear, the two white helmets and the red helmet ahead of there.
Sustenance for both equine and human athletes there. Well, a very exciting year, as for the first time ever, 21 horses got flown in to AlUla. Let's hear more about that from Gianluca Lalicia.
there are 21 invited riders from Europe. Now in Europe it's winter time, it's very cold. We move the horse to the Maastricht airport by truck. From Italy, from Spain, from Bulgaria, from Poland, need more or less 2 days travel. We divided the travel in two phases. It's very important that during the travel by truck, the horse must drink good food and walking. Arrive to the Maastricht airport, we put in the box in the airplane box for three horses, and in 6 hours more or less this year, for the first time in the history, the horse landing in AlUla. But the horses is very easy to travel by airplane. It's very important that the horse arrive in AlUla 1 week before the ride. Why? Because there is acclimatization time. Here is winter, AlUla is there is 25 degrees, it's many different. The first, second day the horse walk and arrive in perfect condition for the ride. It's very important point. During the flight there is one vet that check the horse, and when horse arrive in AlUla we recheck the horses, because remember the welfare of the horse, the welfare of our friend horses is always in the first position.
Well, such a wonderful to have the horses flown in here for the first time, which is a real stepping stone for equestrian activity in AlUla, because we've heard so much about the development of the equestrian activities here over the next few years. And of course, flying horses is going to mean that, you know, we're going to encourage a number of countries. We've got 40 nations taking part here this year. It's absolutely staggering. We've just seen clips there of Costanza Alicia as she's waiting to prepare to go out on Loop 2. The leading riders already on their way. They've been out now for about 20 minutes on Loop 2, and Jose Oliveira and Pogar in front, and here is a great shot.
I think it's important, Phil, as well, to notice, you know, just what a step forwards that is to have a local airport that their horses can fly into. You know, that wasn't possible last year or in the last times that there's been a competition here, and that's meant a long journey via road for the horses in Saudi Arabia. So it's a huge leap forwards for the sport here. Horses will be fresher, means they get more time on venue to recover. Absolutely fantastic news.
And Harry shows us the level of commitment to the investment, you know, putting in the airport to enable that to happen.
Absolutely.
You know, already tourism is growing here rapidly, and one of the main reasons that tourism is growing is because of the backdrop that we can now see on our screens. It's because it's its incredible archaeological heritage, and of course the old town of AlUla that we've seen, which is thousands of years old and still buildings remain. It's absolutely incredible.
So Loop 2, the more difficult loops, Phil, more challenging.
Different direction. It's 32.1 kilometers. And let's hear a little more about Loop 2 as the leaders are out on that loop.
Okay, here we are now on the second loop, the white loop, which is the second longest loop. This loop, for some reason, which I understand, has developed a bit of a reputation. As a young lady from Turkey said to me at lunchtime, "Is it still a heartbreaker?" I said, no, it's the riders that make it a heartbreaker. But I can honestly say that this is so much better condition-wise this year than it was last year. It's absolutely no reason for it to be a heartbreaker for any horse or rider. It is very pleasant in the most parts. Of course, there are a few parts which need a little bit more careful riding due to the depth of sand, but it is not deep enough to be considered a heartbreaker. In many ways, Loop 2 holds its own unique challenges. It has some deep patches of sand which go on for maybe a quarter of a kilometre, and people have to be aware of those. After this loop, there will be a 40-minute break. Why 40 minutes? Well, the standard is 1 minute per kilometre rest. That is a must. So it is a safety valve for the horse and the welfare of the horse. Obviously, in the long term, it is a safety valve for the rider too, but they may not always see it that way. As being competitive people, they would like to continue, but it is there for the protection of the horse.
Once again, thank you to Technical Delegate Kevin Croak for another wonderful explanation of one of the many aspects that goes into the sport of endurance.
Here we see one of the crew areas as they go under the underpass.
And that's the first riders there. Jose Oliveira with Pogar. I can't actually see the numbers, but I'm sort of rather being presumptuous that it is Jose Oliveira with Pogar still in front. Number 169.
Number 18 there, Fahad Hilal Mohammed Al Khatri with Assad for Bahrain. going under the underpass. This is the last of the kind of flat going. Then they turn right through the rocky outcrops, through those narrow stretches that we saw Kevin talk about on that feature. As we heard, this loop has got a bit of a reputation, but the team have been working on the track, working on the course. So these horses running just over 22 kilometers an hour. Estimated arrival from this loop is 10:44 local time, so just under an hour to go on loop 2. So the leading riders have done 10 kilometers already of this loop. There's a group of about 10, and then soon after Maria Alvarez-Ponton, who is about 3 kilometers behind that leading group, and then with a group of Saudi riders, including Rayan Al-Mobdi, one of the favourites for Saudi Arabia, with his horse JM Faravan.
Well, we've got the information from the Veterinary Commission. Looking at the heart rates, we've talked a lot about heart rates, about being 64 beats per minute or less. The first 3 competitors that left gate onto the second loop, Jose Oliveira, heart rate of 58. And then we had Abdullah Theos Al-Naimi, heart rate of 63, followed by another heart rate of 63 from Mohammed Al-Dahamid Al-Hashimi. So the second and third that left here, Qatar and Bahrain, were very close to that 64, but that's okay. They was below the 64 beats per minute.
Absolutely. I mean, in one way, good timing. You know, good call to go in at that point. You could argue that the leading rider, 58, could have gone quicker.
So the riders still coming in. Number 97. Number 97, Abdelhaliz Al-Roddan for Q8. Let's enjoy some of the more beautiful moments that we can see in AlUla. Along with the equestrian development, of course, the tourism being developed here in this area as well. And we talked about the international airport earlier, about bringing in horses. Of course, it's a wonderful opportunity to fly directly into AlUla as all this progresses.
There's the Veterinary
come
Commission
here
just
for
listening from the heart of
enjoy the tourism.
And Phil, I just want to point out here, this rider number 51, part of the local AlUla endurance team. So Constanza Alicia has been out here with the Italian Endurance Academy training some of the riders. The riders identifiable by the uniform that they've got, the kind of pale brown colour with the AlUla logo on their helmets as well. I think about 10 riders part of that academy who've been coaching them all on the sport, on training and on horse welfare. Right, 110. Ibrahim Abdul Rahman Al Sugahir with Wazir Dupanshia.
Interesting. Now we're seeing a horse here wearing a pair of blinkers that those that follow gallop or horse racing will be familiar to see those, but it's not something we've seen here today.
That's right, and there are FER regulations on what is acceptable in the sport, and they have to be those open almost entirely apart from the side blinkers. Often this is because the horse isn't as accepting of taking water from the crew, so it enables the crew to pass up bottles of water as the rider's gone past the head. So phase one, we saw a breakaway rider from Turkey, a leading group. Let's see some highlights from the first loop.
A little bit heavier for the horses where they have to slow down. It is deeper, the sand is deeper.
التركي كان تيمير.
Welcome back to the live action on stage 2, and at the vet gate we can give you an estimated time of arrival of Jose Oliveira and Pogar. They were the first combination representing Uruguay to leave vet gate. The vet gate 1 estimated arrival at 10:45, and it's now 9:53, so 10:45 estimated time of Jose Oliveira and Pogar for Uruguay. And of course he's only got 3 minutes split, the first 3 or 4 minutes split the first 10 competitors going into the second phase. So it will be very interesting to see how the changes in the leading group occur, because it's almost certain that there will be changes throughout the next few hours. We're now seeing number 139 leaving out. That is Marine Foucault for France, riding Amira El Jawer, owned by Abdul Aziz Saleh El Ajuba.
Lovely to see Marine just giving a horse a pat, encouraging it to go out onto that next loop. So now these riders now climbing up these rather challenging technical tracks, having to pick their way around the rocky outcrops.
And of course the prize money is superb, but along with the prize money there are some wonderful trophies, and we're just seeing a glimpse of these beautiful sculptures that we presented to the top 3 riders. Each one of those sculptures weighing over 20 kilograms.
And the world's richest endurance race, Phil. Incredible amount of prize money on offer.
900,000 Saudi Riyal up for grabs, along with a motor car. Total prize fund in euros for the first home, 226,000 euros. 163,000 for second euros, similar for third. And then prize money down to 100th place. So from 11th to 100th place, you complete, you will get 100,000 Saudi riyals, 25,000 euros.
I think that's a really important point to pick up on, Phil, is that, you know, the prize money isn't just for the top finishers, but actually it's trying to encourage a safe completion. It's trying to say, look after your horse, get it round, minimum speed 12 kilometres an hour, 25,000 euros. It's not an insignificant amount of money, and it's, you know, it's a great incentive for good horsemanship, and you know, something which is one of the founding principles of the sport. So horses there just slowing to a trot, just taking it easy as the sand gets a bit deeper. We thought this loop was the more challenging, and I think that's what we're seeing. And this is as they climb up towards the rocky outcrops, and then they come back down through the canyon. So the Uruguayan in front, closely followed by 23. Abdullah Al-Nami with Jawad Defignals for Qatar, leading the charge. Hot on their heels, Team Bahrain, led by rider number 18, Fahad Hilal Mohammed Al-Qatri with Assad. And then number 7, Isa Hamid Dakiel Al-Nizi, Frisia Delat for Bahrain. And then number 12, Sheikhat Nahlah bin Salman Al Khalifa with Princess Safinat. Then number 56, Mohammed Abdul Hamid Al Hashmi with Leon for Bahrain. So Bahrain very strong again. Team gold medalists at the World Endurance Championships last weekend, and individual gold as well. They really are leading the sport at the moment, and there we see they've climbed up to the top of that long section, and the horses now taking some fluids.
Now, slight change of plans here, Harry, from some of the water points that we saw on the first phase. These riders have stopped. We saw them, especially the front riders, keep moving in the first phase, but they've just stopped just for, you know, a couple of minutes, maybe not even that.
That's it.
But a slightly different change of tactic.
Horses in the first loop, full of adrenaline, they want to get running. It's very unlikely that you can you make the horse drink. The old saying, you can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Very true in this. You know, you cannot force the horse to take on fluids. It's likely now they've relaxed into the rhythm, more likely to drink. Also a good chance that they'll have had some electrolytes administered to them in the vet gate. Those are salts that they lose through sweating. And you know, if you increase the amount of sodium that they take on, that means that their thirst reflex increases, and so therefore, when they get to that first water point, they drink. Very important.
Peace. I was just going to say peace and tranquility out as they're well into phase 2, the Wadi Nakila, 32.1 kilometers.
And a lot of work by Brian, Kevin and the team to create these natural tracks in this absolutely stunning landscape. And no real vehicular access apart from this one support car that's following these riders. They really are alone with their horse and the terrain that lies ahead.
So estimated time, arrival 45 minutes from now. 45 minutes we expect to see the predicted expected time to see the first riders in at the end of the second phase.
Just 18 kilometers left for these leading riders, already well on their way around this loop. Now, a good place to be in this pack would be towards the back. So, you know, rider in the middle, rider 18, just relax, potentially number 7 as well. Obviously, the Veterinary Commission, absolutely central to this sport. We talked about the Veterinary Commission. President of the Veterinary Commission, Carlos Ponferrada. Let's hear from him about the welfare of the sport.
My job is particularly focused on horses and the way they have to be treated during the day. My job is just try to get them back home.
Could you just talk us around what you've got on site and the referral point as well?
Yeah, the treating facilities as something we were visiting this morning is a big tent with about 25, maybe 27 boxes for treating. All of them prepared for receive a horse.
Can you tell us a little bit about the criteria that you'll be using to assess the horses on the day?
Yeah, sure. Every single horse is going through different exams during the ride, and then if the horse is not passed, this is automatically out of the competition. There will be another possibility. One of those horses that is being eliminated needs treatment because his body condition is deteriorating, it is not recovering properly. So we need to send them quickly to the bed treating area, and then they will take care of him. They do whatever is need to be done to get the horse as soon as possible back on track.
And President of the Veterinary Commission, what will a good day look like for you?
Oh, I said that 1 week ago. A good day for me is all the clinic beds are really having coffee, not really busy. All the horses are released from the clinic, or those who need treatment, and all the horses are taking a plane back home. There's an old saying in endurance, to finish is to win. You know, we have 200 horses, more than 200 horses. Only one will be the winner. What about the rest? Some of them will get eliminated. But what about the one that is finished at the last moment of the day, but is still in shape, is still fit, getting into the gate and tell, hey, I did it. So to me, this horse really deserves the highest respect. And this is what this sport is all about.
Wonderful words there from Carlos Ponferrada, the President of the Veterinary Commission, and rather expressing what we've been saying, Harry, the success of taking part in such an important endurance or important sporting event, whatever it might be here, is not just about perhaps being home first, but about finishing. That is an incredible achievement, and of course reflected in the very generous prize money that's been offered for any horse that actually completes. It shows that the whole of the organising committee of this event, how much, what's the word I'm looking for, how much appreciation and congratulation that they want to give to people who actually complete.
That's totally right, Phil. You know, to being fit to continue all the way through and having a horse finish at the end of the day that looks fresh and has more running left in it, you know, whether it's first or last, it doesn't really, you know, the competition first and foremost is between yourself and the terrain and the distance. And those are the founding principles of our sport. Only a handful of the really elite riders will be challenging for first, second, third place. The rest of the riders will be in a new part of the world, on new tracks, potentially trying the distance for the first time, qualifying, using this for championship qualification, and they will be looking for completion. And all the facilities here, the Veterinary Commission, the treating vets, the stewards, they will all be here until the last finisher crosses the line. And even then, the veterinary support continues to make sure all the horses recover okay. And as Carlos Ponferrada said, until they are safely on a plane back home.
Leading group out on their way. And still, look at the ears pricked, very comfortable.
They're really having to ride this loop, Phil. You know, it's not just a case of keeping the same speed. It's alternating speed, changing the balance, changing the lead of the horse so that they're not always striking off with the same leg, and that therefore using the same group of muscles, but mixing it up a little bit. Uruguayans again leading from the front. This is the pattern we saw on the first loop, but we lost the winner from last year, who failed to qualify for this phase of the competition because of the regular gate. So he's on his own, this guy, Jose.
So in second at the moment, Fahid Halal Mohammed Al Qathri for Bahrain, riding Assad. Followed by Issa Hamid Dakil Al Anesi with Frisia Delap, also part of the Royal Endurance team of Bahrain. So again, we've got this comparatively small group from the 200 starters who are making strides and stretching out on their own away from the chasing pack of the rest of the competitors.
Great shot of the terrain that lies ahead of them. From this distance, you know, all the sand looks the same, but I can guarantee you that it's changing all the time, and these riders have to be adaptable to what's ahead of them as they approach a checkpoint or a water point. And this is the turning point on this loop, so they're almost at the highest point. This is a water and control point, and then they turn back and they have to go downhill in the deep sand, which is quite a challenge.
1 kilometre splitting the first 8 riders. There's Jose Oliveira and Pogar with for Uruguay. They've got 15 kilometres left on loop 2.
A water point here. Riders slowing to walk, taking water from the officials out on course, and a quick drink for the horses before they go again. Water points perfectly positioned at the end of these kind of long climbs. The water point just stretch that field out again, and we'll see it now condense back down again as riders work together to cover the terrain. At this point, the competitiveness between these riders is not, you know, not much. There's not much there. It's all about those latter loops when we will really see who has the running left for the podium places.
Jose Oliveira Pogar for Uruguay. Abdullah Tails Al-Naimi for Qatar with Jawa Defingles. Mohammed Abdul Hamid Al-Hashimi for Bahrain. And number 18 there. Fahad Halal Mohammed Al-Qathri and Assad also for Bahrain. .35 predicted left for the leaders on this loop.
So there we have Constanza Alicia. She has been cruising at a speed of 15.1 kilometers an hour. And this is in the similar speed that she did last year. Recovery time, the time it took to cool and lower the horse's heart rate was 2 minutes 51 with a heart rate of 63, perfectly timed, and A's and 1s across the board for all the metabolic scores. She's due out on course any second now, on the horse and walking, just limbering up again before going back out onto course. She's in 70th place at the moment, but let's wait and see if that creeps up. This is very similar to her tactics from last year, not getting, and there she goes. She didn't get carried away last year, she took it nice and easy, and at the end of the day she was in the top 10.
So we look the former European champion, Italian champion, go out onto her second phase. Constanza Lancisia. And as she disappears onto phase 2, let's hear from her about her race.
It's really amazing ride in the desert. Last year I finished in 6th position, and about this year the first goal is to finish the race. And the most important things for me is the welfare of my horse. So it's really important that at the finish of the race my horse is in a good condition. I will ride in AlUla this year Farah Dubartas. I love her. He has a strange behavior sometimes because she is scared about all the world that is around her. She, of course, has trust to me. Usually we training a horse 4 or 5 times in a week. From European country to the desert, we have a long trip to do. So we start from here more or less 10 days before the race. We start with the trailer and the car. We arrive at the airport, and there the horse takes the plane and goes to the desert. And usually I give to my horse some days for rest, and after I continue the training until the race. While I'm competing, I'm focused on my goals. So I'm focused on the track, I'm focused on the race, and also sometimes on the landscape that I have around me. Like in AlUla, the landscape is amazing, so it's important, and I enjoy also the landscape. I want to be in a group because it's very important for an endurance horse to compete together with other horses, like in cycling, no? If you are alone, for your mind is hardest. If you are in a group, of course it's easiest to compete. In my mind I have an idea of my progress, I have an idea of the speed that I have in that moment, and also about the kilometers that I have already did. The GPS is really important to control the average speed, the time that I put in the race, and also the kilometers. When I finish the race and I come back to my home, the first thing is to put a lot of feeding in the paddock and a long period of rest for the welfare of the horse in our idea of training and of endurance. After a big race and competition, the horse needs to rest for some months, 3, 4, 5 months. It depends by the race and also by the difficulty of the race. So it's really important that the horse rests and is in a good condition.
Wonderful explanations from the former European champion, Constanza Alicia, who's out on the course now on Loop 2. We're 30 minutes approximately away from the first competitors coming back at the end of the first loop. We've had a message through from one of the viewers asking us how the riders know where they're actually going on the course, Harry? Because, of course, when you see shots like this, these beautiful helicopter shots, it's not totally obvious what the markers are out there, and somebody's actually texted in to say, how do they know where they're going? Because it's very well flagged, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you would just make it out on the screen, but the flags to the right of where the riders are on the track, the white flags, the white loop, and they follow the colour flag for that loop. So when they come back, they'll start to merge onto the loop, which has the entrance into the vet gate where all the different coloured loops all merge together, and they have to navigate flag to flag. But of course, Phil, there's two controls in place as well. We've got checkpoints, and there you see the coloured flags, of course. We've got checkpoints out on course, and GPS trackers on all the horses. So the systems, the timing software company here can track where the horses are and where the riders are at any point.
Just point out, when we saw the flags there, a great shot of the flags blowing. Here we go. The flags, of course, each of the loops are coloured: red, white, yellow and blue. So as you can see here, these flags, which are very close to the start for each of the loops, you've got all four colour flags. Of course, as they stretch off into the individual aspects of each loop, those flags will then change and be just the blue or blue and yellow, whatever it is. So the identification is very, very clear for the riders as we see them there in the distance.
And of course, you know, the part of the challenge, and in order to qualify for the next phase of the competition, there's two parts. There's the veterinary assessment, but they must do the distance. They must complete the course in the right order and not take any shortcuts, obviously. It's if you get lost and you lose your place on the track, that's okay. You come back to where you lost, retrace your steps to where you deviated, and then you go again. But the marking here, the way these flags are positioned so close together, I think that's going to be, don't want to tempt fate, but it's quite hard, I think, to see how a rider could get lost. So this is as they come now and they descend through the canyon back down towards AlUla village. You can really see there as they glide to the right and then round to the left. This is a real downhill stretch.
The leading competitors have covered about 60 kilometres now of the 120 kilometres.
So leading rider Maria Alvarez Ponton for Spain is just trailing this leading group, but one to watch. Her husband Juma Punti Dax, bronze medalist last weekend in Boudib. Let's hear from Juma on Team Spain's approach for the race here in AlUla.
Hi Juma, thank you for joining us. So, bronze medal individual for you at World Championships. It's your wife Maria riding. Do you think Spain coming in as, you know, one of the favourite nations, does that add a pressure to you and the horses?
No, it is not a pressure. I think it is one of the favourite nations because the level that we reach Spain now is honestly is high. Since many years we are touching the gold medal for teams, and we got many medals for individual. That is thanks for giving us the chance to come closer to the high level. Then I think it is, but no pressure.
And what tactics will you use to tackle the terrain here, which is quite challenging?
I know this track from the last year, and last year was coming here only to see the track with European horses. This year we bring two horses to try to get a little bit more information with a little bit more speed, to know if one day we hear that could be a championship, then it's better to know a little bit more about the track and these things. But it's really technical, and the ground some parts is a little bit hard, but it's many deep scenarios that is really a tactic way, and in this year is not like the last year that was a little bit cold. This year is warmer, and I think it will be another extra point to handle on the tactic.
And just briefly, how did you acclimatise the horses to this temperature, the heat, the going? Have these horses been in Dubai with you?
Yeah, the two horses that we will put a little bit in front are being in Dubai. Then for them, the hot weather is not so bad from the other ones. The two horses that we bring in Europe, that is something interesting for us, because like this we can try to learn a little bit more in case that one day is the championship. Then we'll see. The ones that came in from Europe is not, honestly, we need to be very fair, and they don't have too many chance to do much, but at least we will learn from them. We will go very slow, and on the speed that we're supposed to go, we don't supposed to have any problem, because we will go like a training day.
Great. Well, we'll be watching Team Spain. Thank you very much, and very best of luck.
Thank you very much to you, and I hope so we will have a lot of luck. We will need.
Thank you.
Thanks to you. Bye-bye.
Well, Harry, yesterday you spoke to Juma there, Juma Pontatakis, of course, Maria Ponton out on the course, his wife. He's obviously extremely experienced, and he was describing some of the, I always call it micro decisions that they have to make to come here. There are dozens of them, aren't there?
Of course, yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think what he's saying there is that he's got two horses that have got a very good record. They've been based in Dubai to acclimatise. He's running those horses a little bit towards the front. And then a couple of horses back home in Spain that are over here. A bit of a test for those horses, you know, a bit of an unknown. And Juma's using this as an opportunity to see what their potential is for future championships. And so, two different, totally different tactics. So we've got Maria and Omar Blanco Rodrigo riding just off the pace of this leading group that we're seeing on the screen. And then the other Spanish riders further back. And this is all about preparation, using it as training, for future competitions. You never know. Those horses that are running in the middle to the rear of the pack in a year's time might be the leaders. Takes a lot of time and endurance to get those foundations right, to understand those horses, to be able to read the signals properly, and, as you say, make those little micro actions that all add up to the end result.
Well, great to hear from one of the leading riders in the world, and has been, the family have been for a considerable time now. They're probably the most experienced, and Harry will correct me if I'm wrong, but probably the most experienced European couple in the sport.
Absolutely. They've been, you know, both Maria and Juma been world champion previously and European champion. Maria twice world champion. You know, they live and breathe endurance, and their name is just synonymous with the sport.
And it's perhaps not surprising, but it's wonderful to see their support here in AlUla, as they have appreciated the growing sport and the importance of the sport here.
Yeah, and they competed here. Juma competed here himself last year. And as he said, you know, we came last year to check the course, to see how it ran. They weren't pushing at all. And then this year, now they have a better understanding of the course. They can be more competitive. Approaching another water point in the leading riders. This group of 8 staying together on the course as they make their descent down on the white loop. This is one of the official water points manned by the organising committee. Just 9.4 kilometres left for these leading riders. They are 2/3 of the way around this second loop. The more challenging of the 4 loops. Horse is taking a drink there, nice to see. It's always handy when one horse goes to take a drink, the others then follow suit. They can afford to take this time as well. There's no benefit now in them all leaving and pushing on. There's the riders behind them, there's a good gap.
Of course, we're seeing here the action at a water point, and the riders are picking up the bottles, they're pouring water over their horses, discarding the bottles, because all the bottles are collected and cleared up after the event, but there's such a speedy amount of time required to get them underway. They just discard the bottles quickly, but they're all cleared up and cleaned up the whatever they can make on their way by the crew. everything looking very, you know, they're still keeping up the pace, but they're looking, you know, we've got about 20 minutes before we expect them now into the second vet gate, Harry. Looking comfortable.
Very comfortable, very relaxed. It's just spreading out a little bit. Again, the Uruguayan rider stretching the field. You know, this means that the other riders potentially having to go a bit faster than they would without that Uruguayan rider there. But the question is, can they go the distance? This group, all based in the Gulf states, they were all used to training in the temperature with the sand and the deep sand. So these shots coming to us via the helicopter. Sometimes we lose a little bit of signal as we go further away from the vet gate. We just come back to the vet gate there.
Interesting in those shots, Harry, to see the infrastructure. You know, we're talking about the wonderful future of equestrian sport here, and this equestrian village developing into covering more sports, but also the infrastructure has been built to support that with hotels and restaurants and things, all for the tourists. But this is now action.
Great horse there, number 87, really full of running and keen to get going onto the white loop.
One of the under 21-year-old riders. This is Fahid El Karashi, representing Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, riding Quasar.
Very keen to get going. Horse looks strong, fit well. And just to bring you some stats on where we are in the competition, 55 riders failed to qualify for the second loop, 152 still running. So the action started at 7 AM this morning in the dark as riders warmed up. Let's just remind ourselves where we started the day. Let's take a look.
Back in the hold area. Some of the horses still being prepared to make their way. Now we see the bridle going on here. Oh, in fact, and the saddle itself.
Julia Montagne for France, leading rider. She's in 32nd place. Let's hear from her and her race strategy.
Hi, Julia. Thank you for your time. What does it mean to compete at a venue like this, AlUla?
For me, it's the first time. I'm very pleased and thankful to be invited to this, I think, amazing race. I think we are very lucky and we will try to do our best.
And your horse has previously done very well at 160. Do you think the horse will run well here tomorrow?
Yes, the horse has a lot of experience. But okay, we are coming from Europe, it's winter. I think tomorrow we will try to finish, to do a good race, the best we can do, but looking with the condition. Also.
Okay, thank you very much.
Harry, you spoke to Julia Montagne, of course she's riding for France, one of the 21 riders who've come over here to take part. A bigger contingent, a lot bigger contingent from that we've seen before from Europe here, just showing the attraction of this and the importance of the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques endurance race.
It's a huge race on the endurance calendar worldwide nowadays. More nations represented here than the World Championships, in fact, a week ago. Julia, very well qualified endurance rider from France, and the horse she's riding was second at Julanges in 2021 over 160 kilometers, and then 7th in Compiègne, 160 kilometers at 20.1 kilometers an hour. So the horse, very well qualified, at a longer distance than the 120 we're asking the horses to do today. So let's see, but there's obviously a realization from these European riders that they can only, they've come from winter in Europe, they're coming to the heat of the desert, they're riding to the conditions, and that's absolutely crucial, is that they manage their horse and, as Julia said, looking for completion. So we saw the riders going out under this underpass. They've now returned back and they're heading under the road again. I would say from there just maybe 3-4 kilometers back to home, now on the flat through the town of AlUla. This is a crew point as well, taking on much needed water. A little bit of a breaking off of the leading riders there, still for Uruguay. Jose Oliveira with Pogar leading the field. Uruguay dominated the first loop and now dominating the second loop too. Riders behind not necessarily responding, but one rider has gone with Jose. And maybe the speed now increasing as they hit this flat section where the sand isn't as deep, heading back towards the vet gate. The officials here taking their positions, and the crew will soon start to be milling around, preparing for the arrival. Great shots there as they head down towards the venue. This is just on the horizon of the screen. Agriculture, a key sector for AlUla. And here we go, the preparation of the vet gate. So we can hear a bit more about the vet check from Gianluca. What's involved, what it takes. Let's hear from him now.
The vet commission checked the horse 6 times. 1 time before the ride to tell if the horse can start or not, after the first loop, after the second loop, after the third loop, before to start for the last loop, and after the finish line. If there is some problem during one of these visits, the horse is eliminated. Or if there is a responsibility, rider can withdraw his horse in each moment. In endurance, it's very important to finish to win. And the respect for the horse, you can have a good result only if you respect 100% the horse. The road is very long and we can cut our road. No shortcut. Give time to your horse and you receive from horse all that your horse can give you.
Well, we're 10 minutes away from the first horses expected back at the vet gate. we're watching the preparation now as the crews get ready for the end of the second phase. Let's hear from one of the Veterinary Commission, Nicola Palati.
So the official vet, when the horse goes into the vet gate, wants to make sure that he is able to continue the race or that he finished in a good condition. What the official will check, first of all, is the heart rate, where they will make sure that the heart rate will be lower than 64. The heart rate is a parameter taken into consideration to understand if the horse is tired or not. And after that, the horse will trot for 40 meters back and forth, just to make sure that he has not any lameness or any orthopedic issue. And then they will be checked on the gut sounds, on the lung sounds, and all other parameters like the skin, the mucous membranes of the eye, and then they will go to the capillary refill time on the gums.
So once again, the Veterinary Commission preparing themselves. There's 14 vet gates. We've got the writers there in front, because we were talking earlier about how all the details are taken down and then applied to the whole computer system, and everything done in absolute exquisite detail. Nothing left uncovered. All to do with the welfare of the horses as they wait for the competitors to come in for the second of the visits to the vet gate, second of 4. So just a few moments away, under 3 kilometers to get to the second vet gate. This is the end of the white loop. They completed 38.2 kilometers in the red loop, the first phase, 32.1 kilometers in the second phase, shortly to come back into the vet gates. One thing we ought to explain is that the vet gate are all in the same place. So these are, as we have called them, loops. All the 4 legs of the 120 kilometers circle back like a clover leaf back to the central point where all the Veterinary Commission are based and all the equipment and everything for the horses. And as I say, they're expected in now, 38 at 9:40, about 5 minutes time to come back into...
Just under 3 kilometers to go. So riders riding in a relaxed style there, mixing up between a kind of relaxed position with the legs in a slightly forwards manner, and then riding also some in a forward seat. This depends on the kind of going, the sand changing all the time. They want to be sat back to lift the front out of the sand. We spent a lot of time talking about the properties of sand, both in Budib and here in AlUla. It changes in an instant from a hard going to soft, and you really want to make sure that you're not perched on top as you hit an area of deep sand.
Harry, that leads to an interesting aspect of the husbandry of the horses. Do they wear aluminium shoes like you might find in horse racing?
Some of them do, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the shoes are generally a little bit wider than traditional irons, and that's to kind of spread the weight a little bit, but also to stop the feet really sinking too much into the sand.
And so they're not barefoot? You don't get a barefoot?
It's unlikely, because it would only take, you know, a little bit of wear from the going, and also, you know, if they hit a stone or something, they could then pick up a bruise or be sore, and then they would be eliminated from the competition. So it's just not really worth risking it. on the approach now to the vet gate. He's leading 6 riders, 7.
The pace looking still maintaining a nice pace. We'll of course get the exact measurements of the kilometers per hour once they come in to the vet gate, and there we can see the iced water being prepared for the sloshing. So what we're going to see here, Harry, is an exact replica of the process that we saw at the first gate. The whole time is the same, 40 minutes. We're just going to see the same pattern.
Yeah, same pattern, but horses have done over halfway of the distance now. So, you know, the horses that are the fittest and have the naturally best heart to recover quickly, those are the ones that are going to take the advantage. Horses that are getting a little bit tired are going to take longer to recover, and therefore they'll lose distance on the track because the clock is still ticking until they present to the Veterinary Commission with the heart rate 64 or below.
And we heard Kevin Croak very beautifully explaining the process of the 40 minutes, so one of the many things that he kindly explained for us. So it's approximately 1 minute per kilometre, so it's rounded up to 40 minutes. This is the 32-kilometre phase.
Yeah, 40 minutes hold in this one and the next vet gate, but then the last vet gate before going out onto the final loop is 50 minutes, and they have to pass another veterinary examination just before departure on that loop.
Well, we've just had another message in from one of our viewers who's grateful for the explanation about the shoes that they wear. I'm interested because there's so many viewers from around the world, Harry, who are taking an increased interest in endurance. They might not be, you know, they might be show jumpers, dressage riders, eventers, whatever, but they're fascinated about the details of this sport, and that's, again, tremendous that the sport is getting that interest from the rest of the equestrian world.
Absolutely, one of the fastest growing equestrian sports now, so accessible at the lower distances. So we've picked them up now from our static cameras at the vet gate. The arrival is imminent.
Temperatures increased, of course. We're now local time, nearly 10:45 in the morning.
Yeah, temperatures definitely increased. No shade from this loop that we saw on the previous loop. The sun now risen well into the sky.
As you can see the heat now shimmering off the ground, but the horse is looking very comfortable.
All these horses used to riding in the desert. They are all from Gulf nations.
And this is their heritage.
Absolutely, Arabian horse in the Arabian Peninsula. And I think that, you know, is part of the driving force for the Royal Commission of AlUla to make this a site that is so special to the Arabian horse and where it can excel. Horsemanship so important at this local area.
So just a few moments away from the end of the second of the 4 phases of this 100-kilometre Custodian of the 2 Holy Mosque Endurance Cup, racing for the First-Hand Cup. And now nearly at 3 hours 45 minutes since the start. I have to say, it doesn't feel that long ago that they set off.
Our leader, Jose Oliveira from Uruguay, riding Pogar in the blue there. If you're only just joining us, Uruguay have led all day so far, but Jose lost his teammate on the first loop. They failed to qualify for a regular gate. So he's been on his own, but he's been leading again from the front. And with him has followed one rider from Qatar. We've got Bahrain and one Saudi rider in this leading group. So now, when they enter the vet gate, the loop time is still running, but they will need to cool the horse, the core temperature of the horse down in order to bring the heart rate down. The quicker they recover, the quicker they get into the loop.
Now, Jose Oliveira, his heart rate, it is quite quick to present, was 58 last time. It's got a little bit warmer out there, so it might go up a little bit from that. Would you expect that, Harry?
I would have thought so, yeah. It may not be that the heart rate's higher, but it may be that just that the time it takes them to get in is a little bit longer, because the temperature of the horses is warmer, so it takes more intensive cooling. Bahrain putting a very strong performance in here. Team gold medalist from the World Endurance Championships just a week ago. And here we go now as they make the final 100 metres to the vet gate.
I just wanted to point out at Pogar, the leading horse, the grey in front there, ears pricked, looking around, looking very, very casual indeed.
Absolutely. Experienced horse. Riders just backing off the pace as they make that final approach. Okay, here comes our leader.
Vet gate 2. 120 kilometres the total ride. They have now completed 70 kilometres.
Rider takes the saddle off, water immediately on the horse. Did you know, Phil, there's an art to pouring a bucket of water?
No, Harry. Are you trained in that?
So they start at the neck and they very gradually pour towards the back. They don't just chuck it at the horse. They want to get as much coverage as possible out of the water. And the ideal is to have somebody tipping water and somebody passing the water to the person tipping, so it's almost seamless. So heart rate monitors on Pogar, the grey horse in the near frame. Bahrain in the far ground making more forward progress towards the vet gate. 1, 2, 3 riders for Bahrain.
Good shot of these water bins here that the organising committee put out, as you saw. You may have seen earlier if you joined us with all the water is iced, because of course as the temperature rises throughout the day the water could warm up, but they fill those buckets and those bins with ice in the water to keep the temperature as low as possible as the temperature rises outside. We're just seeing some crew members helping from one horse to another. That is, there's a lot of camaraderie in the sport, irrespective of your nation, perhaps.
Yeah, four crew around a horse at one time.
So that was the crew of Federico Ferber, who's
committed
now
going
out
to
of
the
the competition, helping his teammate.
Okay, and the clock stops. They are in, and they are committed, going to the veterinary panel, looking now for which line they've been assigned automatically from the computer system. And now they make forward motion to the vet panel. We're looking for 64 beats or below for the heart rate. Our leader for Uruguay.
Casually walking forward. Every opportunity.
All these seconds count. The heart rate's coming down all the time.
Heart monitor on.
Horse looks nice and relaxed.
Looks a bit, getting a bit windy out there.
Yep.
Gusts of wind, the dust is flying around.
And Bahrain also in. Rider number 56, Mohammed Abdul Hamid Al Hashimi with Lyon. Also in is number 7, Isa Hamid Dakhil Al Anizi with Frisia Delap. Rider number 12 there, just taking a little bit longer. That's Sheikh Nahlakh bint Salman Al Khalifa with Princess Safinat. One of the favourites coming into this competition, just taking a bit longer. And the trot now for the Uruguayan rider, Pogar. Good trot. Okay, vets now moving to do the rest of the metabolic check. They'll take the heart rate again 1 minute after they took the first heart rate. And the difference between the two heart rates is called the Ridgway test. If the horse is coping well, it should be the same or less than the first heart rate.
We're watching Isa Hamid Dakhil Al Anisi of Bahrain's horse, one of the under-21 riders, horse Frisia Delap.
trotting back for the vets.
40 metres each way.
And 23 is AlUla Faus Al-Naimi with Jawad de Fignals.
He's been in that top 5 or 6 all the way through.
Absolutely, very
He's
consistent.
He hasn't pushed himself to be out there in front. He's just sat back on the heels. You mentioned earlier you quite like to do that, to sit down and not actually try and be out the leader, but just to sit on the leader's.
That's right. It's a long day in any endurance competition. I think just backing off the pace a tiny bit, letting someone else do the work in the front, just like cycling.
Now, this is very significant. Looks like we've had a pass from Jose Oliveira and Pogar, the current leaders, looking relaxed.
And that's what we want. You know, these horses, the ones that come off looking really, really fresh at this stage, that's not necessarily what we want, because what matters is which horse looks fresh out on loop at the end of the competition. This horse, perhaps a little bit too much full of running. This is number 12, Princess Safinat for Sheikh Nakhla bint Salman Al Khalifa. Full metabolic check now by the Veterinary Commission. For Bahrain. As soon as we have information on the veterinary inspections, we'll bring it to you, but off now to the hold area for our leader for Uruguay.
Just referring back to the Veterinary Commission, Harry, you know, we talked a little bit earlier about the team of veterinary surgeons that are here. They're specialist vets trained specifically in the detailed elements of the requirements for endurance.
That's right. You know, the Veterinary Commission, much like riders and horses, have to qualify through the national star ratings. It's very much the same for the Veterinary Commission. They also have star ratings based on the number of events they've attended, and to be the president of the Veterinary Commission, that requires certain qualifications. So these vets, very experienced in the sport of endurance and overseen by the president of the Veterinary Commission and the foreign veterinary delegate, two very important figures in that panel of vets. And we see here the hypersensitivity team. This is relatively recent development in our sport, perhaps in the last couple of years. This is just to test that the horses have full sensitivity in their legs.
And this is a random test, is that?
It's a random test, but I think most horses will have been checked at least once during the competition. They can be pulled at any point, and it's part of our anti-doping controls.
It's Hamid Dakil Al-Anisi going through the sensitivity test. Joe Woodman, veterinary surgeon, part of the team that undertake that particular check, one of the many checks.
Yeah, and if there's any issue there, the horse is removed from competition and immediately sent for anti-doping check.
Current leader there, looking relaxed now, taking on some nourishment before the third leg there. Jose Oliveira's Pogar. Uruguay showing their dominance at the moment, just over the halfway stage of this 120-kilometre custodian of the two Holy Mosque Endurance Cup. 4th year this competition has taken place in AlUla, and now very firmly established on the calendar of endurance competitions.
This horse looks like a little bit of a difficult horse to control. It's sometimes a little bit challenging when all the horses have gone towards the hold area, but you've got to run back as well. The horse has a different mindset.
Well, in fairness to them, they're just napping a little bit towards the others, aren't
That's
they?
it, yeah.
Because they do like to see a loose rein on the trot.
They do, yeah. So at this point in the competition, 70% are still running. 29% have been removed by the Veterinary Commission. And that can range from anything from a regular gait through to not recovering as well metabolically. Potentially a little bit higher attrition rate than we would expect at this point, but I think it's always with the environment, the horses can run a little bit quicker than they would do at a normal ride, and Veterinary Commission very keen to ensure horse welfare is the top priority here. They're not taking any chances with these horses. Welfare is the most important thing. We're at 18, Fahad Hilal Mohammed Al Khatri with Assad. So this looks like there's a discussion here between the Veterinary Commission.
Oh, we're just seeing, I think, just behind that veterinary surgeon, on the bridle there, that white item on the bridle, that's the GPS.
That's right. Yep.
Which all the horses have.
That's the that tracks them in, times them across the gates.
Well, there's a lot of smiles there on 195.
Diana Tropita from Argentina with Fofik La Majori.
Good walk on this horse.
So our leading riders then completed loop 2 at 22 kilometers an hour. Slightly slower, but not by much from the first loop. Looks like a retrot this for this Bahraini horse. Remember, it's 3 vets to remove a horse from the competition. And he's going to be asked to trot again. All now counts on this trot for rider number 56. Mohammed Abdul Hamid Al Hashmi, Leon. A marginal call, but
tense moments.
So Veterinary Commission, they've written their decision on the piece of paper, 3 vets, and handed it to the ground jury. We wait to find out the result of that free card trick.
Harry, because we've got the pleasure of some wonderful detailed information coming through, just because we've talked so much about the heart rate and the protocols for that, 64 beats a minute or less. Looking at the current leader, Jose Oliveira in Pogar for Uruguay, we were taking his heart rate was 58 at the end of the first phase. At the end of the second phase, heart rate of 51.
Going very well, and just relaxing into the rhythm of things. You know, what an incredible heart to be running at 22, but then recovering just over 1 minute 30, and be down to 51 is incredible. Absolute extreme equine athletes.
I mean, that's wouldn't be average, would it? Well, better than more.
You know, that is world class, absolutely world class.
So expected start time then 11:37. So approximately 38 minutes will be the start time for Jose Oliveira and Pogar, who are comfortably in the rest area.
And his second place then is now Isa Hamad Rakil Al Anizia with Frisia de Lap, number 7 for Bahrain. Trails by 25 seconds.
But interesting, their heart rate also down 3 beats per minute, from 63 to 60 at the end of the second phase.
Yeah.
And this is now showing us about the quality of the equine athletes we've got here.
Absolutely.
And when you look at these heart rates, you understand the quality of the husbandry, of the training, of the understanding of the horse.
And the care and the attention to detail.
Yeah.
Second to none to be able to get these details.
It is all about welfare, and that's what this sport is all about. Let's hear a little bit more from Kevin Croak about the welfare of the horses.
In line with the ethos of the welfare of the horse being paramount in all cases, if the vets during the inspection have any reason for concern, then they will refer those horses to the veterinary clinic. Once they're referred to the clinic, they're out of the race. All these vets on the line, as it's called, have experience and know what to expect and how to interpret the signs. You may remember we had a number of different parameters. So one parameter in itself might not put a horse out, but a number of minor fluctuations on a number of parameters then becomes a red flag, and the vet will say, no, sorry, I want this horse out, and therefore he will refer it to the veterinary clinic, who have the time, who have the various equipment, medicines and expertise to deal with horses that have been eliminated from competition for whatever reason, be it lameness or dehydration, which is one of the big ones, or whatever. They will look after them and give them the very best of treatment. And if it's beyond them, they also have access to a veterinary hospital off-site where the horses will be brought.
A wonderful description explaining the quality of welfare of the horses and what's available, because this is what this sport is all about. And when you look at the incredible athletes that we're looking at here, over 120 kilometers, it is wonderful to appreciate what goes in to looking after the welfare of the equine athletes. And Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, who's been so prominent throughout the development here of this sport, particularly in AlUla. We're now seeing Abdul Malik Al Twain, one of the many Kingdom of Saudi Arabian riders, and he's under 21 years old, one of 15 riders under 21 years old. And this, again, shows you the development of the sport going forward. There's considerably more under 21-year-olds competing this year at AlUla than any of the previous years. And that is showing you how much the support has captured the heart of not just the Middle East and the heritage of the Middle East, but also European riders. We see so many here, but also behind one of those, the most famous perhaps of the European riders, Maria Alvarez-Ponton, on that bib number 115, representing Spain, double world champion. Following on behind Abdul Malik Al Twain, and he's riding HM Fatka Ada. So the ground conditions, not so much sand on this towards the final stretches of the second phase of 32.1 kilometers, Wadi Nakla. Then when they move on to the third phase, or the yellow loop, if you're following the flag signals around the course, the third phase will go back. That goes back onto what was the part of the red loop from the earlier phase, the phase one. When we started at 7 a.m. this morning, and we've just clicked over to 11:04 here local time in AlUla, so we're 4 hours into the event. And the current leader for Uruguay, Jose Oliveira and Poga, who will be leaving in just over 30 minutes time. So young Abdul Malik Al Twain untacking his horse, encouraging his crew to get to him as quick as possible. He feels confident that HM Faticada can be presented quite early on, so looking to get through that quickly. Huge moment to represent his country here at this young age at one of the the newest, most prestigious sporting events in the country. Many of the riders, 50% of the field being riders from Saudi Arabia. And here is Abra Alabulkada with Karawang Rokoko, She's also representing Saudi Arabia. Again, look at the comfort of the horse. I just love to see these horses with their ears pricked, pointing forward, even looking around casually, meaning that they couldn't be more comfortable. Just see them sweating, which is not surprising as the temperatures rise now as we get towards an hour before midday out in the desert. When you consider the heart rates that we've talked about of the leading riders coming in, the heart rates at the end of the second phase actually less than those at the end of the first phase. Again, it shows you the quality, not just of the breeding of the horses, but also the maintenance and the training. On the last few hundred meters, as they approach the end of the white loop. Follow closely behind. Also from the Saudi Arabia, Mohammed Al-Zmari, riding Barakada Nadalu. But we're now with Abra Alabulkada. Karawang Rococo, owned by His Royal Highness Prince Alwad bin Khalid Al Saud, trained by Al Mubarak, the royal household, very much behind all equestrian disciplines, but in particular the one with the most heritage associated with the Arabian desert, in this, the sport of endurance. So two members of the same nation, Saudi Arabia, coming into the vet gate together, keeping each other company, horses looking well. 70 kilometers completed of the 120.
Hi, I'm here with Brian Dunn, event director. Brian, how's the day unfolding for you?
It's going pretty well. We started with the 189 riders, mass start, as you know, hyper, the tension, just in the daylight, fantastic.
And you've been on site for some time now. Talk to us about the build-up, the preparation that's been involved.
I first came here for 3 weeks in December, in January 3 weeks, and 3 weeks ago we came here. So we started building it from last year, similar to last year. We've built it up, we've added, we've made it better.
Okay, thanks, Brian. And just very quickly on the Saudi riders that we've got competing here.
It's an unknown quantity. It's all been approved by the Federation. Some of them are very good. And obviously on the first loop, all the Saudi riders went out and were leading coming in. So they're going for it. They're an unknown quantity. We know about the Europeans, we know about Bahrain, we know about Qatar. This is unknown quantity. At the moment, they're holding their own.
Great stuff, Brian, and I hope the rest of the day goes well. Thank you very much. Phil, back to you.
Thank you, Harry.
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks to Brian Dunn for giving up his time, because he has a very, very tall job here as the race director. He's a very experienced, and he's been here in AlUla for a while, but it's a lot of pressure to make sure all the elements, and there are hundreds of elements, to get together smoothly to be able to produce such a wonderful competition as we're witnessing here today in AlUla. Riders who are able to dismount, entirely up to them if they decide to take the weight off their horse's back, their own weight off the horse's back, prior to coming in to the vet gate. And we just see that as what Rayan Al-Mobti, one of the top riders from the Saudi Arabia with JM Faravan, has done there. He's jumped off his horse, he's taken his 70 kilos or whatever it might be off the weight of the horse just for the last few meters, which will also enhance, and we're seeing this again here. I think this is number 137. Just confirming that. Yes, it is. So Erkan Demir with Draguna. We saw them coming into the vet gate at the end of phase 1 in the lead. They left, I think, in 10th place from memory, because there's a lot of competitors out there. But again, another one of the riders that is another tactical move. They've jumped off the horse. The weight's off the horse, so that will help the heart rate come down as they go down into the vet gate, where they need to get it from that 64 or below 64 beats per minute. But Draguna still looking well after the 70 kilometers as Erkan Demir for Turkey takes off his helmet and goes into the sloshing area. Crew on hand. Now that was another interesting, and we talked about some of the micro detail that goes in. We saw some of the cloths going on, the microfiber cloths going onto the horse's neck, where they're now covering with water, because that will actually keep the water there will not run off quite so quickly, because it's been contained by the microfiber. Again, it will just keep the coolness for longer on that horse's neck. It's not something we've seen regularly utilized here, but everyone has their own micro details and way of achieving the best welfare that they can. Heart rate monitor again going on 107, looking for that all-important 64 beats per minute. That is Mohammed Al-Mari's horse, Barakat Nadalu, another one of the Saudi Arabian team. We're now going to go back and see the horse owned by His Royal Highness Prince Alwad bin Talil Al Saud Karu Rococo, Ida Abra Al-Qadar, now being trotted up the 80 meters, 40 meters up weight, one back. Welcome back, Harry. What's the temperature like out there?
It's warming up out there.
Is it? Oh, you've got a bit of a sweat on.
That might be sun cream, actually. Toasty.
Brian Dunn, from your excellent interview, seemed very pleased with the day so far.
Yeah, I think, it's unfolding as he would probably expect. There's the riders have probably maybe gone a little bit quick on the first loop, paying the price a little bit now, but still over 2/3 in the competition, and the leading riders looking fantastic. And also, it's a nice thing that we've got some of those Saudi riders in the competition challenging for those top places on home soil.
It's now 12 minutes past 11. So 25 minutes before we expect the leader, Jose Oliveira, for Uruguay to go out. There we go, 24 minutes, 48 seconds. Head of the leaderboard. And the word stop there on the left-hand side, signifying that everything is okay. They're in the hold area, the rest area, where the horses will take on some nourishment, along, of course, with the riders. Uruguay, for the last few years, have become very prominent in the sport of endurance. Do they have a history of endurance in Uruguay?
In the whole of South America, it's a very large sport. A lot of competitions out there. Uruguayan horses exceed in the United Arab Emirates, in Bahrain, where there are many competitions, and therefore we see Uruguayan riders coming over from Uruguay to train, involved in the sport in this Gulf region, and I think that's what we're seeing here. Is that's led to the strength of the nation.
Well, just seeing a clip of our leader there, Jose Oliveira's horse Pogar, head down, eating some fibre.
And Phil, just a bit of breaking news on Vet Gate 2 then. Not a great Vet Gate for the Bahrain team. They've lost 3 riders in that Vet Gate. Number 18, Hilal Mohammed Al-Khatri. Number 12, Sheikh Nalakh bin Salman Al Khalifa, with Princess Safanat, one of our favourite riders.
And the last Bahraini rider out is Abdul Jalil Al-Awadi with Elfiq de la Ficate. That was number 10. So number 10, number 12 and number 18 for Bahrain failed to qualify for Loop 3. That'll be a blow to the Royal Stables of Bahrain.
And we're seeing Omar Blanco Rodriguez horse for Spain, JML Sabrina being tended to, part of the Juma's team.
You see now, Phil, these horses all of a sudden starting to creep up the positions. They started this morning quite a way off the pace, taking it a little bit easier. But we've lost quite a few of these leading riders in the early stages of the competition. And now...
It's a slow... It is a slow burn, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and it's a very tactical race, you know.
And I mean, tactics... It's 8 hours of tactics, isn't it? It's not. This is not just about let's just get it right in the last loop. This is let's get it right from 7 o'clock in the morning when we start.
Yeah, and you know, the time, it means the riders and the crews all need to be switched on all through the day, making these decisions about where they position themselves, how fast they're going, that impact the horse, vet gates, and the final position out on course.
And we saw this is Erkan Demir's Draguna, the leaders that came into the vet gate at the first vet gate. Didn't leave in first place, but now just being checked again by the Veterinary Commission.
So we've had a real spreading out of the top 10 now. So the leader averaging 22.4 kilometers an hour. But if we go down to 5th place, 21.8, but then down to 7th, 20, 8th, 18. So it is really spreading out the field.
Competitor 73, Rayana Mobti, for one of the favourites for Saudi Arabia, riding JM Varavan. We're watching JM Varavan again, part of the Juma's team, trained by Farino San Pedro, or Jonathan Sereno San Pedro.
Rayan frequently graces the European endurance circuit. He has horses in training in Italy and France.
So that's interesting, Harry. So, you know, the leading riders have got horses based in different countries.
That's right. You know, they take advantage of being able to access the European circuit when it's winter over here. And he's there trying to persuade the horse to urinate. This is Omar Blanco Rodriguez, horse number 129 for Spain.
Now we were talking about the metabolics area and about the increased checks, or the checks that the vets do. We saw them running his hand down the horse's back there. Of course, they've had they've had 70 kilos with the saddle on their backs for 70 kilometers. They're checking for rubs, I suppose, because even a rub, if there was a bit of soreness, the vets would say, "I'm sorry, you can't carry on."
That's right. Yeah, any type of abrasion, lesion that could get worse. Or was in a place which would not necessarily be easily alleviated, would be reason enough to remove them from the competition.
Again, the wonderful shot here of Ram Amopti's wonderful horse putting their front legs into the ice tub.
So we're over halfway in the competition for the leading riders. Now just 2 loops remaining. The next loop, 27.3 kilometers. The final loop, 22.4 kilometers.
This is Ziad Bakhri from our host nation. Adam Al-Barak's horse, owned by Mahmoud Al-Khali. Showing you the temperatures rising there as you've got the shimmering air rising from the desert. What do you reckon, Harry? Was that 131?
Possibly 135, I was thinking, which was Margot Chazelle.
Oh, the third last year.
Third last year with Castlebar Game Boy. This horse trained in the stables of Ras Al Khaimah in the United Arab Emirates, for AQ stables. Last year, Margot rode a very sensible race, was well off the pace of the leading riders, but was able to clench third place. There's the leading riders then. Movement around the leading group with the Bahrainis moving out. We've got Argentina and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia moving up the leaderboard.
Yeah, Sultan Al-Sharani there in 5th place.
Just 4 minutes behind the leader. The top 10 dominated by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia on home soil. And here comes Margot Chazelle with Castlebar Game Boy, bred in the famous Castlebar stud in Australia, owned by Meg Wade. Bred many a champion. She's currently in 18th position, so still very much in the running. She did the first loop at 19.8. Recovery time was 1 minute 32, heart rate 59. Although the CRI, that means the second heart rate that they took was increased by 5, so 64. But horse looks well. Here comes Margot now into the vet gate. 18th place. Still in the top 20.
And you think she, Margot Chazelle is maybe 15, 20 minutes behind the leaders that came in, but she's only in 18th place. We had, you know, nearly 160, 189 starters.
Yeah. I think this is the Uruguayan effect. You know, the Uruguayans have led from the front, but they've dragged along with them the leaders, and they've really spaced out that leading group. So let's watch this horse then as they approach the betting area. Again, a professional team of crew greet the horse. Forward motion towards the betting area.
And keeping moving.
Yep. Heart rate monitor is on. One minute 32 was the recovery time from Loop 1. Let's see if it's a similar amount of time this time.
having a quick drink. And the important thing here, Phil, is to try and make sure that the major blood vessels of the horse are cooled, so that the blood is cooled and therefore the circulation of the horse.
I think it's wonderful to see how Castle Bear Game Boy is just perfectly, I'm going to say chilled out, but that's a bit of a cliche with what's happening, but very relaxed and calm and enjoying perhaps the restoration, if you like, or the cooling down of the body temperature. And also
you can see as soon as Margot has finished pouring one, another one is passed to her almost immediately, so a slick operation.
And again, Margot herself taking an active role in the husbandry.
Walking now towards the vet in area, but being sloshed all the time with water. Once they pass this timing booth, they are committed, and the loop time stops. There we go.
Confident now that the heart rate is 64 or below.
Yeah.
So they approach the vets, the third bronze medal position 12 months ago, or just over 12 months ago. Margot Chazelle for France and Castle Bear Game Boy approach the veterinary panel for the second time. Not this, the end of their second loop. Saudi Arabia, who've got approximately 50% of the field here now already, with several in the top 10. Now another one of their contingent. This is Salim Al-Khalifi riding Sadim Al-Khalifi's power colours, wearing the number 60 bib. Again, Harry, a nice pace, not rushed.
The horse has a really nice canter, ground covering, effortless. As we approach the vet gate, he must be confident in his mount. He's not easing off the pace, he's going in. The horse looks nice and relaxed. And he stops his watch. Or maybe just checks what his loop speed was.
40 nations as they pass the flags coming into the vet gate. And Salim Al-Khalifi looks like she's going straight.
Different tactics there. You know, we saw Margot Chazelle, you know, dismount the horse and then walk from the top down, whereas this rider's kind of almost ridden right to the crewing area. Number 9, Sahan Hamidakir Al-Anizi for Bahrain, with Doris de Lekrin. And number 148, Maria Jordanova for Bulgaria, with Durat Al-Fatah.
One of two riders for Bulgaria represented here at the 120-kilometre custodian of the two Holy Mosque Endurance Cup. Riding for 900,000 Saudi riyals for the winner, 226,000 euros. And that includes the winning of a car alongside the 900 Saudi riyal in cash. Second place gets 163,000 euros. Similarly for third. And prizes down to 100th place, from 11th to 100 Saudi riyals, 25,000 euros from finishing from 11th to 100. Of course, you have to complete and pass the final vetting. But real encouragement, Harry, you know, that's a significant amount of money, 25,000 euros, to compete in a race and maybe finish 50th or something like that. But the encouragement there is to really, really think about the welfare of the horse. To actually complete is a success. As we've heard, some of the organising committee, the interviews that we've heard, this is about success is completion. Success is not necessarily being first, second or third.
That's absolutely right. I mean, I think the prize money for those top places is a statement of intent. You know, this is a growing area. They want this to be on the map for the endurance world, and it is the world's richest endurance race. But you're absolutely right. The prize money going down to 100th place is an incentive for a safe completion.
I think we're seeing Pogar, Jose Oliveira for Uruguay, looking to be coming out, looking at the time. Has gone away with this. He's 7 minutes time. We're expecting Jose Oliveira to leave the gate.
Trainer Ali Nasser Sultan Ali Al-Dahiri from Al Ain Endurance Stables in the United Arab Emirates.
Pogar looking very comfortable. And let's just remind ourselves of their bet card. Their pulse at the end of the first loop was 53 beats per minute. End of the second loop, end of 70 kilometers, 51 beats per minute. So 58 at the end of the first loop, 51 at the end of the second loop.
And just a reminder of this horse's form, it was 7th in the Al-Wasl Endurance Cup for private stables in Dubai. That was 119 kilometers, and the speed there, 25.87. So it's done the distance, and it's done it very, very fast.
Well, as they casually make their way to the beginning of the third loop. Third loop, yellow, 27.3 kilometers, so the distance for each of the loops gets less, but the total is 120, and they've just completed 70 kilometers, 70.3 to be perfectly accurate. Phase 3, 27.3. That's the yellow, so that will be a loop that it'll be terrain and ground they are already familiar with as they go out onto the yellow, because the yellow route is made up of a section of what was the first phase, the red.
Phil, sorry to interrupt there, but just to explain what we're looking at here. So it's allowing the rules to administer electrolytes or some energy supplements. This looks like honey, which is a common thing to give horses, glucose or carbohydrates in the vet hold, just as a bit of energy. And, you know, much like a marathon runner would take an energy gel, much the same here.
Amount of Faris Amri, one of the easier horse names to pronounce. This is Ken.
Okay, so these are the horses. These are the leaders now limbering up for loop number 3. Number 7 for Bahrain, Isa Hamid Dakir Al-Anizi with Frieza de Lap.
Came here in great form, having won a 2-star event last month. They take all the tack off in the resting area. And here we can see Jose Oliveira putting the bridle back on his Mount Pogar, as they are just a very few moments away just under 3 minutes away from going back out onto phase 3.
We also saw in shot just before number 23, which is AlUla Al-Naimi with Jawad Defignals for Qatar. That horse actually trained by Julia Montagna, who we heard from earlier in the programme in France. She's off trained for Qatar for some time now, when the horses are in Europe. That horse from France. Currently in 4th place.
As an athlete, a rider, would you eat? What would you eat? Because you do these events, Harry. What would be your chosen sustenance?
Everyone's got their own go-to. For me, I think some watermelon or fruit or something that's a bit easier on your stomach. Banana's great. It's got that kind of carbohydrate, bit of sustenance to it as well. But you're not going to want a kind of 3-course meal when you're going to go back out on course and be bouncing around for over an hour. So it's about finding something which is easy on the stomach and gives you the energy and sustains you for as long as you need.
We're seeing Issa Hamed Al-Dakil Al-Anisi there for Bahrain, wearing the number 7 bib.
There is Jawad Defignals. You know, I actually looked at that horse. I didn't see it in the person, but I did look at it. It was on the short list of horses when I was horse shopping some years ago, when that horse was a youngster. It's turned out to be a very, very good horse for Team Qatar.
And that's an important grey going in the opposite direction there, because that was Jose Oliveira and Pogar, who are seconds away from going out. Here we see the last-minute preparations, checking the girth now, the crew. 70.3 kilometres completed, 2 successful vet gates completed. Now, phase 3, the yellow phase of the 120-kilometre, the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques Endurance Cup. We're in AlUla, about 300 kilometres north of Medina, in one of the most famous archaeological, historical sites on the globe. AlUla, the equestrian village as it's now become known, here with permanent buildings, permanent structures have already been put in place. There are more buildings being put in here. There's going to be, in the next couple of years, there's going to be some air-conditioned stables, because this is going to become a very prominent equestrian centre in the Middle East, led by this race, the First Cup. And we're seeing the leader out on to late 3, number 169, Jose Oliveira for Uruguay, with Pogar. Pogar looking very, very bright and chirpy, looking around as he goes out onto the 27.3 kilometre yellow phase. We talked about the flags. Just go into the flags one more time in case anybody missed it. So the 4 different phases are coloured. So red, white, yellow and blue. And so as you can see the flags there on the back of the screens, it's very well marked around some of the shots when you see the riders actually out in the desert itself. From the helicopter you can't see the flags, but it's well marked all the way around. And of course the flags will drop off if they go out into particular areas where that particular route is only 1 or 2 colours included in their route, if that makes sense.
Number 7 for Bahrain, flying out of the vet gate onto loop 3, looking very fresh and very well.
And Issa Hamed Dalkil Al-Anisi just standing up in the stirrups for a few strides there, beginning on their way. Abdullah Tayas Al-Naimi with Jawad Defignals for Qatar. So Uruguay, Bahrain, Qatar, the first 3. In 4th place, Argentina.
We haven't spoken much about Argentina, Phil. I feel like
no, and we've got
Diana Chopita has kind of come up from the chasing group and is now just hot on the heels of these leaders, just 1 minute 15 now before departure onto that third loop. That leading group, the dynamic has changed quite a lot through the course of the 2 phases that we've seen. Good number of Saudi riders in that leading group too. And there is Diana, number 195.
Riding Fofik Lamajari.
And number 56. That's the Bahraini horse we saw trot twice. It must have passed the 3-card trick. Mohammed Abdul Hamid Al-Hashami with Leon.
Just quickly explain the 3-card trick you mentioned.
So that means that the veterinary panel, well, the first vet either had some concerns or just wanted another vet's opinion. And so a panel was formed and they voted on the horse's gait. And that was the horse we saw napping towards the hold area. So it didn't trot with as much impulsion as some of the other horses. And maybe that was why, you know, the kind of cause for concern was raised, or enough to do with the 3-card trick. But I think that was more a behavioural thing rather than a physical one. And the horse clearly has passed the panel and is fit and running. So there's Diana Chopita for Argentina. Owned by Diana Chopita. Leaving now on to loop 3, the yellow loop. Just a fraction shorter than the previous 2, 27.3 kilometres is what lies ahead.
After completing the 3rd phase of 27.3 kilometres, they then go into the 4th and final phase of the 100-kilometre Fusan Cup race. That will be 22.4 kilometres. The yellow course, familiar to the riders, as it's part of the original red course, the phase 1. But let's go through the details as we're watching 56 preparing to get out onto the course. This is Mohammed Al-Hamid Al-Hashimi with Leon for Bahrain on their way.
Nice horse leaving there.
Out onto the yellow loop, the 3rd of the 4 loops. Let's hear from Kevin Broke all about the yellow loop.
This is now the breakoff point from the red loop for loop 3. Loop 3 being the yellow loop, the 3rd loop. It is the 2nd shortest loop. At this stage, we'll already have some people on the blue loop heading for the finish, but those people who are riding at a more considered pace and riding their horses in harmony with their ability to get a finish will be on this yellow loop at this stage. The front runners, when they come here, will probably be anything up from 5 to 10 kilometres in front of the rest. But they're riding for a finish, and it's so important for them to finish. To finish a big race like this takes luck, but it takes training, it takes courage, it takes skill, it takes tactics. Horses are animals, they are not machines, and they can be subject to variations. Are they drinking well on the day? Are they eating well on the day? Are they still enthusiastic? We don't know what humidity is like till Saturday comes, but I would suggest that on this is a 27-28 kilometre loop, that they will be somewhere around 1¼ hours doing it. They may be faster, but it's unlikely they'll be slower.
And there you clearly saw the yellow flags in the background indicating the loop that they're on and that Kevin Broke was describing to us, the 27.3 kilometres. Just over an hour, Harry. We'll be talking about an hour and 15, something like that, hour and 20 maybe?
Yeah, hour and 20 is roughly what we had in mind based on last year's speed. It'll be interesting to see if they pick up the pace now, but obviously it's the heat of the day.
So we're now seeing an average speed of just about approximately 22.5 kilometres per hour over 70 kilometres. Would this be your expectation? How is it going as a rider would see it?
I mean, you know, this is world-class speed. You know, not many horses and riders are able to compete at this level. So they are really, you know, leading from the front, and their recovery rate's just absolutely exceptional, showing that these horses, or what they're being asked to do, is well within their comfort zone.
And that is a fabulous shot from the helicopter of some of the archaeological heritage that we were talking about.
And it looks great from the helicopter, but we're on the ground here, Phil, lucky enough to be here, and I can tell you, being stood with these towering rocks as you ride through the canyons, the sense of perception that you get from there is just out of this world. It's incredible, and it's like no other place I've ever been to.
And some people that are viewing may have come across in their studies of Elephant Rock, and Elephant Rock, a very familiar landmark here, one of these fantastic structures, worth looking up on the internet, Elephant Rock, and we're only about a kilometre, 2 kilometres sitting away from Elephant Rock, and that in itself is worth a visit, as is the whole of AlUla. Great scenes.
Yeah, and perhaps what we're seeing here, I mean, we're a little far out, but I think what we're seeing is the Bahrain rider taking the lead from the Uruguayan, which is a change from the previous loop where the Uruguayan led for most of the day. Yep, that's right. So number 7 is leading. Number 7 is Isa Hamid Dakhil Al-Nizi with Frieza de Lap. Just slowing up as they go through the deep sand. So number 7 left 35 seconds after 169, but has made up that time and is now leading. Flying the flag for Bahrain, who suffered a few losses. Riders failed to qualify for this phase, Team Bahrain.
So Harry, what does that do to the mental approach to this competition, to Jose Oliveira? Will he's there now in second place, he's been leading a long time. Another rider has come on, he's gone out in front. You know, I'm going to say, does he panic? But what will his protocols, what will his plan be now? Will he be worried about that?
I don't think so. I mean, he will try and stay with that rider. He's not going to let him go too far ahead. The Uruguayans, you know, their approach seems to be lead from the front, be strong, be dominant, take other riders with you, push them past where their comfort zone is. And he's definitely done that. But the question mark is, has he pushed himself past his comfort zone, and therefore now the horse is a bit tired and the others are coming through a bit stronger?
Again, we're seeing the changing terrain here, as you mentioned, Harry. We've got a slightly deeper sand, but the horse is still a nice lope, but now it's canter.
Yeah. But I think, I mean, reading the body language, number 7 is forwards, powering on through. Potentially Uruguayan horse not quite as comfortable as it was on the preceding loops.
Again, they're riding. It's quite interesting when you see a rider leaning forward or perhaps standing up in their stirrups. This, as a discipline, I think probably is the longest length of stirrup that you might see in an equestrian discipline. Compared, I mean, maybe in dressage you'd see it very long. But talk us through the length of stirrups that the riders are riding at, and you know, they sort of sit in what is commonly described as the Harley-Davidson position.
Yeah, it's not by coincidence. You know, they do that on purpose. Sometimes riders in this part of the world get criticism for riding like that, but actually it's done on purpose because of the deep sand, to really put the rider weight back a little bit. And by putting your legs forward, you are physically lifting the front of the animal and not putting too much weight on the front in the deep sand. So the legs, you know, you're getting the power from behind and lifting the front legs out of the deep sand.
We talked a bit about the saddles, being carbon fibre and plastic, and we've seen some interesting pads and nice soft pads that we've seen attached to them. Are these saddles specifically made for this sport?
Yeah, these are endurance saddles. Nearly exclusively will be endurance saddles, and that's either for comfort or weight. Normally those two categories.
Yeah, we saw some of the that we saw some of the vets, and there, in fact, we've got a pad there, gel pad, it looks like, underneath the saddle, in between that and the numner, the furry numner there. So, again, there's protection put on there to stop the rubbing, you know, because rubbing it's got, you know, the sand in the air. So you could get some abrasion between the saddle and the horse's skin. But the pads are sort of designed to be as soft as possible.
That's right. The pads are there to be as soft as possible. Some pads are there designed to let air and water flow through to the horse's back so they don't get too hot. But generally, it's comfort for the horse. But we'll also see weight cloths placed on some of these numbers because some of the riders will have to carry lead or weight to hit the 70 kilos.
70 kilos minimum weight.
Yep.
Back out on phase 3. It looks like we've got 3 that have pushed ahead a bit, Harry.
Yeah. So they are the Bahraini rider Jose, who we've talked about, and I think our Qatari rider AlUla Al-Nami.
Now, it gave us a very, very interesting insight into the development of the sport, if you like, into the development of the horses. The horse that's currently in third, Jawad de Figwell's, that you once looked at. Do you look at this thinking, I wish I'd bought that at the time? Or is that a mean question?
I don't think I could afford it. So they're in the canyons here. Wonderful shots as they ride in and out of the shadows through the deep sand. And that's, you know, another challenge for the riders is keeping perception on what's approaching as the light changes immediately from dark to coming out into the brightness again.
You talked about how imposing these structures are. That's a wonderful shot from the helicopter showing just how high and steep these sides are. Awesome. Still back at the vet gate. A lot of horses, of course, we've just come back from the leaders, but there's 189 starters and a lot of horses who are not in that front group at speed and don't intend to be because they know their limitations. They compete at this sport of endurance, especially this level of endurance, within the capacity of themselves and their equine partners. And as we've said a few times, but it's really important, the success of riding in such a competition as the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup, the success of this is very much part of the success is the completion. Of course, it's great to win. And there we're just seeing some cream. You know, the sand is can be fairly abrasive, so they put some cream on the lower parts of the horse's legs just so that as they're going through the sand, it eliminates the sand being abrasive. And that'll be just, you know, some kind of Vaseline type of cream that's just put there as protection. Now, there's definitely now gaps appearing. So we've got, I think it's still Jose Oliveira and Pogar from Uruguay in front with Asghami Dakil Al-Nisi for Bahrain in second place. And in third at the moment for Qatar, Abdullah Tayas Al-Naimi. But we're back at the vet gate. That is number 6. Sabadin Al-Sabti Ali Al-Basha for Uruguay. Neva Jednotska.
Bahraini rider Isa Hamid Dakhil Al-Nizi with Fariza Talap putting in a strong third loop here. Coming to the water point, manned by the officials, offering horses a drink and also taking water from the officials. These are our 3 leading riders. Taking on buckets of water, as much water as is possible at this point. These horses roughly have done around 80 kilometers now. Just another 40 kilometers left to go. Made up of this, the remainder of this loop and the following final blue loop. Fariza Talap looking relaxed and comfortable at this pace in front, followed by Uruguayan Jose Oliveira. These riders now spaced out a little bit. Not as much teamwork as we saw on the early loops. Stretching each other's capabilities, but staying with each other at the same time. This loop, a slightly shorter version of the first red loop, so familiar territory for the riders.
That's a good point, Harry. The 4 loops that make up the 120 kilometres, they do decrease in length.
Yeah, that's
throughout the day.
And really nice, I think, to get the longest loop out of the way when it was dark and cooler this morning, riding in the shade of the canyons, and then get smaller and smaller as the day goes by.
We're looking. Oh, we've moved. This is number, what, 19, or was it 119?
Two riders taking it easy as they approach the vet gate.
Abdullah Abdulrahman Al-Sugaya, number 109, with Balloon Paris, alongside fellow compatriot Raid Al-Qurashi with Wally.
12 kilometers an hour is the minimum speed, and 25,000 euros for all finishers down to 100th place. It's quite an incentive to just take it easy. I mean, if you're not in the medal positions, why would you push?
And we were saying earlier that, you know, you ride within your horse and your own comfort zone, and some of the competitors, maybe many of the competitors have taken part here in the First Hand Cup this year, wouldn't come here to expect to be in the first 20 or 30.
No, and it might even be the first attempt at this distance for horse and rider.
Oh, okay. Sure.
So, you know, they're pushing they're in unknown territory, perhaps. Uruguay historically put a very strong performance in at the First Hand Cup last year, and even last week in Boudib. But similarly in Boudib, they haven't been able to maintain the pace through to the final stage of the competition.
So Bahrain pick up the pace with Issa Hamid Dalkil Al-Anisi.
Here we see 31. Abra Abdul Qadir with Karawang Rococo.
Important owner of Karawang Rococo and His Royal Highness Prince Al-Walid bin Talal Al Saud, so big support from the families.
This is one of our female Saudi riders. And off she goes onto the next loop. Kubra Abdul Kadir. Gender diversity, a key priority for the Royal Commission of AlUla here. Male and female level playing field in the sport of endurance. And our female Saudi rider there heading off now onto loop 3.
Karawang Rokoko, her equine partner, looking very comfortable going out onto the yellow phase.
Just taking it easy now as they limber back up for this loop. So Rayan Al-Mobti there, 73. Leading Saudi rider. Lovely looking horse. Purchased from Juma Puntidax.
One of the favourites for the Saudi team of competitors that have taken part here in AlUla. Riding JM Faravan. Trained by Jonathan Ferreira San Pedro. Really showing their impact on the sport here in AlUla. So as we see Rayan Al-Mobti go out onto phase 3. Harry, you spoke to Rayan earlier.
Rayan, thank you for your time. Leading Saudi rider, what does it mean to be competing here in the heart of Saudi Arabia?
First, thank you so much for inviting me. It's my pleasure, and welcome in AlUla and in Saudi Arabia. It's our happiness to see you here. Then to be participating in AlUla, I think any rider in the world will be interesting to be in this race because it's so beautiful race. It's big level for me, and I think for each rider, it's big level like he do race like this. And like we said, it's the most expensive race in the world. And we thank everyone who's making this race, the organizers, the federations, the Royal Commissary is something very special. And any year, every year is much better than before.
And just picking up on that, what do you think the ambition of AlUla and what they're doing here is for the future and for the future of equestrianism in Saudi Arabia?
Yes, for us, the endurance, as we think, is in AlUla. The future of the endurance is in AlUla because, like, every year we see big difference. We never see it in any country or something because they are very interesting in this event. And not only endurance, they making polo or something very special. So I think they are going, I'm sure they are going in the right way. They will take us to the sky with the endurance in Saudi Arabia.
And what do you think the chances are for Saudi Arabia in the race?
About the chance in Saudi Arabia is, I think, is very good. We have very good chance. As usual, we have champion horses, we have champion riders. It will not be easy race. Really, it will not be easy race. The track is good, but it's very technical. It's not like any race in the Gulf, like Dubai or anywhere. It's mostly flat, and but here, no, we have deep sand, we have mountain, we have stone. I think it will be difficult race, but with good management, I think everyone can do good race. But as you asked me about Saudi, I hope we can do something because it's our race. But as you know, it's like big prizes money, so everyone will go to finish. But there is some horses will go to win. I think I have my good friend is Faris Abu Ras. He has a horse who won last year in Saudi horses. He came 6th position, I think, with his horse Girashir. There is some horses I will try this year. I hope I can do something good because it's our race and I would do it, really.
Okay. And tell us about your horse in the ride.
My horse is a horse I bought from Spain last summer from Mr. Juma Ponti. I say to him thanks. For me is really champion horse, but I cannot put a lot of pressure on him because his first race in AlUla he do and he's here in 6 months, but he's champion horse. I think he can do something good.
So you'll be riding from the front?
Yes, inshallah, I will try. Yes, well, my horse is JM Faravan. He will do good race, inshallah.
Ran, thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome.
Very best of luck, inshallah.
Thank you so much, and thanks to you for coming to make us happy too, because the media here is so important. And really thanks to you and to the team, and we'll see you soon, inshallah.
You're welcome.
Thank you,
Ram.
thank you so much. Thank you.
Harry, what a great interview with Rayan Ababta you did earlier. He's out there on the course on JM Faravan. I think so lovely to hear a prominent rider, one of our hosts here in AlUla in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They're truly appreciative of the support that they're getting, and then they're giving us a lot of support as well, but it's great, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think it's clear to see what it means to him to be competing here in his home nation, and also grateful for the support that the organising committee have been able to do, and we can see on the screen the weather now. 28 degrees is where we are now. It's still got more heating up to do this afternoon. It's still quite warm out there.
So as we now go back out to the leading contingent, it looks like we've still got Uruguay and Bahrain battling it out in front, along with Abdullah Tayas Al-Naimi for Qatar. And Harry, they're looking, well, I mean, we can't see where the next riders are, but they have broken away.
They have broken away. They're looking strong, but they're exposed. They're riding as individuals. There's 3 individuals there. There's not going to be a great deal of team riding at this point. It's not a big group. You know, if they lose 1 or 2 of this group, they're on their own.
And you don't want that to happen.
You don't really want that to happen. It can be lonely when you're on your own riding out there, and it's harder for the horse and rider psychologically when you're on your own. And I think especially in the heat of the day, you know you want horses and you want riders around you to kind of carry you along, mostly from a psychological point of view. But the horses also psychologically have an impact.
And as a rider, just because you've just been through the temperatures that are now rising to 30, 31 degrees as we go through the afternoon, are you taking anything with you to compensate? Do you carry any?
It's unlikely they carry anything because, you know, it's added weight. There's plenty of opportunities to take on water at the water points and the crew points, obviously. But I think the important thing for these riders is that they use the whole time to rehydrate, to take on some electrolyte supplements. It's very warm. These riders, probably used to riding in this heat. You know, Qatar, Bahrain, the Uruguayan riders based in Dubai. Some of the riders that have come from winter in Europe, they'll need to be really careful that they don't let their horses down and that they don't get sick from the heat, and that they manage themselves and their health as best as they possibly can.
Let's talk about that. So the fitness of the riders. Would you go through a training program yourself to be? Are you very fit when you come to ride a race like this?
Just pausing a sec, Phil. We've got Constanza
yes.
Galicia leaving out now. Or sorry, coming back off the loop, coming back off the white loop.
Leading Italian rider, former European champion.
Constanza, though, it's a great link there because she herself prides herself on her rider fitness. She teaches the athletes fitness classes, And part of the training for the AlUla local stables here has involved rider fitness sessions, you know, weight sessions in the gym, core strength, all the things that you need to rely on to carry you through the sport.
A balance being critical.
The balance, absolutely important, yeah. Yeah.
Because, you know, if you are new to enjoying endurance, perhaps for the first time, and you're a rider that you're perhaps maybe you're a flat race jockey, a gallop jockey, you look at these riders who are don't appear to be doing anything too physical in the saddle when they're riding, but you still need that compared to something like a flat race jockey. But you need that high level of fitness to be. I mean, it's a long way. It's a long time. This is 8 hours.
It's a long time, and you know you're working. Your muscles are working all the time. But I think if you start to feel tired and you start to lean one way or put more weight in one stirrup, and you start to affect the way the horse is moving, then ultimately that will become apparent in the vet check, and you might find that the horse has gone lame or has got an irregular gait because of you as the rider.
And then we, of course, move on to the beautiful horses. We're seeing Pure and Aglo Arabs here, who are the principal competitors in the sport of endurance. They've got this incredible heritage in the desert, along with camels. So the Arabian horses would use camels and indeed horses for just daily work, their armies and ever. And this is a beautiful image of one. Let's hear a little bit more about the ability of the Arabian horse.
Arabian horse is a generous horse with a very good character and very good mental ability. Arabian horse have a very big heart, an horse that is perfect for endurance. When you ride Arabian horse, you can't ride another horse. For the welfare to the horses and to prepare a competition, we need work very hard every day. It's important training. It's very important that the horse is in a good relationship with the other part of the team. In our stable, we give the food to the horse three times a day. We check the trot every day. The groom in endurance is also the crew during the ride. And it's very important there is a feeling with the horse and all the team play together in the same direction. Don't forget that the Arabian horse, endurance horse, are generous. They give us more than they have. And when you start to training the horse, because in endurance we started when horse have 4 years, it's very important that you start very slow. You must keep calm with the endurance horse. If you give time the horse, you can have the chance to have a big champion. The road is very long and we can cut our road. No shortcut. Give time to your horse and you receive from horse all that your horse can give you. It's an incredible emotion when you finish a small ride. When you finish a big ride and you win, share with your horse, it's incredible what you feel inside you, inside the horse. It's very important the day after, when your horse gallops in the paddock, you feel inside you that you are the king of the world.
Well, a great insight into the Arabian horse and the suitability of the breed in a sport like this. Harry, how do you train a horse to do 120 or 160 kilometres?
Well, it starts as a young horse, you know, 4 or 5 years old, and maybe even before that, the way they've been bred and their upbringing. Juma famously says he has his horses in big parks, many, many hectares, and he puts the water at the bottom of the hill and the food at the top of the hill. And so in their daily lives, they have to move around and they adapt to doing distance. But as a young horse, it's all about long, slow distance work. So going out for a long time, working in the mountains, teaching the horse proprioception, working where their legs are going, building muscular strength, making their bones adapt to the work. And then as they progress through the qualifications towards 80 kilometers, it's about fine-tuning. And that's using interval training, canter work, long-distance canters, faster work, but also making sure we don't forget, you know, schooling or using the treadmill, aqua treadmill, swimming. A lot of these horses, professional stables, they'll be swimming every day to really get that core strength. So we have to train different things, whether that be training the heart and the lungs, the cardiovascular system, whether it's training the muscles to carry the horse all the distance, or whether it's to make sure that the bones have adapted for this type of work. And one last thing on that is rest. Rest is important.
We're just seeing in the vet gate, Letizia Milani for Italy with AlUla. But just wanted to quickly finish off that subject because it's really, really interesting, Harry. So when you say long canter work, how long? Because we're looking at loops here of 38 or 27 kilometres. How long would you canter? I mean, you obviously don't do that distance, I take it.
No, so you don't train at the distance that you compete at, because when you invest this much energy, you have to rest afterwards for a long period of time. But teaching the horse to canter for 1-2 hours and move in an economical and efficient way, that is the key. You're not, when you get to a point of fitness, you're not adding anything else aerobically to the heart and lungs by just lolloping along at canter. But you want to be able to sustain it for a good amount of time, and then you can start to play with the speed or potentially the gradient.
And so we're now back out with the leaders out on the course, but just one last question. I'm fascinated about that training. What distance will you start to race then? What would be the first? We're at 120, we know you can go to 160. What would be what's the first distance that you might race in endurance?
80 kilometers, but you can do a qualifying, which isn't a race, from 40 kilometers.
Right, okay.
And in some nations, they do non-competitive rides starting from 20 kilometers, or even, 5K children on the lead rein for fun, for pleasure.
But they could be used to train as well.
Yeah, of course. The shorter rides can be used to train, but I think, from my perspective, when you ride at a ride, even if it's not a massive competition, you take those few more risks. You go a bit quicker over the ground. Whereas in training, you pick the surface, you do it in a controlled environment, you take less risk and therefore protect the horse's legs.
And of course, all the time, you're learning about your horse.
Yeah, and there's a huge backup team. So you've seen the crew here, but there's a backup team at home as well. The vets, the physiotherapists, everything is. The farrier,
yeah.
Of course. It's the home team that helped produce the horse for the competition.
So we're here on race day. This is what it is all about. The pinnacle of the sport as we're in the vet gate. Some of those competitors, as we're seeing, Letizia Milani for Italy with AlUla.
So a recap of stage 2, the white loop. Let's have a look how it went earlier today.
program tells a story through music, which touches on the rich heritage of the site. I made reference to the nature, the stars, the stark desert, in contrast with the phenomenal architectural structures spanning thousands of years. Paying homage to all these elements was integral in the inspiration for the musical choices I made. Of course, the minute one steps onto the sand at Hegra, the sense of history is overwhelming. And I must say, in my long career, this has become, and still is, a pinch me moment.
We are here now to give you a feel for what happens as the horses come in off the loops. Behind me, the horses will come up the hill, up along here, and they will enter here. Between these two poles, there will be a reader which will read the transponder on the horse's neck. That will give it an arrival time which will set in motion a countdown clock of 15 minutes, by which time the horse should be gone in to the vet for inspection.
Once again, a wonderful description from the technical delegate, Kevin Croak, about the start of the vet gate. And one of the things that all the pieces that we've seen from Kevin is how important the timing is. Of course, we talked about heart rates and everything, but everything is limited to time to ensure a very fair and properly welfare approach to the horses. We're now looking back down to the top three, and already we can see that the gap seems to be getting larger. We can't see where the fourth placed horse is from that shot, and we're a long way up. So it's these three riders are really pressing on the yellow route. They've turned the top end of the route. They're on their way back to the vet gate where we saw Kevin Croak standing just now. That will be the first area that they approach at the end of the yellow loop. 27.3 kilometers, and we expect them at about, well, it's about just over 1 hour. So maybe in 20-25 minutes time is my speculative workout. So the rider in front just lifting his weight off the saddle for a few moments. And the ground here, we've talked a lot about the ground, the variations of the depth of the sand. The ground here looking quite not such deep sand, in fact much more shallow, so they were just stretching out there. You just saw as we went behind one of these wonderful archaeological structures here, they were just beginning to stretch out, making the maximum use of the better ground compared to the heavier sand, always riding within the capability of the horse. And they'll be well aware that they are, well, they'll know exactly where they are. Of course, they're all wearing GPS equipment. Let's hear from Kevin Croak again on the second part of the vet gate.
We're now in the preparation area, and we are assuming that this horse wants to have some water on them to cool them down. At the end of the first loop, this will be manic. It will be crazy. You could have up to 100 horses in here, all looking for water and sloshing and going, wanting to get in, because time in here is time lost. Your race clock is still running while you're here. Your race clock, which is separate from your countdown clock, actually stops going in to the vet inspection.
Well, Harry, we talked about the importance of farriers, and here we go. We've actually, not something I don't think we've seen yet. So a horse being reshod. Of course, the horse, as everybody in the equestrian will know, that the horseshoes can get pulled off or dragged off or whatever it might be. So this is very, very normal to actually see a shoe being replaced by a professional farrier.
Yeah, and just an absolutely crucial element of any equine competitor. There's the old saying, no foot, no horse. And it couldn't be more true. You know, actually intense moment for the farrier, because the smallest mishap when reshoeing that horse could mean that it was lame for the veterinary panel and then removed from the competition. So the pressure is really on those farriers to make sure those horses are shod in the best possible way to get the best out of these horses.
And that looked like what I would call a fairly standard steel shoe, but do they ever use aluminium shoes,
of course,
or plates as they're called sometimes?
Yeah, aluminiums and various pads. And actually, my wife and I are currently trialling a plastic model shoe with a steel insert around the toe. So it's, so it's lightweight, but it's durable plastic, slightly more durable than the aluminium that wears quite quickly, but very similar.
Coming now, we have Mohammed Khalifa Al Sawaidi, riding for Qatar on Jalmoud Al Shakab, owned by Abdul Aziz Say Al Jabba, trained by Jabba Nasser Al Naimi.
Here we are at one of the water points.
This is the leading bunch.
Hydration absolutely key now as the day warms up.
Issa Hamid Del Keel, I'm just watching him, number 7 there. He's not hanging around. He's been in front now for a while. He's here riding Frisha de Lap AA. He's away from that water point quickly.
Yeah, and obviously in a natural heritage site.
Yeah, well, so they're on their way. He's pushed out in front, but just go back and look at that water point again later on. Just as we mentioned earlier, the water bottles, of course, this is a sport that's against the clock. So the water bottles get discarded to speed up the process. They, of course, all get cleared up, and you only have to look at this beautiful World Heritage site of AlUla to know that everything is left absolutely spotless and clean. We've been very, very privileged to have an opportunity to wander around part of the site, and of course tourism is something that's growing hugely. Unsurprisingly, when you look at these pictures, I've spoken to people who've been watching and they cannot believe the wonderful backdrops of these structures that we've got here. And so this place is very, very important to the whole world, not just the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and looked after immaculately. And the tourism is going to be something that grows more and more and more. And we've witnessed already, we've seen hotels being put up and other forms of recreation being brought in to the area, which will enable the rest of the world to come and enjoy the beautiful AlUla heritage.
And before that, we were talking, Phil, about the Bahraini rider and the fact that he was pushing forwards. As we've mentioned earlier, in my opinion, it's all about kind of qualifying for that final loop. Where do you place going out of that final vet gate? And here we see 134, which I believe is Clémentine Chaud for France. She was ranked number 2 in the world rankings from last year. Horse owned by Jean-Michel Grimal, who is the chef de keep of the French team, the very successful French team from the World Endurance Championships last week. $183 leaving or returning on course. That's British rider Lucy Elizabeth Stevenson with Penny EPH.
So VIPs arriving as we're coming towards the culmination. We're still a couple of hours, 2.5 hours maybe away from the end of the 4th year of the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup, and VIPs will start to gather here at the Equestrian Village in AlUla to witness this incredible event and the culmination of the event. And the yellow loop now coming towards the end of the yellow loop of the riders. Let's hear from Kevin Crope about another stage of the vet gate.
We are now inside in the vet gate. The first heart rate must be 64 beats per minute or less. If it is higher than 64 beats, the horse goes out, has to go back into the preparation area and come back in again, and the race clock has reactivated until it comes back in. So it's past the 64. It must now trot up the trotting lane here, which is being reconstructed at the moment, and 40 metres out and 40 metres back. And it must do a clean trot. If the vet is not happy with a trot, he calls a panel and then 3 people decide. But let's deal with the ones that are fine. So it now comes back down, and 1 minute from the time it started the trot, it must be heart checked again. That's called a Ridgway test. Kerry Ridgway in the States developed it, and it's a very good indicator of a horse's capacity to continue. Obviously tied in with other elements. So you have hydration, mucous membrane, capillary refill, you will have aspiration, and then they'll check gut sounds as well, because if there is no gut sounds, then that horse will be going towards a colic. It may not, but will be going, and the vet will be advising them that they get roughage into the stomach. So there's a lot going through here. And then on top of that, the vet will check the back for muscle tone, that it's all fine in the hindquarters. Obviously, any cuts, abrasions, saddle rubs, etc. will all come into the equation. And this is all about ensuring the welfare of the horse by finding it fit to continue in the race. That is what it's all about. It's not a method of getting rid of horses, it's a method of ensuring that those horses are metabolically and physically sound to continue in the race.
Wonderfully explained by Kevin Broke. And he put it in very succinctly there, the 3 words that are paramount, which actually really encompass everything to do with the vetting. The horse must be fit to continue. And that describes exactly what the process that we're looking at now, which is not just about heart rates that we're seeing here, but also about metabolics, about whether the gait, the lameness, if they're lame at all, if they're still comfortable trotting. And it's very much
one of my favourite
welfare.
Sorry, Phil. One of my favourite horses there, Lorna Sritan's horse, Goldorak du Moulin. Her partner and trainer, Pierre Offouet.
A couple of riders representing Belgium, I think, here, with one of the 40 nations. It's absolutely staggering. I think there's more nations here this weekend than there were at the World Championships last week. And knowing that we've had 21 horses flown in for the very first time to AlUla, flown in from Europe to take part at the new international airport.
And that's really incredible, Phil, because in previous years, to get here has involved a long journey over by road, and to fly directly to AlUla, which is what, just 20 minutes down the road, that is going to mean this venue takes off in the future. So our leading riders out on the yellow loop, phase 3 of the competition. Over halfway now into the closing part.
Do I detect a little more pace, Harry?
I think that may be.
Again, tactics playing a part here.
All about where you position yourselves for this final loop. So the same thing is going to happen. They're going to come off this loop. They're going to have to present to vet, and that will be a little bit more pressured because every second really does count before leaving on the final loop. However, in this vet gate, 50 minutes this time, there's a re-inspection. That means all horses and riders have to come back 15 minutes before they leave on the final loop for another veterinary inspection.
So the 3 breakaways on their way to the 3rd vet gate. So the first 3. Sorry, Harry, carry on.
Just going to say 5 hours 38 into the competition. That's the riding time. This competition started at 7 a.m. just as the sun was rising over the sand dunes and the cliffs that surround the beautiful endurance village here in AlUla.
Maximum prize money. The richest race, endurance race in the world. Competing for 900,000 Saudi Riyal plus a car, and also these beautiful trophies. These trophies that weigh 20 kilos have been specially crafted for the first 3 competitors here at the 2023 Custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques Endurance Cup. Prizes down to 100th place. That's, of course, if you complete. Those from 11th to 100th place will collect 100 Saudi Riyal, 25,000 euros. But you have to pass all 4 vet gates to be able to claim your prize.
And, of course, the vetting at the finish as well.
And the only equestrian sport where you don't get presented and confirmed as champion until you have actually been through a vetting at the end of the competition. So nearly 12:40, temperature rising to 31 degrees. We're on the phase 3 of the 4 phases. We've done phase 1, that was 38.2 kilometers. The second phase, known as the white phase, 32.1. We're now on the yellow phase, 27.3 kilometers. The final phase, the blue phase, the last loop, 22.4 kilometers.
Worth noting, Phil, while it's very warm out there, we can see we're looking at the vet gate and the shade that's been provided, but there is a gentle breeze out there, and also it's very dry heat. It's the humidity, I think, which is the real problem. And out here, the heat is very dry, a little bit of a gentle breeze. And these leading horses from the Gulf nations where they will have acclimatized. .147 in shot, just undoing the martingale strap so that it's easier to get the saddle off when they arrive. That's Ying Jiang from China, riding Billy de Villiers. The sport is growing all the time around the world, and nowhere more so than China. We've 2 competitors from China in the competition. Along with Ying, we've got Zhao Sheng.
Now into the vet gate. Completing the second loop as competitors come in. And of course, shortly in the next 10 minutes or so, we are expecting to see these top 3 competitors now on the screen coming in to the vet gate at the end of loop 3. Estimated arrival of the first 3, 12:50 to 12:51, now 12:43. And we're seeing the shots of the last water point prior to getting back to the vet gate.
Really not far for the riders to go now, just around 6 kilometers left on this loop, the yellow loop.
Harry, how do we expect these front riders now, how do we expect them to ride this last few kilometers? Do they, there's 3 of them, but this is not a team competition, this is individuals only, the First Hand Cup. Are any of them thinking to themselves, I might go a little bit quicker to try and get away, or do they think we've still got 22.5 kilometers to go in the blue loop? I'm just going to keep myself. What sort of are we going to see any tactics at this stage? I mean, we've seen tactics from 7 o'clock this morning, but are we going to see anything a little bit more movement?
We may do. It's a bit of a curse of riders who are riding in the leading position to get a little bit carried away and start thinking ahead to the final loop of the competition, because they've still got 2 veterinary examinations to get through at the end of this phase in order to qualify for the final loop, and that's quite important. So I would think we're going to see a continuation of the speed. These riders, if they're experienced, they shouldn't be breaking off now. It's too early. The most important thing is that they recover quickly in this vet gate so that they get out on course and have an advantage over the other horses. We might see a bit of jostling in the vet gate here as they really try to cool the horses down quickly and get in ASAP.
So nothing really, just a few seconds to split these top 3. We don't know at this stage how far away. It looks like there may be, just looking at the data that's being fed to us, it looked like there might be about 1 kilometer in between Abdullah Thayas Al-Naimi, who is in 3rd, to Dan Chapita for Argentina in 4th place.
And of course, the curse of riders thinking ahead to the last loop and to the podium, that prize money is going to be playing on their minds as well.
I'm sure, along with the beautiful trophy for the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosque Endurance Cup. About 4 or 5 minutes away before these competitors arrive at their 3rd vet gate. I say their 3rd vet gate. One of the things that I'm not sure that we've covered yet is, of course, we've seen the vet gates come into full activity to check the horses to ensure the best welfare that they can be during the race. But of course, none of them were allowed to compete here at all without being vetted yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. And even before then, Phil, when they arrived on site, for biosecurity purposes, you know, the horses were checked by veterinarians, the temperature was taken, they checked all the vaccinations. That was days ago. Then yesterday, this is when the competition officially starts, is the pre-ride veterinary inspection. Are the horses fit to start? It's the same standard of vetting. We lost a few combinations for a regular gate yesterday, but the vets deemed those horses not suitable to begin. But it's really important to stress that there's a vetting at the beginning, vetting all the way through this vet gate, 2 vettings, and then at the end as well. They have to pass all of these veterinary inspections in order to have a successful completion. And you know, we always say fit to continue is the motto we go by. Horse welfare, the foundations of endurance riding worldwide.
So the Royal Endurance team of Bahrain will be cheering on not just the visitors that we've got here from Bahrain, but also back home, because Issa Hamid Dakil and Alanisa with Frisia de Lap is approaching vet gate 3, or the 3rd vet gate today, currently in front. Nothing in it, and the long-time leader, Jose Oliveira with Pogar for Uruguay, as you can see there, they're just lobbing along at exactly the same pace, and they all seem to be very comfortable. There's no dramatics taking part at this stage. We may see that unfold at the end of the final loop. But we can now see the 4th rider. We can now see Diane Chapita from Argentina just in the background. And that may not be 4th. I've just been told that that might actually be somebody who's actually on a previous loop, bearing in mind that the red, yellow and blue loops all follow similar tracks, just different lengths. These riders are very, very experienced. We're looking at some, what to me looks like extremely sensible riding. Now they're approaching the vet gate for the 3rd time. They're not going to change their plans. They're going to go into the first stage, going into and then follow in. Let's just have another look and unfold some of the details of the vet gate experience for both horse and rider.
So Phil, as they arrive from the vet gate, this is what it looks like, the construction of the vet gate. And the arrival off the loop is here. But the loop time is still running at this point, but now they have 15 minutes to get the horse's heart rate down. The elite combinations shouldn't take that long. The crew, this is when they come to live. A bit like a Formula 1 pit stop crew, they work hard to cool the horse down, to get that core temperature down and therefore bring the horse's heart rate down. 64 beats per minute is what we're looking for. If they're confident that the horse's heart rate is 64 or below, they present to vet. This stage of the competition means that the clock has stopped and the vet will now put the heart rate monitor on the horse looking for 64 beats per minute. If it's too high, they have one more chance to present to vet, but that's within their original 15 minutes. If the heart rate's fine, they're then asked to trot 40 meters away and 40 meters back. They're assessing the gait of the horse, looking for any lameness or irregularities. The irregularity has to be there the full 40 meters away and 40 meters back, and it takes 3 vets to eliminate a horse from the competition. If the horse passes the veterinary inspection, they then move to the hold and rest area. This is where the crews work to restore the horse, to make sure that they can drink, eat, they have a massage, they get ready, prepare for the next phase of the competition. When the horses have had the end of their hold, they'll start to be re-tacked up again and walk towards the exit gate. They'll limber them back up and then they go back out onto the next phase of the competition, and where we are now, that'll be the final 20 kilometers.
Harry, as they approach the vet gate, that first 15 minutes where they come in and they've got an option to go 15 minutes into the second part of the vet gate, that is their decision, is when they move, isn't it? It's not a sort of a mandatory 15 minutes. They can make their decision when they're ready at the 64 beats per minute or less, or when they think they're at 64 beats per minute or less.
That's right, yeah. So, you know, it's their judgment call when they go in. The clock stops as soon as they go through the timing gates, but at that point they're committed. They have to move forwards to the veterinary panel at that point.
I was just looking at the other riders in shot there, riders from the previous loop, as the 3 riders that are in a canter, just looking at each other, just keeping an eye on each other. The sand getting a little bit deeper there, but still very gentle. And the horse is looking, this horse in front of Isat Emil Aldegil Anisi from Bahrain, Frisha Delap, looking very comfortable.
I wonder if His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa, the individual gold medalist from the World Championships last week, and the Crown Prince of Bahrain, is watching this, watching the progress of his horse. Victorious stables for Bahrain, leading again here in AlUla. We see the difference here of the elite combinations and those that are going for completion. In the near ground, 2 local AlUla riders with their team kit on, part of the program training that's been going on in the local region.
They actually have an AlUla Endurance Academy.
They do. A lot of work has been gone into training the riders, the officials, the veterinarians.
5 hours, 53 minutes gone. Nothing really to split the first 3, as we say. Jose Oliveira for Uruguay and Pogar just taking the lead at this stage.
So here we go, seconds count. Seconds mean where you're going to go out on course on the next loop. Number 7, off and running.
Jose Oliveira approaches vet gate 3. He was in the lead going into the last vet gate, still here in the lead going in to vet gate 3.
That horse has an incredible heart. Was able to recover in just over 1 minute 30.
And a heart rate of 51, if I remember rightly, on the end of the last loop. Now, the sloshing starts. So the 15 minutes has started.
15 minutes has started, but the loop time is still running. So look at this horse on the right. He's having a drink and walking at the same time. Requires a lot of very experienced crew to handle these horses. Hasn't even got its head collar on at this moment.
Do you measure how much a horse will drink at this stage, or do you just give him freedom of liquid? Or
I think the common principles are, if the horse wants to have a drink here, it can have a small drink, that's fine. I wouldn't give it buckets and buckets of water at this point.
Because you want to fill its belly with water with another loop to go.
Yeah, well, no, as soon as it's come out of vetting, and drink all at once, and the more fluid it takes on board, the better. But you want the horse's heart rate to go down, and the best way to do that is to cool the horse and not spend lots of time in drinking and drinking.
Oh, okay.
But, you know, some riders, however, if they're going for completion and they're not rushing for the top places, it's just never stop the horse drinking. You know, if it needs to drink, let it drink. You don't know when it will next want to have a drink, so any fluids the horse takes on is a plus, especially when it's as hot as it is out there today.
So heart rate monitor from the crew on Jose Oliveira's horse Pogar. You can feel the importance of this stage.
Yeah. Feels like it's taken a fraction longer, but they're on the forward motion here. The others will see that.
Well, the crew member, the lady's had her heart rate monitor, and they're now moving forward, so they must be comfortable.
They must, but you see the Bahrainis have responded. They're going as well. They're not going to let one horse go ahead. Heart rate monitor on again.
Looking for that crucial maximum of 64 beats per minute.
Okay, this is Team Bahrain, first horse in. It looked very good out on the track. This is Isa Hamid Dakhil Al-Anizi with Frisia de Lap into the vet gate. Time stops. Hold time begins. 50 minutes hold time has started, subject to the heart rate being 64 or below. A tense moment.
14 vet gates, and it's a random selection, Harry. They don't go to a chosen particular gate. There's 14 gates, then they get told, right, you're at gate 7, you're at gate 12. It's all done randomly.
That's it, random allocation. So they look to the computer screen on the right, which assigns them to a lane, and that then decides which veterinarian they go to. And that's just to avoid any favoritism, any bias. It's totally random.
Inspecting every aspect of the horse. This is Frisia de Lap for Bahrain. You can feel the tension and the expectation for the riders.
Yeah, and the Bahraini rider here, not yet in. Riders coming off the course from the white loop.
97 or 98 kilometers now completed from the 120. We talked earlier, people may have just joined us, so riders getting off there. Well, this is important, but just going to say riders can get off and walk in. That's their choice.
This is number 7 doing the trot now. The heart rate was fine.
40 meters each way.
Oh no, heart rate not fine. This is a penalty. So, let me explain, Phil. This means the heart rate was too high. They're having to run back to the cooling area. And this is within the original 15 minutes. So they have lost a huge amount of time. And they've incorrectly gone in. Heart rate was too high. They've got to run back into the cooling area now.
So they've got to represent to the vet within 15 minutes.
Yeah, but it's the original 15 minutes. So it's as if the timer never stopped. The loop time's still running. All of this time they've lost. So they will be minutes behind if the Uruguayan passes, minutes behind the leader. That could be the difference between gold medal or no medal. Shaken in the head there. Disappointment. And I think what happened there, Phil, is Bahrain saw that the Uruguayan horse was going, so they edged forwards. They wanted to go. They didn't want to be left behind. Every second counted, but they called it too early, and they went heart rate too high. So recool the horse. They need to be really careful now. They've only got this last opportunity. If the heart rate's still too high, they'll be eliminated for metabolic reasons. So they're checking again.
Abdullah Tayas Al-Naimi, Jawad Figgles for Qatar. Jawad Figgles being trotted up. Is that not in? That's not in the...
I think the same problem here.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's not in the vet line. That's not in the lines.
No, same problem. High heart rate. Well, this is drama. 2 horses with a penalty. The 2 leading horses, which only leaves the Uruguayan horse, potentially, that's arrived and gone into vetting. We said the dynamic of that leading group could change. Well, this is going to be a real deciding factor on that, because there's other horses coming in off the loop.
So we're looking for Jose Oliveira and Poga, 169. This is number 10 there. Is that number 10?
This is number 7, I think. That's been...
crew member helping out.
Yep. Okay, back in they go. This is their last chance. I feel it could be 65 beats per minute. One beat too many. Doesn't matter. If it's not 64 below, gone. They've got to do it again.
الكل يحاول انه يمضي قدما في الصداره واتمام هذا السباق. مجهود كبير لكل المشاركين في هذا اليوم، نتمنى لهم التوفيق ونتمنى ايضا للجميع اكمال هذا السباق للحصول على الجائزه الضخمه التي مقدمه لكل من اجتاز المراحل الخاصه بهذا السباق وهي مرحله 100,000 ريال.
This is indeed Pogar, the mount of Jose Oliveira for Uruguay. I'm trying to work out where they are, Harry. Have they? Can you tell if they've successfully gone through?
Just waiting for the system to update here to give us some confirmation. As soon as we get that, we'll let you know. Okay. Bahraini horse now, number 7, Frisia Talap, has passed the heart rate inspection, the second one, and has gone for a trot.
Because he wouldn't have been allowed to trot if he hadn't done that.
Correct.
40 metres back again on a loose lead rein. So it looks as if Jose Oliveira and Pogar for Uruguay are successfully through the vet at the end of the third phase, back in the hold.
And Phil with a substantial lead over second place. Can they make it 2 years in a row? Uruguayans won here in 2022 for Al Aden Stables, and they're in leading position here as well. So that's number 23, that's the Qatar rider. So heart rate was fine the second time, now trotting.
The amount of Abdullah Tayas Al Naimi.
Oh, we can see here that the heart rate of the Bahraini horse was 65 beats per minute, just one beat out. We'll wait and find out what the second pulse was, but we believe that that was within the parameters.
So the mount of Issad Hamid Dakil Al Anisi. Appreciate that. Going back to the rest area.
50-minute hold in this vet gate, but one other veterinary examination to pass 15 minutes before they leave on the final loop. And so technically speaking, they haven't yet qualified for the final phase of the competition because they have to pass all the veterinary examinations in the vet gate. There's still one to go.
And that is 50 minutes prior to their scheduled leave.
Yeah, it's often put on the last vet gate to ensure that the horses have recovered well in the whole time and are in a fit state to go out on the last loop. And generally speaking, that's when the horses are going to be pushed a little bit for competitive positions.
Well, whilst we see some of the tense moments among the riders into the third vet gate, it's a good opportunity to remind ourselves of the wonderful AlUla region and what the expectations and the plans here for the equestrian village. known as the AlUla. Over the next few years, the Royal Commission of AlUla will be making huge investments here to encourage the equestrian village to be considerably larger and cross more disciplines, with polo, dressage, also along with, of course, endurance playing a prominent part. Building of specialized permanent stables, air-conditioned. The site, the 285-acre site here, will have 2 arenas for events. But as I say, they're going to grow a grass polo match as long as the sand polo. They also have a sand polo ground here already, but a grass polo ground is going to be built here also. And this area, 300 kilometers north of Medina, is set to become one of the most prominent equestrian venues in the Middle East.
Very exciting news, Phil.
I think the commitment to the investment and the support of equestrian sports and the love of the horse, it's a reflection on you know, the true beliefs of the royal family and the Saudi Arabian Equestrian Federation and the Royal Commission of AlUla, the support that they're giving to it. But I think it's wonderful that we've had the opportunity to, you know, this is year 4 of the Custodian of the Holy Mosque Endurance Cup. This will be always remembered as the grounding of the equestrian village, the grounding of what's going to become an extremely important equestrian venue across many disciplines. This was started by the richest or the biggest prize fund of international endurance in the world. Kicked it all off.
Yeah, and you know, I know I'm biased, but is this endurance, and endurance is at the heart of the vision, and it's at the heart of what's trying to achieve, the organisation are trying to achieve here with the facility and with the future. And I think the future is very bright for the sport of endurance in this region.
Well, we've just clocked over 6 hours from when we started. We started at 7 a.m. That was local time here in Saudi Arabia. And we're seeing for Uruguay, the leader there. We just clicked off that, but that was Jose Releva with Pogar, 169. Who successfully completed vet gate 3, the first competitor to do so. So we will expect them to leave the vet gate area.
One of our local riders trotting up, Phil. So we can confirm the top 3 riders. Jose Oliveira, Pogar in first, and then in second place is now number 56, Mohammed Abdul Hamid Al Hashimi with Leon. So that rider was in 4th, leading out onto the previous loop, but because the 2 horses in front of it had a higher pulse, they've overtaken in the vet gate. Then in 3rd, also for Bahrain, Isa Hamid Dakhir Al Anizi with Frigia Delat. And now in 4th place, Abdullah Theos Al Naimi from Qatar with Jawad de Fignos.
We've just got I've just got the heart rates in for Jose Oliveira and Pogar. Very impressive. So they came in at the end of vet gate 1 with a heart rate of 58, remembering that 64 is the maximum beats per minute that is allowed to be able to continue. First vet gate they were 58, they went to 51 at the end of the second vet gate, and now still just at 60 at the end of vet gate 3. That is Pogar Jose Oliveira, who is currently in shot at the moment. That's number 169 for Uruguay. And he's just due, he's leaving time. 13:47, just after, a few seconds after 13:47. So we've got 35 minutes or so, 36 minutes in the hold time. Or no, yes, that's right, 36 minutes for Jose Oliveira and Pogar.
الأردن والكويت وقطر. حضور قوي من دول كبيرة شاركت معنا في السنوات الماضية. تواجدها كان قوي، وهذه السنة أيضا تواجدها Ladies and gentlemen, reminding you that we have 200 riders today participating in this endurance race from over 40 countries to race for 120 kilometers, out of which 102 riders are from Saudi Arabia.
Well, as the vets are now really being kept up to task as the horses start to come in their droves. Of course, there are still horses coming in after the second loop, the white loop, and some also coming in after the yellow loop, but everything is fully computerized, and of course they're carrying these technological tags on them with a GPS, which keeps everything in straight, which enables us to have some incredible information throughout the competition. We're looking currently that I think was horse with interesting use there again. We saw of the microfiber cloth, which they will soak, and that will keep wet longer than it might be just pouring a bucket of water over them. So more microfiber use we've seen throughout the day. We must be approaching about 30, 31 degrees here as we're looking now at Mohammed Abdulhamid Al Hashimi for Bahrain and the equine partner Leon. Leon, who's comfortably there, ears pricked and eating. Lucerne hay being provided. Number 79. This is Fahid Al Asami for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia with Duke. Again, look at the horse looking very comfortable indeed. Let's just remember that this is not just about being victorious, taking the gold medal for the custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup. It's about completing and passing the vet at the end of the final vet stage. 22.4 kilometers in the blue vet stage. Sorry, the blue hoop phase 4. And they pass the vet at the end of that stage. That would have been completed 120 kilometers, and they have got to go through the same veterinary inspection that we have witnessed throughout the day here in AlUla. 11th to 100th place, 25,000 euros, 100,000 Saudi Riyal for anyone that completes. If you complete the 120 kilometers and you do not pass the vetting at the end of that competition, then it's not regarded as a completion. You have to pass the veterinary inspection at the end to be able to conclude a successful completion. So it's really important to be able to complete the competition. Let's hear from one of the veterinary commission, Carlos Pronferrada, about completion.
My job is particularly focused on horses and the way they have to be treated during the day. My job is just try to get them back home.
Could you just talk us around what you've got on site and the referral point as well?
Yeah, the treating facilities is something we were visiting this morning. It's a big tent with about 25, maybe 27 boxes for treating. All of them prepared for receive a horse.
Can you tell us a little bit about the criteria that you'll be using to assess the horses on the day?
Yeah, sure. Every single horse is going through different exams during the ride, and then if the horse is not passed, this is automatically out of the competition. There will be another possibility. One of those horses that is being eliminated needs treatment because his body condition is deteriorating, it is not recovering properly. So we need to send them quickly to the vet treating area, and then they will take care of him. They do whatever it is need to be done to get the horse as soon as possible back on track.
And President of the Veterinary Commission, what will a good day look like for you?
Oh, I said that 1 week ago. A good day for me is all the clinic vets are really having coffee, not really busy. All the horses are released from the clinic, or those who need treatment, and all the horses are taking a plane back home. There's an old saying in endurance, to finish is to win. You know, we have 200 horses, more than 200 horses. Only one will be the winner. What about the rest? Some of them will get eliminated. But what about the one that is finished at the last moment of the day, but is still in shape, is still fit, getting into the gate and tell, hey, I did it. So to me, this horse really deserves the highest respect. And this is what this sport is all about.
And this is Clémentine Chaude representing France. They were 9th last year, this combination. She's riding, again, Doha d'Artagnan. And we'll be able to bring you up to date as to their position as we get the computer things. I just wanted to refer back to the president of the Veterinary Commission, Carlos, from Ferrada's wonderful interview there. Unlike so many other competitive sports that are a race, in fact, it's very nearly unique. A lot of the competitors that will enter into such an endurance competition as this, the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosque Endurance Cup, they will be entering knowing they're not going to win. That might sound a little bit bizarre. If you're a 100-meter sprinter, you wouldn't enter expecting not to win. But it's very different in this sport of endurance. And the reason that it is so different is because the detailed aspects of being able to achieve, being able to finish with a horse that passes a vet, that is as much the challenge, if not more of a challenge, than being home, getting home quicker than anybody else. It's a real, absolute, Philip, a real gold star of your ability to manage horse husbandry. If you can compete on a horse, get it home after 120, or the longer races 160 kilometers, and pass a vet, that is celebration. That is what it means. And that is why the Royal Commission of AlUla have rewarded those riders down to 100th place with a substantial prize of 25,000 euros. Everyone from 11th to 100. And that is to show their gratitude at the ability and the strength of the riders that have chosen to come and ride at what is still comparatively a young area for endurance, just in its 4th year here. So it's a really very, very different to perhaps the psychology of other races, to use the word race. This is very different indeed. And all these riders that are coming in now, they're not worried that they're several minutes, maybe an hour or two behind those competitors who are racing at about 22 kilometers per hour. The minimum time that you're allowed to do it in is 12 kilometers per hour. As long as you achieve over 12 kilometers per hour and get through the vet gate, you will be rewarded, because you have done something magnificent to be able to get your horse home, to be able to have trained it to this absolute pinnacle of its career, to be able to achieve this. So it's really very, very important to all these riders. It's not just about being home first and picking up the beautiful trophy. It is about the success of completion. And we're seeing here some of the riders coming off the earlier loops, coming in to the vet gate, who will be thinking exactly that. They need that heart rate to be less than 64 beats per minute, or 64 beats per minute, or less. And that is just very much part of the whole protocol and the whole mindset of the sport of endurance, which is gaining, you know, with 40 nations, there are very, very few. I'm not personally aware of any other international endurance competition that has had 40 nations or more that we have witnessed here. 21 from Europe, the first time ever that horses have been flown in to AlUla to compete, just to show you the commitment from the local authorities here, the Saudi Arabian Equestrian Club, the Royal Commission of AlUla, the royal family of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the support that they're giving to both this sport and other equestrian disciplines. And we're just watching that horse looking particularly well. Competitor number 43, Abdullah Al-Duwayhi with Shema, one of the many riders, about 50% of the 189 starters representing the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We've got 15 riders here who are under 21 years old, and we've seen some of those during the day, and we hopefully will hear from one or two of those again during the latter part of this afternoon, because the final loop, 22.4 kilometers, the shortest of the four loops. More sloshing going on to the horses. Horses, ears pricked, looking so comfortable. So joy to see. Well, Harry has made his way from my commentary point down to the vet gate just to have a closer look. Let's find out what's going on with Harry. Harry, you're down there upsides. I'm looking at some wonderful images of horses looking absolutely super after 2 or 3 of the phases. What's it like down there? What's the atmosphere like, first of all?
You could cut the tension with a knife, Phil. I mean, the crew's working extra hard here because they've got that re-inspection at the end of this vet gate. We can see Bahrain, they've just started to walk the horses to limber them up before the re-inspection. We've got the Qatari horse here in a bucket of ice water, and then the Uruguayan horse, the leader, the current leader, still being cooled and moving and eating at the same time, getting ready for that re-inspection, the all-important final veterinary exam of this vet gate.
The leader is Jose Oliveira and Pegar for Uruguay, as you say, Harry. He's due to leave the vet gate at 13:47. It's now 13:23, so what are we talking about? 24 minutes time. Tell me about the timing of that second veterinary inspection. When does that take place?
So that re-inspection is 15 minutes before the horse is due to leave the vet gate, back out onto the final loop. But obviously they've got a 2-3 minute lead now over the competitors, so it's all to play for. They just got to pass this final veterinary inspection.
And is that veterinary inspection covering heart rates and metabolism, and as we've seen with the rest of the veterinary inspections?
It's exactly the same vetting as we've seen all day, Phil. The full vetting, gait, metabolics, heart rate, the lot.
Now, we're seeing Pogar, the current leader, now in our shots here. Wonderful shots of the crews working very, very hard here. Have you been able to give any idea how Jose Oliveira is feeling after his 3 loops?
We haven't been able to speak to him yet, but he's resting while the crew work hard on his horse. They're just checking the trot now, if they're happy with it, but also just making sure that the horse is always moving now and is happy, comfortable in this vet hold.
And the rest of the riders, I don't know who else you've got down there, but you know, are you seeing some smiling faces?
Yeah, everyone's smiling, but there's tension. You know, you can see the anxiety. All these horses, they've got this one vet inspection to pass. It isn't over yet. You know, they can't just sit back and relax and think, oh, well, don't worry, the last loop's fine. They've still got a veterinary exam to pass. So the crew's having to work extra hard to look after these horses in this veterinary hold. The horse that, for me, looks one of the best is the Qatari horse, Jawad Dafignals, number 23. Looks very, very relaxed, very happy in itself. I'm stood right next to it now.
Great. Well, thank you very much indeed, Harry. It's great to get an insight from right down in the action. And the heart rate monitor going on Pogar. That trot up you saw there, that wasn't the veterinary inspection trot up, that was themselves just keeping Pogar moving. Like any mammals, you know, hot day, could get a bit of cramp or a bit of stiffness, which would prevent them from continuing. But Pogar looking super at that trot up, and they're just checking again the heart rate. It was down to 60 when they came in to vet gate 3. They passed at 60, but they're still just assuring you, because you never know, they could rise again. And here's more of the competitors keeping their fingers crossed that they're going to get through the vet gate and get out onto that final loop, the blue loop. So just there number 73. That's Raya Mbompi, one of the great spokesmen for AlUla, one of the young riders. JM Faravan is riding for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Very eloquent earlier about the importance and the gratitude of the local riders and the organising committee to the support that they have had, unsurprisingly the support that they have had of the event in AlUla, and he put it across really beautifully. So we're seeing Raya Mbompi, he's just taken his weight off JM Faravan as he approaches the third vet gate, just to give a little bit more opportunity for him. He's now undoing the girth as he moves forward. This is saving time. Also, you know, undoing the girth like that just gives JM a bit more breathing room in his lungs, just to also just settle them down a bit more, just in case, of course, at this stage he won't know what the heart rate will be, but he's taking every opportunity. All of a sudden, the crew arrive. So he's here, the crew arrive, there'll be a heart monitor on him shortly, and hopefully they'll be able to get into the vet gate within that 15 minutes. Number 31, this is Abra Albaduloda riding the Karawang Wakoko. Karawang Wakoko, owned by His Royal Highness Prince Al Walid bin Talal Al Saud. She's had a great competition so far. And again, look at Karawang Wakoko. He is looking comfortable. Even a small lope canter coming up towards the vet gate. Walking behind, number 65, Hussein Al Khalifa, for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, riding Dahes. Dahes, who's owned by Abdulaziz Abdullah Al Khalifa.
I mean, to be fair, he had work.
Perfectly acceptable to walk your horse, but of course you won't actually, it'll slow your time up, so it's not, no one is concerned about you not having the weight on the horse, which you might expect in other equestrian competitions, because if you like, you're penalised by default by just having the clock still ticking, and you won't be going as fast as you might be if you were actually on the horse. So it's perfectly acceptable to get off the horse if you wish to, if that's part of your protocol with your horse, to get off and lead it. But we're seeing Abra Alabulquada now past the 40 flags flying in honour of the nations that have supported the 4th year of the Custodian of the 2 Holy Mosque Endurance Cup. And then the work begins. Very experienced crews who need to know exactly what they're doing. We're seeing the current leader now, Pogar, being led the mount of Josie Oliveira. Looks like they're going to the mandatory veterinary inspector within 15 minutes. So it's now 13:30, and they are due to leave at 13:47. So if my maths is correct, they've got 2 minutes time. They're able to present to the veterinary panel, and that there is a good shot there of the crew member carrying the heart rate monitor. Pogar looking very, very comfortable after 3 loops. 98 kilometers completed, 22.4 kilometers to complete the 120. The weather now nearly 31 degrees. Everyone looking quite comfortable. Let's go back and catch up with Harry, who's down amongst the action.
Hi, Phil.
Hi, Harry. What else have you learned, Harry?
So the Uruguayan horse has just gone to its re-inspection. A little bit of anxiety I sense from the crew around the heart rate. They've been cooling the horse intensively in the hold period and rest area, and have had the heart rate monitor on the horse for the last 20 minutes. So potentially a tense time for our leader from Uruguay.
Any indication as to what the heart rate might be yet?
Not yet. We'll find out in any second now, because they're literally making their way to the vetting area.
And what else, anything else? People are coming in, and the horses are looking fantastic that are actually coming in off the course. You know, I'm not talking about the leaders. I'm talking about some of those who are here to achieve a completion.
Yeah, and it's a really nice atmosphere down here. There's a shade, there's a bit of a gentle breeze. Crew are working really hard. Riders are chilling out. Horses look really happy and healthy. Great picture, really.
Great. Well, thanks, Harry. It's all looking fantastic as we approach the last loop. We won't be that many minutes away, but of course, as Harry has pointed out, these horses have got to go through a final vet inspection, and the current leader, Jose Oliveira and Pogar for Uruguay, due to go out on the course on 13:47. And what's the time now? 13:32. So looking actually quite quiet in the sloshing area, as it's known. Now got on the left there, number 56, the chestnut horse with the white blaze, Mohammed Al-Mamid Al-Hashimi. That's one of the Bahraini team. And number 7 there in front, Issa Hamid Dagil and Al-Anisi. Also for Bahrain, Fischer de Lap. And just looking at Fischer de Lap's veterinary cards, so they at the end of vet gate 1 they had a heart rate of 63 beats per minute. At the end of vet gate 2 they had 60 beats per minute, and then when they came in at the end of vet gate 3, and this is really interesting because this just shows you how the story unfolds here. At the end of vet gate 3 they went for an inspection. The maximum heart rate they can have is 64 beats per minute, and they were 65 beats per minute. They represented and got it down to 60 beats per minute, so they are safe to continue. Issa Hamid Dakil Al-Anisi, who came here in 3rd place with Fischer de Lap. We won't know yet quite whether they'll actually leave in 3rd place, because that will depend on the timings of the other competitors that have come in just after they came in, because they may have actually gone through the vet quicker and it may overtaken them. But we'll soon learn that as they go out onto the blue phase. So the many dozens, tens of vets here, all fully trained on the sport of endurance. And many of the vets here are solely focused on doing endurance competitions and endurance vetting, because it is such a detailed and sophisticated sport with so many elements involved in the veterinary process that they have to be specifically trained on different aspects. So it's these vets of faces that will be familiar all over the world at all the major endurance events. So we're seeing the representative Issa Hamid Dakil Al-Anisi.
Juma, how's it going?
It's going well until now. We got one accident in the first loop. One mare fell on the track and had a wound on the knee. Oh. And she was lame, but the rest of the horses, there is 2 that are going easier way.
And how's Maria's horse doing?
Yeah, she's doing well, and the horse looks very good.
So just the last loop now to go?
Yeah, we have one exam and last loop to go, and we got a little bit issue with the horse that are brothers, and they came together and they was shouting one each other, one like this. But Alhamdulillah, now he's coming a professional ones, then looks nice.
A little bit of an anxious time this before the re-inspection, before the final loop.
No.
No? Mr. Cool Dude.
Yeah, I think we need to pass the exam, and the horses looks good, and we will go in the easier way. I think they will do it. I hope so.
Great. Thank you very much, Juma Punta-Dax. Thank you.
Well, that was hearing from Juma Punta-Dax, and just before that interview, we actually saw Maria Alvarez-Ponten with the horse. In fact, there she is. There is Maria, and what a family. Both husband and wife have both been world champions. Maria on 2 occasions, Juma on 1 occasion. The most experienced riders in the world, certainly the most experienced couple in the world, and it was very interesting to hear Juma there, who was, I would say, confident that Bolkar El Hakim, the ride of Maria Alvarez-Ponten, would get through the final vet gate, or the vet gate at the end of loop 3, I should say, because of course there is a vet gate at the end of the 4th loop. So confidence from them, and Juma clearly happy with the way things are going for Maria. Juma, who they've had so many years of top class sport and success at the level of sport. They breed their own horses. They have horses both in Europe and the Middle East. And we're just seeing the mount of Issa Hamid Dakil Al Nisa, featured de lap. And if my information's correct, they are due to leave in 13:51 out onto the final vet gate. Sorry, I do apologise, onto the final loop, the blue phase. Blue phase, 22.4 kilometres. Similar to the red and the yellow loops, the blue phase is part of the original first loop. That was the red loop and the yellow loop. So the track that they're going to go out on, they've already been out on twice. So the horses and the riders will be very familiar with every yard, every metre of the final phase, the blue phase, which will certainly, it takes the pressure off them from having to work out where they are or what they're doing or how far they've got to go, because they'll be very, very familiar with that. And of course, the organisation to get all these loops to go. And I understand that Harry, let's go to Harry, who is with Brian Dunn.
Brian, how's it going so far? Bit of tension now before the final re-inspection, before the final loop?
A lot of tension, and the weather's getting very hot. A lot of the horses are now getting tired. Those that have survived the 3rd loop, they're getting ready, and I think we're going to have a racing finish, and we'll finish early.
And tell us about this final loop, the blue loop, 22 kilometres. It's a shorter version.
It's a shorter version of the red loop, so there are places where they can kick on. I'm concerned about coming out of the village, coming up to the finish line. It's a long, slow climb, Harry, and there's a bit of deep sand there, so let's see who's got the best horse at the end.
So not easy. They've got to have fuel left in the tank.
Absolutely right, especially that last 500 metres from the village, deep sand up the hill, and then they've got a good sprint finish on hard ground.
Great, sounds fun. We'll catch you later. Thanks, Brian.
Welcome, Harry.
Well, that was great to hear from Brian Dunn. He's clearly very excited, and I think what is actually very, very special about what you heard him say there is that they are expecting, the race director is expecting the race to finish perhaps earlier than predicted. Well, that means that the conditions have been absolutely perfect, both in the ground conditions, the weather's been okay. It's got hot now, but it sounds as if everything's going very much according to plan for the organisers, as race director Brian Dunn is feeling quite confident. We're going to be into a very, very exciting finish to the 2023 Custodian of the 2 Holy Mosque Endurance Cup. Wow, it's been most incredible, this competition so far, and after the hours that we have been here covering it, is quite fantastic to think that we've actually still got the excitement actually is still to come. And here we're seeing number 70. This is Sayyab Al Haydan for the Kingdom with his horse Assam Zadbir. That was number. Now we've got Rayan Al-Mobti here with JM Faravan, and we heard from Rayan earlier, one of the supporters and riders from the kingdom, now trotting up JM Faravan. So he's got through the 64 beats per minute. 40 meters, apologies, each way. And I'm just having a careful look to see. I would have said that he should be okay. It was beautifully led. He was on a very loose rein. And I think that's a thumbs up. It's difficult to know exactly what is happening here. And I think he may have been, I think he may well have been spun, in fact. He may be quite happy. I think that might be the end of the ride for Rayan Al-Mobti. Let's go back to Harry, who's down with the action.
Hi, Phil. We're down here on the vet gate. Some breaking news. It looks like the leading horse for Uruguay has been removed and failed the re-inspection, so our leader is out of the competition.
Wow, Harry. So, where does that leave us? Does that leave us with Bahrain?
Number 7 is tacking up. Looks like that horse is ready to go and will be leaving imminently. So Uruguay out, Bahrain still very much in it.
Bahrain looks like they may be in the first 2 positions. Is there any news on number 56? That is the horse that came in, the combination came in, and Mohammed.
Just give me 1 second, Phil.
Al-Tamid.
Sorry, not your day.
No, yes, alhamdulillah. I'm so happy.
You're happy?
Yeah.
The horse tried hard.
He did amazing. He did amazing, yeah. I did not expect that he would do like this. He did a very good job. I was so happy that today, tough race, strong race, fighting since the morning. But that's the endurance. I think the endurance is one day you are happy, 5 days you are sad. Today I'm quite sad because we lost big chance in this race. We were doing a good position, I think. But at least we were eliminated in the 3rd loop. But for me, I'm happy from my horse, from my team, from everyone who standed with me. I hope next time I can do it.
Well, great effort, Rayan. I'm really sorry for the result, but I hope to see you again soon.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much.
Thanks, Rayan.
So the end of the race for Rayan Al-Mobti, and JM Faravan just very slightly lame in front, which prevents him from continuing on to the 4th loop. And whilst he's disappointed, he's also pleased to have taken part in his local championship international endurance event. Well, still more horses coming in. That horse there at the centre of the picture looking particularly well. That's 56. This is Mohammed Al-Bamaid Al-Hashimi with Leon for Bahrain. Currently will be in the first 2. They're tacked up to go back out again, as is fellow countryman Issa Hamid Dakil Al-Anisi. They look like Bahrain are giving the first 2. They've got their tack back on, so they're both 2 out. And the riders there, just was a good shot there of the 2 riders. Here we go, just behind the horses, having a tactical conversation before they go out on the final 22.4 kilometres. And they're due to leave in about 6 minutes' time. So we've got Bahrain, 1st and 2nd place, preparing to go out in 5 or 6 minutes' time, out on to the course. Harry, that was all sounded quite tense down there, but it is always a tense moment at the end of the 3rd of 4 legs in an endurance.
Yeah, you know, that final veterinary inspection before the final loop. It's always an anxious one. The adrenaline's worn off on the horses. There's the potential for them to get a bit stiff, metabolically, perhaps not to have eaten or drunk enough in that vet hold, and that can show through. High drama, really. I mean, it's all changed. These are the two Bahraini horses then limbering up for the final loop. And they haven't got the competition from the Uruguay.
But this is not a team competition. No. This is individuals. So this is every man for himself. So they may well be both Bahraini and they may be best of mates. But at the end of the day, there's 900,000.
True, but
and of course prestige.
They are from the same team. They're from Team Victorious, representing His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa from Bahrain. And you know, having two horses from the same team on the last loop, they can work together and help each other. You know, and like last year, we saw them cross the line hand in hand.
Hand in hand, they did indeed.
And the other bit of news is that Maria Alvarez-Ponton has climbed up and is now in third place. We heard from her husband, Juma Punti-Dax. He's quite confident. What a great result for her. And number 129, Omar Blanco Rodrigo and J.M. El Sabrino is now in fourth. I mean, who'd have thought that this morning? They were quite a way off the pace. They're still 30 minutes behind the leaders, but the leaders have one more veterinary inspection to go, the one at the finish. So it's within touching distance for the Spanish riders. Just under 4 minutes now to the start of the final loop of the Al Fassan Endurance Cup here in AlUla. Limbering up now. Number 56, Mohammed Abdul Hamid Al Hashimi. The horse, Leon. Being cooled proactively ahead of the loop. Bahrain, the reigning world endurance champions, both individual and team medalists from last weekend in Budib in the United Arab Emirates, leading the field here. Further down the leaderboard, Margot Chazelle has climbed to 9th place with Kassabar Gameboy, French rider. And the home nation, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, still doing very well. We have a rider in 6th place, Mohammed Al-Smari, with Baraka Dinadalu. And 137, the horse that led on the first loop, Turkish rider Erkan Demir, Draguna, still here in 7th place. Okay, Bahrain is approaching the exit of this vet gate. Horse in the background there, 31, Abra Al Abdul Akadir with Kerawang Rococo. This is our leading female Saudi rider. And here we go, the start of the final loop of the Al Fazan Endurance Cup. Rider number 56 for Bahrain. Just 22.4 kilometers to go.
"98 kilometers completed. 22 to go as we see Mohamed Al-Mimid, Al-Hashimi and Leon, one of the two Bahraini riders in the first two places out on the second leap. And there is the second of the Bahraini riders showing their dominance here in AlUla. Issa Hamid Al-Dikil Al-Anisi with Frished Delap.
Looking very fresh, Phil.
I was just thinking exactly that, Harry. Came away from there looking extremely fresh. This the shortest of the two loops. And let's remind ourselves, the red loop was 38.2 kilometers. That started at 7 a.m. this morning, local time, here in AlUla. Then the second loop, 32.1 kilometers. And then 27.3 kilometers the third loop. And now 22.4 kilometers the final loop. Some of the riders from the earlier loops we will be passing as they complete the fourth and final loop of the 120-kilometer custodian of the two Holy Mosque Endurance Cup. We talked about tactics, Harry. We've talked about Bahrain with the first two riders in front who are both looking very, very comfortable. Horses' ears are pricked. They're on the home run, so to speak. But they won't push each other.
No, they have a 30-minute lead on Maria Alvarez-Ponton, who is in third place, so they have some time to play with. It's going to be relaxed. I don't think it's going to be flat out, but they just need to get round safely, and they've got it in the bag. Remember, one final veterinary exam to pass at the end of the competition. But we do definitely need to keep an eye on the Spanish, who won't necessarily be challenging these Bahraini riders, but if one of these were to be eliminated at the finish, they would move up into second, possibly even first place.
That gives us an opportunity, Harry, to just talk about the process at the finish at the end of the last loop. So they come in to do exactly the same veterinary inspection as they had done previously?
That's right, but the clock stops as soon as they cross the finish line. And rather than 15 minutes, they have 20. So 20 minutes, and they can take as long as they like. There's no rushing at that point. They want to make sure they only get one chance to have their heart rate taken, not two, one chance.
And is there still a hold time?
No, because the game's at that point it's over. So they will go to the hold area probably to eat and drink and relax before they go back to the stables. But at that point, the race is finished.
So it's basically sudden death. It's one chance. They come in.
Yep. 20 minutes.
To present.
Yep.
Heart rate.
Yep.
And only 20 minutes.
That's right.
Right. As opposed to the 15 that we've seen in the previous loops. So if they've got a 30-minute lead, they're both from the same nation, they're friends, they don't need to push these horses. They can be fairly relaxed. We're talking about maybe an hour or maybe just a little bit more than an hour now for this loop.
That's right. So based on last year's speed, we reckon an hour and 4 minutes. So they would have to go really, really slowly and Maria would have to go really, really quickly in order to close the gap. that said, number 56 perhaps is tiring a little bit on course, so there's a little bit of encouragement from the rider. But it's great that the two are there together. They can work as a team to the finish line. Very similar to what happened last year with the 2 Uruguayans from Alain stables, but this year 2 from Bahrain, but only half an hour. And you know, we had a high heart rate, high pulse for number 7. I think number 56 was retrotted. So some question marks potentially ahead of that final veterinary inspection. If I was in Maria Alvarez-Ponton's shoes, I would be feeling pretty confident if my horse felt good.
Confident, but you wouldn't try to catch these ones up?
I think half an hour is just too much.
It's too much, isn't it? Yeah.
You know, she would have to be going twice as fast, in effect, than these riders in order to catch them, and it's just not feasible.
So number 56, the Chestnut Leon with Mohamed Almamed Alahami alongside Issa Hamid Dakil Alanisi on the grey Frisha Delap. Both representing the Royal Endurance team of Bahrain. Well, as our two leaders enjoy each other's company, they go out into the beautiful Serena scenery of AlUla, the home of so much to offer. Let's have a look at some of the beauty of this wonderful region. So Bahrain clearly showing a dominance here as we have just clicked over 7 hours. And as we heard Brian Dunn, expect that this phase, well, this whole competition is going to be completed in a slightly quicker time than expected. We'll expect the horses home probably in about just under an hour's time. And last year we saw the two Bahraini riders cross the line holding hands. Sorry, of course last year it was Uruguay crossing the line together, two Uruguay riders. This year it's Bahrain. Okay. Well, what a beautiful, fantastic scenery you've seen here. And of course, this is coming now to the culmination of a fantastic competition, the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup. But it didn't start this morning at 7 a.m. It started several days ago with the horses traveling for the first time by air, the weigh-in and the beautiful morning this morning. And then the recap of what happened during the day so far. Let's enjoy it. 40 nations, 189 competitors, weeks of dedication, of investment and hard work. That has got us to Phase 4 of the 2023 Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup. It has been a tremendous day. It's not over yet, but already it can be celebrated as a tremendous success, the 4th year of the Firsan Cup in AlUla. Harry, well, actually, you're a bit envious, aren't you? You'd rather wish you'd been riding.
I do rather. I mean, it's just incredible. The atmosphere out there, the camaraderie between the riders and the crews and the landscape, and just what they're trying to achieve with this great village, AlUla, unbelievable.
And we're seeing the sloshing area, which we've become very familiar with now. And the other thing that we have become familiar with, what we truly appreciate so much, is the archaeological scenery here. We just see, I mean, this is breathtaking. You can see the horses down in the valley. You almost expect John Wayne to come cantering through there, but it's just absolutely tremendous. And the area is there's miles and miles of these beautiful natural structures throughout this region, including the famous Elephant Rock. If you're not familiar with Elephant Rock, it's worth Googling it or putting it in your web browser, which is just a couple of kilometers away from where we're sitting. It's a very famous landmark visited by many, many tourists. Tourism, of course, is something that's really, really coming to the fore here in this region. Tourism, not just equestrianism, but tourism generally is coming in. And let's hear from one of the veterinary panel, Nicola Pilati.
To me, it is important that the horse is happy to do it. And when they arrive to an international level, these are all horses that are happy to do it, because if they are not keen to work, they will never reach these kind of competitions. They have a pedigree since years, you know, he's specialized in this kind of races. Then he has physical characteristics that are very good for an endurance horse, you know. And so we will see a great neck and back ratio, a very good conformation of the legs. a good size. And then on the inside there is the engine, and the engine is on his brain because he needs to be ready and keen to work hard. And then he needs to be tough because when he gets tired, that's the time that he needs to play the game and he needs to put something more than the others. There are two different kinds of horses, you know. The one that maybe when they get tired, they become to slow down, and the good ones, or the champions, are the ones that when they get tired, they keep up and keep going because they really want to do a good performance.
Let's go back out on to Loop 4, where we have got the leaders. And we remember that the fourth phase, the blue loop as we're on now, is part of a shorter part of the earlier loops, the yellow loop, which was the third loop. So the riders now will be coming, the leaders will be coming into contact with some of the riders that still haven't completed the yellow loop, Loop 3. So they will be passing those as they come towards the finish. And a couple of riders there are from the earlier loop, but not the horse in the middle, not the grey horse. That is Isa Hamid Dakil Al-Anisi with Frita de la Lap, the leader there, just stopping at the water point on the fourth loop, along with a couple of riders, as I say, who are still completing on their way. And let's not forget, this is not about them being slower than the leaders. This is about them competing against themselves, against the competition, in terms of the protocols, the veterinary protocols, is to get into the finish. So they may finish maybe 2 hours or so after the winners actually achieve their final result. But as long as they competed quicker than 12 kilometers per hour, then they pass the veterinary at the last veterinary stage, they will receive a prize purse of 100,000 Saudi riyals, 25,000 euros. And the water points, such a vital part of the endurance. They have them every kilometre or so. I'm not sure the exact distance, but it's quite very regularly to keep the horses and the riders cool and collected and calm. And all those water bottles that you see them discarding, they all get cleared up, and they get cleared up and rushed away. And the area, of course, it's a heritage site, is left spick and span. As we see now, the rate. So we're on Loop 4. Let's hear more about Loop 4 from Kevin Broke.
Here we are now on the fourth loop, the last loop, the blue loop. As you can see from when we were out on the red earlier on, we're 10 kilometers out on a 22.4 kilometer loop. So we're almost halfway on the loop that's going to bring the horses to the finish. Down beyond me here, you can see the track goes to the left. While on my own left here, we still have the three flags of the three loops that come this way. They know they're now heading for a finish by following around to the left, following the single blue flag, which will bring them back to the finish. And for a lot of them, it will be the success of finishing the ride. For others, it'll be a question of, can they be on the podium? That is what it's all about for some of them. At this stage of the race, the horses will have spread out a hell of a lot. Some of the horses that will be heading off here on the blue loop will be that far ahead of horses who are still on the yellow loop. That is the inevitability, and those on the yellow loop will now at this stage know that they're not in medal podium contention. As I said, this is really where the race starts. As a lot of people would know, there are two types of farriers, those with bad backs and those that are going to get bad backs. You have riders who hit the wall and riders who don't know they've hit the wall. And they're the ones that are very difficult and wonder why things have gone wrong at the end. They end up being carried home by the horse, not riding the horse home. Here is every rider's enemy. It looks so simple, it looks so innocent, but here are sharp, flinty stones on the track. And a rider hitting this at speed could end up with a bruised sole to the horse's hoof and consequently be lame at the next vet inspection. Those stones, we say, there's one on every track for every horse. You just hope you won't hit it on the day of a big race like this.
And Kevin Broke giving a very good explanation there of the ground and rather emphasizing some of the details that may be taken for granted if you're watching this for the first time or don't know much about endurance, is that it is not just getting on the back of your horse and riding 120 kilometers within particular times and heart rates. The ground is a major factor. We saw a horse being shot earlier that lost a shoe. And it is, you have to pick your way, you have to be careful. This particular shot that we're seeing now of the leaders amongst some of the those that are still on the penultimate loop, the ground is looking very, very good. But as you saw that Kevin Broke said, when they got up into the hills, particularly on the white loop, that was the second loop of the 4 today. There are then lots of rocks and things, so you have to be careful. At the same time as keeping up the pace, you've got to keep moving forward. You've got to be doing it a minimum of 12 kilometers per hour. And of course, you've also, if you want to be on the podium, you need to be hitting another 10 kilometers per hour above that 12 kilometers per hour, about 21, 22 kilometers per hour. You need to be able to be achieving that at the same time as checking every foot stride, every foot placement as they go out, particularly up onto the mountains as we saw earlier. So we're seeing this group, a mixed group of leaders and those still on the previous loop. As we cut to about 40 minutes, maybe 42 minutes before we expect the leaders to arrive home at the end of the final phase, the final loop of the 120 kilometers of the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup 2023. At the moment, Bahrain looking strong with two riders clearly out in front. Mohammed Al-Hamid Al-Hashimi with Lyon and Issa Hamid Dakil Al-Anisi. Those are the riders from the Royal Endurance Stables team of Bahrain. Harry, we've got some riders from the earlier loop here. We've joined them, which actually may not be a bad thing. It's quite a good thing to have a bit of company.
Absolutely. I think, you know, great camaraderie, riders working together here. They're on two different loops. They're not competing together, but actually horses working together when they're getting a little bit tired is, you know, absolutely a good thing. And also some news from the vet gate. Maria Alvarez-Ponton and Omar Blanco Rodrigo both pass the re-inspection and are ready to start on the final loop. They are 30 minutes behind, but they're good to go, 3rd and 4th place respectively.
I'm just looking at the computer screen here, Harry. It looks like that Maria Alvarez-Ponton, who is currently in 3rd place, you say, for Spain, dual world champion, she's due to leave in about 1.5 minutes, something like that. So again, one never gets bored with admiring these wonderful views. We of course admire the equestrianism as well, but if you ever find yourself traveling to this part of the world, make a point of coming to AlUla. You can come here and come to the equestrian village and watch a multiple of equestrian sports, but also enjoy the heritage of the arena. The AlUla Old Town, which is just a few kilometers away where we're staying, that's almost like a film set, Harry, isn't it? It's thousands of years old, and still the wrecks of the buildings that you see alongside of the road, made of clay and mud and stones. Absolutely fascinating, isn't it?
It is the history of this place. You know, every corner you turn, there's something new to look at, and you know, we're only here for a few days. We could be here for weeks, and I'm sure we'd still be finding new things to talk about. Here we go then.
And here is someone to talk about. The lady in third place at the moment.
We thought she might be one to watch, but early on in the race, she was nowhere to be seen. And she's come from behind to build up to this point, and she's now in third place. Two-time world endurance champion and European champion previously. It's Maria Alvarez-Ponton. And off she goes, onto the final loop in third place. Volkoy El Akim is the horse.
And few riders in the world have the experience of this lady. You were saying earlier, Harry, that she's actually been training some of the other athletes to get fit themselves for competing. No, that was actually Constanza, wasn't it? It's been a long day.
We'll let you off.
Anyway, Constanza has also been training. Yeah. Because that, of course, the fitness of the riders is extremely.
But Maria and Juma, they have been long time, you know, training for His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum in Dubai for a long time. Now they're competing as individuals, as Team Spain. A rich heritage of endurance, and a family that is absolutely synonymous with the sport, and the horse looking fantastic. They've ridden a very sensible race, built up the speed gradually, and now they are in third place. And fourth place, fellow rider for Juma's team, Omar Blanco Rodrigo and JM El Sabrino.
You interviewed Juma earlier, Harry, and he felt very, I don't think you mind me saying this, he looked like a confident man with his team here.
Absolutely. I asked him if it was a tense time for the re-exam.
So it goes out onto the second loop, Omar Blanco Rodrigo with JM El Sabrino. So we've got Bahrain 1 and 2, we've got Spain 3 and 4.
Looking very strong.
And don't they look well?
Really well. And just behind,
Mohammed Al Smari
for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Baraka Denaralu.
Looking very strong. Flying the flag for the home nation, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, on the final loop of this 120-kilometer competition. He's flying. Ahead of him, just number 15, Mohammed Saad Al Dawsari with Baraka Tarif from Qatar.
Harry, we're coming to the end of a fabulous day of sport here. Just talk a little bit about what happens. What sort of time off will these horses have now? Do they get turned out into grass fields and things? Tell us a little bit about that.
So, I mean, the FEI have mandatory rest periods. They call them mandatory out-of-competition periods. So these horses aren't allowed to compete again for a set period of time. And that depends on the distance and the speed that they've completed at. But further to that, you know, these horses, they have earned a good rest. And they will not be, you know, coming out again at least in the next 4 to 5 weeks, possibly even more. I mean, some of the European horses that have travelled here, we heard Constanza talk about it earlier, they could have months of rest to recoup, to take on plenty of food, water, and just recover, let the muscles recover before they set their sights on the next challenge. And of course, it's coming towards the end of the season in the Middle East and the beginning of the season in Europe.
So the 120 kilometres looking to be very comfortable for the front runners here for the First Hand Cup, the First Hand Trophy. Fabulous trophies for the first three competitors, along with the richest prize money in the sport of international endurance.
But I tell you what, Phil, the competition is pretty tight between third and sixth place. There really is, you know, Maria cannot rest on her laurels in third place. Just under 2 minutes separates third to sixth place. So, you know, Maria and Omar for Spain are in a great position, but hot on their tails are the Qatari rider and the home nation Saudi rider, who will be very keen to get on a podium finish.
Maria is due, she's out on the course. Just looking at the times, are they, what is it now, 14:26, so they have all started, so they're already on the course, all those riders that you've just mentioned, Harry, well on their way on the force of the 4 loops. Look at that. Bahrain, Spain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia. And that's the 6 currently on loop 4 as we approach the 7.5 hours since the start of the competition this morning. It's gone like a flash.
The 2 Bahrainis, they have a 30-minute lead, and then third to 6th, just minutes, almost seconds separating them. So the camera with Team Bahrain in the front, taking it nice and easy. They've got a bit of space.
Are you about this?
So nice and relaxed pace for the Bahrain riders. Number 7. Well, let's just cut to the weather. So we're seeing now part of the warmest part of the day, 2 p.m. out here in AlUla, 31 degrees. There is a gentle breeze. And it is very dry heat out here. Number 7, Isa Hamid Al-Anizi with Frisia de Lap. This isn't the first time a de Lap horse has been in the top 3. His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum rode a de Lap horse to victory here 4 years ago. Taking it nice and steady on this loop. They've got to look after themselves. They have a 30-minute lead. They're not pushing, no one's pushing them. They're talking to each other, working together as a team, much as we saw last year with the Uruguayan riders. And 137 for Turkey, a man on a mission. Demir Erkan and Draguna. I have to say, I was a little skeptical when I saw him, Demir, come in from that first loop leading. Didn't know if that was a pace he could sustain, but he's in 7th place in top 10. And off he goes for Turkey, Emir Durkin.
Out on his own. It might be a bit of a lonely trip, but he's done extremely well. We saw him come in at the end of an earlier loop in the first position. Erkan Demir with Draguna, but managed his time very, very well. He's still in the top 10 or 10th place at the moment. But these two riding very much within themselves. They're not pressing any buttons. They've got a decent lead. Issa Hamid Degil Al-Anazi on the grey, on the near side, with fellow compatriot Mohamed Abdelhamid Al-Assimi with Lyon on the chestnut. Well, what a day it has been. 7.5 hours now, just crossed from the start. Conditions have been fantastic underfoot. They've managed the courses very well. That's a very nice shot there of Issa Hamid, just patting and rubbing the ears of Friese de Laap. The appreciation from the human athletes to their equine athlete partners is absolutely tremendous. The understanding that they have between themselves. You ride 120 kilometers over 8 hours. You need to understand each other. They've now come down to a trot, just to give the horses a slightly easier time. Ground looking very good. They just come to a shallower sand now. They break into a canter as Issa Hamid Dakil Al-Anisi just takes the lead over Mohammed Al-Hamid Al-Hasimi. Friese de Laap looking extremely comfortable. They'll be well aware that Maria Alvari-Ponten on Bolkel Hakim will be in third place, and she's a very skilled rider. She won't catch these two up on this fourth leg, but she will be riding to ensure that she completes through the final vetting stage, which of course all the competitors have to do before they can be confirmed their final position. Fourth place, Rodrigo Umar. Blanco for Spain, with JM El Sabrina. In fifth place for Qatar, Syed Mohammed Syed Adusari with Baraka Tarif. And Mohammed El Sumir representing our host nation in sixth with Baraka Danima. We're now 20 minutes away from the expected arrival time of these first two horses. Horses looking extremely well, as I say, within themselves. And riders just taking it nice and easy, a very, very comfortable, natural rhythm for the horses. Will be, as you come down to the last couple of kilometers, they will be doing, as we see, breaking into a trot, breaking into a canter occasionally. And now we come to the water point in the beautiful area of AlUla. We're just watching as they take a breather there and get water onto the horses. So the riders taking full part of getting their horses to be cooled down as they approach the final stages of the 2023 First Hand Cup. The bottles there discarded on the ground for speed will all be collected up. In fact, you can see them collected up there in the bags. On their way from the water point, as they will now traverse through some of the final moments and the final kilometers of the beautiful scenery in this wonderful area of AlUla. And let's enjoy some of the other activities and the beauty of this area, which is just absolutely awesome. Let's have a look at some of the wonderful areas of AlUla. Well, wonderful moments. Wonderful scenes for AlUla. We've talked a lot about the equestrian village and the opportunities that are being brought to the world with the development that's going to take place here. But those AlUla moments that we just enjoy, the romantic scenes amongst this wonderful, beautiful geography of the landscape. They also have many concerts out here. It's something that we've not mentioned before in the program, but in addition to the equestrianism that we're seeing, we've talked about the different disciplines, but also they have some, can you imagine the lit areas amongst these wonderful rocks where they actually have concerts in the evening. It's something that's become quite a thing here in AlUla. But at the moment we're focusing on the 2023 Custodian of the Two Holy Mosque Endurance Cup as the front two riders for Bahrain make their way. Let's look at the clock. It's 14:38. We are about 15 minutes away from when we expect Mohammed Abdulhamid Al-Hashimi and Issa Hamid Dakil Al-Anisi to arrive at the final gate. Still at a very comfortable canter. On super ground it looks from here. That of course the shots taken from the helicam who's been supporting us all day. Back at the vet gate as some of the competitors still to go out on the final loop. This is Custodian Alicia for Italy, who's been such a help with bringing the insights into the world of endurance, and particularly in preparation for this wonderful championship here in AlUla. Just looking up at the clock now, crew member trotting Farah Dubathe, 6th last year. Constanza Licio, that was with Emirate Dubathas. This year riding Farah Dubathas, former European champion in Italy. And now looking to go out on the final loop. Just waiting for the final decision from the veterinary panel. Experienced veterinary panel who've been on duty since yesterday when all the riders were vetted long before the start this morning at 7 o'clock. The experienced veterinary panel who focus on endurance can focus on endurance vetting. And we've just heard that Costanza Lalicia and Farah Dubathe are in 20th position at the moment. Finished 6th in 2022, well, a year ago, well, just over a year ago, actually. This year, this competition, the First Hand Cup, 5 weeks later than last year. So the temperature's slightly higher. We're now, middle of the afternoon here. It's just gone 14:30, temperature at about 31 degrees. And Farah Dubathe just having all the metabolics inspected.
Just 5.6 kilometers for the leaders to go.
About 12 minutes.
Wow. A little bit longer for third place to be determined. Maria Alvarez-Ponton has 17.2 kilometers left. Omar Blanco Rodrigo in 4th place, 17.6, but 5th place, 17.8. There is literally 0.1 of a kilometre, 0.2, 0.3 separating these riders. neck and neck for 4th place, but also approaching 3rd place. Maria is going to have to watch over her shoulder. Back with our leaders then. Bottom left of the screen. Our 2 Bahraini riders. Not long to go now.
Harry, this has been the most incredible event. We've enjoyed every minute of it. But of course, the anxiety hasn't finished.
No, I know.
You know, it's all very well enjoying these last few moments, but for the competitors, there's a long way to go, really.
There's a long way to go because there's that all-important veterinary exam at the end. And, you know, we saw in the World Championships just last week, 1st and 2nd place, didn't manage to get that heart rate down in the 20 minutes. And so the gold medal went to the horse that crossed the line 3rd. So everything can still change right up until the very final bell on the competition.
So let's prepare ourselves for what we're going to see. We're now at the final vet. It's final vet gate.
Yep.
It's slightly different. So they've got to go through the same vetting process, but the timings are different to what we've seen before. So there's no rest time or hold time. There's just 20 minutes. There, of course, are racing. These are beautiful shots of the trophies. These trophies that weigh 20 kilos will be presented at the end of the competition to the 3 members, along with their huge prize money checks. But let's just get back to what's going to happen. This is really, really important when they get back in. They come in.
Finish line, time stops. 20 minutes to present. They can take as long as they want. Within that 20 minutes, the heart rate must be 64 below, and then they have to pass the veterinary exam. If they fail on heart rate, they don't have a second chance. That's it.
So looking at the earlier 3 vet gates, that was a 15 minutes. So they add 5 minutes to the 20 minutes, but it's a sudden death.
Yeah.
You don't get a represent. You've got to be 64 or below, and that's it.
That's it. Yeah.
Look at the scenery. It's 14:46.
I mean, the Spanish, though, Phil, what great preparation for this competition. We spoke to Juma Puntidax earlier. They came here last year. They didn't come to challenge for a medal position. They came here for intelligence. They came here to suss the competition out, to check the tracks, to work out which horses were best suited to this competition. And then they came back this year meaning business. And they didn't get dragged along on the first loop or the second loop. They let the leaders go. There was a pack of about 7 to 10 riders ahead of them. They were kind of way back down the rankings, now 3rd or 4th place. And the race really is on for between 3rd and 6th place, because hot on their heels is the Qatari rider and also Mohammed Al Smari of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, who will be very keen to get a victory for the kingdom on home soil.
So that would be tremendous excitement for our hosts here in AlUla if we were to see Mohammed Al Smari on the podium this afternoon. And we will know that in just not very many moments' time. So the first 2 Bahraini riders due here in 14:53, so that's about 6 minutes' time. They're now taking a more sedate pace. They're just trotting home, Harry.
They've got to be quite careful now.
They're thinking about the heart rate now.
That's it. They were thinking about heart rate, but also the soundness of these horses. They don't want to push them out of their comfort zone particularly, and they don't need to, so why would they? You know, just to give you a bit of colour, rider number 56, since vet gate 2 has had a B for its gate, that means that the gate can be A, B, or fail. So B just means that the vets are saying, okay, it's a pass, it's not lame, it's not a regular gate, but there's the occasional odd stride we don't like, or it's lacking a bit of momentum, just something which just says it's not perfect. So if I was them, I'd be a little bit nervous, because not perfect can very quickly turn to irregular gait or lameness.
And does that affect the way the future vettings might take part, or do they not see that? They would not see that?
So I think whenever you present to a vet, the vet can look at your record in the competition, and you know, we long joke in endurance that if you're going to get a B gate, get it at the beginning, because you may as well have it at the beginning all the way through, and then that's just the way the horse moves. If something changes throughout the competition, a deterioration in the horse's gait or the way it moves, then you know that can start to be alarm bells. Some horses start on a B gate, finish on a B gate. That is just them. It's not a crisis point, but if you know your horse inside out, that can be a little bit of a red flag to say, actually, this horse is getting tired, or there's a little bit of a strain, a bit of soreness, something we need to manage. It's just one of those markers that we need to keep an eye on. And in another example, the second horse, Frisia de Lap, that horse started on a B gate, and then at vet gate 3, it got a B gate to begin with, but then when it came back for the reinspection, it got an A gate. So these things can fluctuate, but I think rider number 56 is probably the one that's had 3 consecutive B gates. Needs to be very careful, because if that horse is removed for a regular gate, then Maria Alvarez Pondom moves up to 2nd place.
And it's quite interesting that you describe you were talking about, you know, if you're going to have a B gate, start with a B gate. That is just looking at the records now that you've pointed out, Harry. So Maria Alvarez Ponton actually has been a B gate all the way through. So that's been that's probably just where the horse moves.
Yeah.
It's 10-3, 14:50 local time in AlUla, 300 kilometers north of Medina. Three minutes, 3.5 minutes possibly. We're expecting the first 2 representatives of Bahrain to come home. This is an individual competition, not a team competition.
That's it. I'm sure they will have had orders from the boss of Victoria's Stables, of whom they represent, the world champion, His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa from Bahrain.
Wonderful to see Frisia de Lap, the mount of Issa Hamid Dakil Al-Anisi. In front there, ears pricked. Slightly deeper sand as they come towards the last few minutes of the competition, but of course they're very familiar with this part of the track, having ridden on this area on each occasion to get home.
And Bahrain have made leaps and bounds of progress in the sport of endurance in the last 2 decades, maybe even longer. His Highness Sheikh Nasser had been to 9 world championships before being victorious, and this year he's the world champion for young horses and the world senior champion and the team medal. The journey started back in the 1990s with his trainer Marcy Pavord.
Just looking at Abdullah Abdulrahman Al Saygeya's mount, Balloon Paris.
There's our event director, Brian Dunn, making sure everything is ticking along as it should be.
Another shot off the rest period. This is where the horses have gone after each time they have gone through the vetting process, where they relax and take on food and water in preparation for their final. But it looks like this might be the finish line.
I think it might be. Literal finish line. Under the supervision of the ground jury. And I think this is Bonnie from Chile, number 188.
Yes, Boni Viada Vivere, Pedro de Lahi.
If you remember, Phil, bronze medalist from Pisa, 2021, I believe. Surprise bronze medal.
Looking very peaceful in the rest area as we approach the 8th hour of the 2023 First Hand Cup.
This horse, 62, has ice boots on, and they just gently pour the water into the ice boots and applying some massage gel to the quarters.
One of the under 21 riders. Riding number 62, Saif Mohammed Al-Kabi for Qatar.
Back to 188 for Chile. The horse, Pedro de Lahi.
Again, we're seeing there the veterinary surgeon just running his hands down the horse's spine to see if there's any rubbing. You know, they've been on their backs for a long time, many kilometers. Well, overall, it will be 120 kilometers at the end of the day.
For Italy, 182.
One 162, I think that was Lezza Milani with Altimar.
Very close to home now for the Bahraini riders, and the finish line is drawn.
The course being excellently flagged throughout, because you can imagine with some of these events where there is a possibility for things to go slightly awry and perhaps not be, the riders not being able to easily identify. We've seen that happen at championships and other parts of the world, not being able to identify where the route they should be taking. But here, under the direction of the race director, Brian Dunn, excellently flagged throughout each leg. As a result, we've not seen anybody go the wrong way. It's all run absolutely smoothly. Approaching the final water point.
Just looking down the results, I want to give a shout out to Gabriela von Felten from Switzerland, who's now in 10th place. I think this horse has come from Europe. Mirko de Cavallon, due to leave on the final loop soon.
So Bahrain in the first two places at the moment, followed by Spain in 3rd and 4th, Qatar in 5th, and the Kingdom in 6th place. That's the top 6 approaching. We're approaching the last few moments of the 4th and final leg, the blue leg, the 22.4 kilometers. That will end the 120 kilometer ride. We talked earlier, Harry, a little bit about the these horses, of course, they will now have a fairly lengthy period of rest, which may actually mean they won't get ridden much. They perhaps get turned out and enjoy some grass in grassy areas.
Yeah. Rest, recuperate, recover.
Harry, this being 120 kilometres, would you expect to run a horse, you know, once or twice a year at this level?
So I think you could do a number of races, maybe 3 or 4. Juma Puntidac is very, very selective on which races his horses do. They maybe only do 1 or 2 a year, and his championship horses perhaps not even that. But, you know, in the World Championships last weekend, we saw a great number of horses in the top 10 who were 15 or above. So they can go on quite a long time with the right care and treatment if they're well looked after in this sport. And longevity of endurance horses is, you know, absolutely crucial when we're kind of thinking about how we look after these equine athletes.
It's quite interesting because you just mentioned Puntidac there, and you were saying that he would focus a particular horse on a particular competition to do with the terrain. So he doesn't just take a horse to any race. He will actually say, well, I think that horse would suit the terrain in AlUla or in the United Arab Emirates or wherever it might be.
Very strategic. He's got his team horses that work together as a team. He's got his leaders who, you know, he can push for medals at championships. It's very strategic. It's not accidental that he just has these top horses. He's got lots of top horses and he puts them in races he thinks they will do well at.
And the riders, Harry, do they have a lifespan?
Well, our oldest rider from the World Championships was 72.
Well, the answer is they've got a long lifespan.
They have. Here they come then, towards the finish line.
What a scene. What a championship. What a venue in AlUla as we come to the final moments of the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosque Endurance Cup 2023. The Kingdom of Bahrain proudly as the two competitors joining hands. I think, are they? I can't see. It looks like they were joining hands there, but they may well do as they approach. They've got flags on board, ready to come to the final moments of the AlUla competition. They're obviously conversing with each other. Mohammed Al-Bahamid Al-Isimi and Isa Hamid Takil Al-Anisi.
Horses looking well, looking bright as they approach the finish line. These riders have taken it easy, been conservative on this loop. They had a good lead. The Uruguayan was spun just before the final loop. They had free rein.
They can feel victory. The horses look tremendous, still loping a canter as they come down to the final moments of 120 kilometres. Expertly prepared. For a race that has become now very prominent on the annual events of international endurance. Horse is looking, ears pricked, looking sprightly. This is the culmination of a tremendous, years of work and breeding these horses and getting them to this level of the sport.
Commitment by Team Bahrain. We're in the final straight now. They come through the village and then approach the vet gate on the horizon. He's thinking about the celebrations already. So rider 56 has got a Bahrain flag. Picked up at the last water point. I'm not sure on the rules on that point, but has been riding with it for the last 2-3 kilometres. It's a risky move because this is being televised around the world and is on the big screen with all the officials that are watching it.
We've just passed 8 hours. 8 hours, 4 minutes, if you can see the graphic on your screens. The helicam still bringing us wonderful pictures from out on the course. Clear leaders at this stage. They still have a vetting process to go through before they are crowned. So Bahrain, first and second place, Mohammed Abdulaziz Al-Hashimi with Leon the Chestnut, along with Isa Hamdan Dakil Al-Anisi, Frisha Dalap.
And here are the supporters on the finish line.
Crew there of number 18, that was a member of the team we lost earlier, Fahid Allah Mohammed Al-Khatri, out to support their fellow countrymen. Isa Hamid Dakil looking over his shoulder. He knows there's no one on their tail.
Attention in the endurance village is drawn towards the big screen, which is televising this, as riders see the arrival of the finishers for the Al Fassan Endurance Cup.
And the flag is unwound by Mohammed Al-Hamid Al-Hashimi.
Here we go. The tension is rising. These riders have worked very hard for this. The team have worked hard for this. And they can see the finishing line is in sight.
And the wonderful thing about our hosts here in AlUla, they are so appreciative of all the international teams, 40 nations taking part. And they will be equally pleased whoever comes home to take the 2023 Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup. Bahrain, who showed their dominance in the world a week ago in Abu Dhabi at the World Championships, continue that dominance here in AlUla. They still, of course, have a vetting to go through. They had 20 minutes to present.
Pride for the nation of Bahrain, for the riders individually, for the victorious stables, His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa. Show of dominance in the sport of endurance. Team Bahrain take the Al Fassan Endurance Cup.
Mohammed Al Bameid, Al Hashima and Leon cross the line in first place for Bahrain, followed by Isa Hamid Dakil Al Anisi with Frisia Dalap. Fellow countrymen of Bahrain, first and second in the 2023 Fursan Cup in AlUla. Now, while celebrations may commence, they are all well aware, and you can see the tension on the riders' faces. They're not clear yet. They're not assured a podium finish yet, but they now have to get through a final vet check, for which they have 20 minutes to prepare. They're wonderful horses to get their heart rate inside that 64.
Weight check, Phil. So these riders now being asked to weigh in.
And then, of course, that's a random check.
It's a random check, but, you know, to be expected. 70 kilos, we talked about it at the very beginning of the day, they're now checking it. Anything less, and they'll be disqualified.
And we've seen that. You saw that happen a week ago.
We did indeed, for British rider Rebecca Jane Pinder. And the Bahraini horses now have to pass the all-important veterinary inspection.
This must be a very, very tense moment. So they've got 20 minutes. They don't have to do a jog. There's no gate check, is there?
Yeah.
Otherwise, they've got to do a jog as well.
Yeah, full check.
Full check.
Yep. Exactly the same as the others.
Race director Brian Dunn still on duty.
Absolutely.
And let's not forget, there is this wonderful prizes down to 100th place, from 11th to 100, 25,000 euros per rider. So many riders still out on the loops, not just the last loop, the penultimate loop. Some riders still not come in from the penultimate loop. As long as they do the competition in a minimum of 12 kilometers per hour, they can qualify for having one of those wonderful 100 place prizes from 11th. A hell of an achievement, as we've been discussing throughout the day. It's not just about winning. Many of these competitors will have come into this competition knowing they can't match the famous Bahraini riders, but they can achieve one of their biggest results of their careers by coming here and completing the 120-kilometer ride successfully in AlUla.
Absolutely. The chance to compete at an endurance event at this scale and magnitude is very, very special indeed.
Now they have 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Of course, we've got Maria Alvarez-Ponten. We're expecting Maria, the former world champion, double world champion for Spain, to be in about 20 minutes' time. And of course, in that 20 minutes, just looking at the timing, we ought to know then whether the first two competitors for Bahrain, Mohammed Al Bameid Al Hashimi and Isa Hamdin Dakil Al Anisi, will have completed their vet check. The same process as we've seen throughout the day. Iced water, plenty of ice kept coming throughout the day to keep the water as cold as possible. Leon, the chestnut that we're looking now, looking incredibly well and fresh, as long as his heart rate is 64 beats per minute or less. And they trot up successfully the 80 meters. They will be on top of the podium, crowned as the winners of the 2023 First Hand Cup. Tense moments for the Bahraini teams, because, as we've been saying today, whilst this is focus is on the athlete riding their horses, as we have seen all day, the crews, it's tremendous team effort. And not just the crews that we witness here, actually on the ground, on the field of sport, but also many others involved back home in the preparation to get the horses to the championships. Seven minutes since they crossed the line, the two representatives of Bahrain. 20 minutes they have to present to the vets. Maria Pontin Abares in third place. There she is, wearing the number 115 for Spain, the double world champion, coming to the last water point, along with Rodrigo Omar Blanco. Two riders for Spain at the last water point in third and fourth place. Tremendous facilities around the loops for the horses. Maria's horse taking a drink with just a few moments to go left. Tremendous job, all the teams. We've talked about the crews of the horses, of course. They've kept the sport going in terms of the equine athletes, but also tremendous amount of support from many other people who keep the desert clean and cleared. But we're now getting the presentation. First one forward is Isa Hamid Dakil and this is his horse, Frisia Dalap. Isa Hamid waiting nervously. On this occasion, there will be 3 vets who will make the final decision. Looks like now, oh, they've got, so the heart rate okay for Frisia Dalap. The first 40 meters now towards the veterinary panel. Coming forward, Lyon. As we see Patricia Delap going into the vets for the metabolic check. And we're just watching in the bottom of your screens. I think that is Maria Alvarez Ponte in third place, along with fellow countryman Omar Rodrigo Blanco. Number 56, that is Mohammed Al-Bahamed Al-Hashimi. They've got the heart rate monitor on. So, Leon, successful through the heart rate. Now the trot, 40 meters each way. Just giving Leon a run up to the 40 meters. The end of a long day, 120 kilometers. This is the final time. They need to go out of a walk, because now we're back in front of the trio of veterinary surgeons. Been asked to trot again. The vets have asked for Leon to be trotted again, but he's not that keen. I think they're just going to try and do a turn a little bit. And this is absolutely crucial, this vet check, because they need to get a clean veterinary inspection to be able to claim their podium positions in which they finished. That was a better trot from Leon, but it'll be down to the veterinary panel. And that's a better presentation than we saw earlier. Well, we're just waiting to hear the result of the veterinary inspections of the first two home. Just waiting to get the final appraisal. And it looks like It looks like Leon may have passed. It's difficult. We're waiting to get absolute confirmation because we're knocked down actually at the vet gate. Yeah. And we've got waiting to come in third and fourth coming home. Maria Alvarez Pontin for Spain, along with fellow countryman Omar Blanco Rodrigo with JML Sobrino. They're in third and fourth. Well, I don't want to be too speculative here, but body language tells me that this may not have been a very happy finish for Frita de Lat, but I could be wrong for Issa Hamid Dalkil and Alanisi. And there may have been a better finish for Mohamed Al-Maid Al-Hashimi. We will bring confirmation of the final result. It is very tense down there, and there's a lot of considerations. So Spain coming to complete the fourth and final leg of the 120 kilometers of the 2023 Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup. And their random test of the sensitivity with Joe Woodman. Vet there just taking up. This is just, as I say, a random test done throughout the world of endurance now. And here they come for Spain. Maria Alvarez Pontin on the near side, on the grey, Bolcho El Akim. Omar Blanco Rodrigo and JML Sobrino, number 129 on the chestnut. So, will Spain move up in the rankings? They'll be on the podium. The question is, how many steps at the podium will they be on? Riders still completing the yellow leg, the third leg. They will just have the final leg to go of the blue. But the two riders that we're watching are completing the 120 kilometers. Good view of the stirrups that are used through endurance, the cage front of the stirrups. The reason that they're there is that the riders do not wear what will be regarded as standard riding boots with a bit of a heel to stop their foot from sliding through the stirrup. They wear trainers, standard trainers, to enable them to be able to be more comfortable perhaps, but also if they have to get on and run at all alongside their horse. Running in riding boots is difficult. Running in trainers is obviously, that's what they're designed for. So they put the cages over the front, so they haven't got the heel on the shoe to stop them sliding through. It just stops their feet from going through the stirrups. It's a safety measure. And that's a lovely shot of the two Spanish riders crossing the line in AlUla, the fourth year of the fourth year of the First-Hand Cup. And much appreciation shown by Omar Blanco Rodrigo. And how wonderful for Maria Alvaro Ponten, double world champion, to finish here in AlUla. Well, as we suspected, we saw the smiles for Mohamed Al-Mohamed Al-Hashima. With Leon, the chestnut, they have passed, they are victorious. They have won the 2023 Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup. We're waiting for final confirmation for the fellow Bahraini rider, Issa Hamil Dakil Al-Anisi. We know Spain are on the podium. We know this man and this wonderful horse are victorious. Bahrain, who took the World Championship team event, an individual gold, a week ago in the United Arab Emirates, have come to AlUla, to the richest international endurance event in the world, and continue that domination and take the #1 spot in the name of Mohamed Abdul Hamid Al-Hashima. The strength and depth of the Royal Endurance Team of Bahrain really coming through just in the last 7 days. Now the two Spanish horses have entered the 20-minute time to get their horses presented to the vets. So now the two Spanish horses, the most famous European stables in the sport of endurance. We've had it confirmed that Mohamed Al-Mohamed Al-Hashimi and Leon, number 56, are victorious. Harry, we're watching you because you've just returned, having been down to have a chat with some of the athletes that are there. We're seeing the two Spanish riders who've come in very nicely at the end. The horses looking absolutely tremendous.
Yeah, these horses have ridden a very, very sensible race. They haven't pushed on from the front. They've ridden their own race. They haven't been influenced by anybody else. And it's a pleasure to see these horses looking so fresh at the end. Juma had a ride plan. It's gone to plan.
That I find, we've discussed that a couple of times during the day. I find it fantastic, and people need, I need to appreciate it more. That, you know, Juma came here last year. He wanted to assess the course. He wanted to find out what the terrain was like. He wanted to be able to identify the type of horse that would suit AlUla. He's brought two over here, and they've probably finished in the top 3. We're not exactly sure yet, but they've definitely finished in the top 4.
Absolutely.
You know, that's fantastic.
It's careful planning and preparation. It's a long-term goal, vision for the horses, investment of time and commitment. You know, Maria's horse, Volkoy El Akim, perfectly clean record, second over 160 kilometers in Alost in Spain. So this horse has done further than it's been asked today, and it's done it very well. Omar Blanco Rodrigo's JM El Sobrino took Juma Puntidax to second place in Florac in 2021. That was 160 kilometers, and Florac, very famous French endurance track. Maria's giving that horse a little scratch on the head. And there we have JM El Sabrino, our third place finisher. Tense moment as we wait for the heart rate to come down and then they present to vet. There we have number 7, who crossed the line in the first group, but we believe was eliminated. So, unfortunately, irregular gait at the end. Frisia, Delap, and Isa Hamad Dakir Al-Anzi. The horse will receive the best care and attention. The vet team here. Their work doesn't finish when the competition does. They'll be assessing the horses later in the stables to make sure everything's fine. If there's any concerns, there's obviously a treatment clinic with treatment vets on site. And as part of a professional team like that, they will get the very best care, I'm sure it's something minor, in order to come back onto the world stage. It's been a busy 2 weeks for Jumapundi Dax. Bronze last weekend for him as an individual, and now his wife takes the reins in second place, and in third place also for Juma's team, Omar Blanco Rodrigo. Let's wait and see if they can pass the all-important veterinary inspection. But these horses looking good, looking bright. Little scratch on the forehead, waiting for the heart rate to come down.
The most experienced lady rider in the world.
The last loop ridden at 20.29 kilometers an hour, giving an average speed of 19.57.
Harry, the average speed for the victorious Mohammed Abdelhamid Al-Hashimi, 20 point.
Yeah, so the loop speed on that last loop dropped to 17.5, yeah.
So the average speed throughout the competition, 20.692. What was the average speed last year? Can you remember?
22.
Was it? Okay.
Or 21. So
sorry. We're near enough the same.
Near enough the same, a little bit faster last time, but it, you know, it was cooler. It was a little bit earlier in the year, wasn't it?
Remind us that, of course, we're 5 weeks later.
Which makes a big difference, of course, yeah. Juma team, a well-oiled machine. They know their role. It's been rehearsed many, many times. Most recently at the World Endurance Championships. They've been in 10 minutes now, so they have another 10 minutes before they have to present, come what may. Not like there's a lot riding on this. Prize money.
Should we just have a quick rundown of the prize money? So the winner takes home, in euros, 226,000 euros. That is a combination of cash and a motor car. Then the second and third, 163,000 euros, both matching prize money, along with the most beautiful trophy, which I'm sure we will see being presented later. In fourth to 10th place, 100,000 euros for each of those going from in fourth to 10th place. And then all those that complete from 11th to 100th place to 25,000 euros, 100,000 Saudi Riyal, in from 11th to 100th place. As you say, Harry, very, very rich prize money.
Yeah, the nerves must be, you know, just to add to the normal tension that you get at an endurance competition. I don't know if the Euro figures are going through Juma's mind, but what a tense moment.
This, the richest international endurance race in the world in terms of prize money. Tense moments in the vet gate. Harry recently caught up with the head of sports at the executive programme, Ziad Al-Sabani.
Ziad Al-Sabani, head of the sports executive programme, thank you very much for joining us. We've seen how AlUla can host world-class equestrian events. How do you envisage this developing over the coming years?
The Royal Commission for AlUla vision for the equestrian sector is to develop a sustainable equestrian sector with all the value chain. One important aspect of that value chain is the facilities. I'm happy to announce today the new equestrian village that will be a world-class, evolving around sporting excellence and highest standards. It will be the place for future events, tournaments, and it is going to be in this area actually. So we're standing today in the nucleus of this village that we call the Al-Mu'tadil Equestrian Village. So this area is the Al-Mu'tadil. It's going to be on 3 million square meters. That is going to enable events for all disciplines, including equestrian, of course, and also show jumping, racing, dressage, and other disciplines of equestrian, not to mention, of course, desert polo and grass polo. It will have over 740 conditioned stables, also 800 room keys for crew and competitors, and it will be the place where a lot of major global events going to be hosted in AlUla, which is a testimony for the Royal Commission for AlUla commitment to develop the equestrian sector.
Wow, and as an endurance rider, a very, very exciting news. Ziad Al-Sabani, head of the sports executive programme, thank you very much.
Thank you, and let's enjoy the rest of this race.
Thank you.
Well, what exciting, tremendous news for the area of AlUla. We heard there the official announcement of their commitment to equestrian sport. A first-class facility for equestrian disciplines. We have heard drips of the conversations, perhaps, of the ideas going forward, and now it's completely confirmed that this is going to be a first for this area in the Middle East. We've become one of the most important equestrian venues in the Middle East. We're now watching the two Spanish riders, the Spanish horses, in the vet check, potentially to be both on the podium.
It's an incredibly tense moment now. This is silver and bronze position. And heart rate monitor is placed onto JM Sereno. What an amazing statement there from the Executive Sports Director. A huge investment in this area. What that means for endurance is incredible, but for the rest of the wider equestrian sector, also great news to have AlUla put firmly on the world equestrian map.
This is tense, Harry.
This is tense.
Maximum 64 beats per minute. Omar Blanco Rodrigo looking on.
So
don't give a lot away from their facial expressions, do they? We'll wait to see if they trot.
They will. Here we go, the trot of 129. Beautiful trot.
This could be a confirmed podium finish for Omar Blanco Rodrigo for Spain. Has he been asked to trot again?
So just to recap then, the leader for Bahrain, number 7, was eliminated for a regular gate at the finish. So this is for bronze medal for Omar Blanco Rodrigo, and for Maria, silver, second place. Attention is very, very high now.
The inspections are full with 3 vets, Harry, at this last stage.
In the middle there, our president of the Veterinary Commission, Carlos Ponferrada. We heard from him earlier. The key message, fit to continue. Lovely scenes there as they embrace Omar Blanco Rodrigo. We assume that that's third place, and it's also confirmed that Maria Alvarez Ponton and Bolkoy El Hakim is second place.
What a tremendous result for Bahrain to take the win, but what also an exquisite result for Spain. And there we see Juma, whose team have secured 2 podium finishes at an AlUla Championship.
Unbelievable. They have ridden a textbook competition here, from beginning to end. It just shows you you're not just world champion by a flim. You know, this is takes years of dedication, expertise built up over a long, long time.
So let's have a confirmation of the first 3 home in the 2023 Custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques Endurance Cup. AlUla, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the 4th running of this championship. First home for Bahrain, Mohammed Abdelhamid Al Hashima with the wonderful chestnut Leon. In second place, double world champion Maria Alvarez Ponton for Spain, Bolcho El Hakim. And in third place on the podium, Omar Blanco Rodrigo, who we're seeing now on the screen being congratulated by his manager, Huma, riding JML Sobrino. Well, it's absolutely tremendous. The biggest result in the career of Omar Blanco Rodrigo. And I'm sure they will be back here in AlUla. They came last year, the team from Spain, to assess the course, to have a look. They rode, went away, identified the perfect horses, to come here and finished second and third. Incredible result. Race to there, we just saw Brian Dunn. Well, huge cheers and congratulations for the winners. Emotional times. It's been a long day. It's been nearly 9 hours since the start of the 120-kilometer race. We're just looking on these wonderful scenes, what it means to these athletes.
Water, please.
Yeah, sorry.
All the favours
Oh, you're not. Yeah, we're standing by.
Hi. How are you? Fine. Okay, ready? Maria Alvarez Ponton. 115.
It looks like we're going to hear from Maria. And a big smile.
Delighted to be here with Maria Alvarez Ponton. Maria, you must be absolutely ecstatic. Second place.
Yeah. We are happy. Second and third, really, because we came as a team and we are second and third, so we are really happy.
Hey, Grace, you didn't go with the leaders. You waited, very patient. Talk us through the tactics that you used in the competition.
Yeah, we thought we came with this idea we will make our race. We had a little difficult because we made and they were like crazy, and for this we lose a little bit in the bad games, but at the end we finished together another time, and that's what we wanted to do. We wanted to do our race and try to do our best, and the horses arrived really fresh, so we are really happy.
What an incredible last 2 weeks. The championships in Boudib and here in AlUla. What's next now for the horses for you?
We have now another race in 1 week in Spain, 160 kilometers just to complete to qualifier, and I don't know. Now we are thinking in Armelo, European Championship, but the race.
And what about the horses? What will happen with the horses now?
They have to do quarantine here, and they will go to Europe, and maybe I will try to qualify one of these ones for the Armelo also.
Maria, congratulations again. Thank you very much for your time. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thanks to you.
What a wonderful to hear from the double world champion and now second here in AlUla, Maria Alvarez Ponton for Spain. Very interesting what Maria was saying for that interview, and it shows us the program of endurance. Those who may not be that familiar with endurance, you heard Maria say that they've got a race next week and the race the following week, the one next week in Spain. We've got the European Championships later on this year. It's a sport that's completely global, just like a lot of the other equestrian disciplines. If you're familiar with perhaps the sport of jumping or a dressage, it's all, or indeed polo, it's all over the world. It's a global sport. It's a busy schedule, and we've heard how Juma Ponta-Dax, Maria's husband, has a breeding program of horses. They have horses that suit all terrains. They go everywhere. They are often on the podium, if not on top of it. And we just saw the interesting little bit of background to their calendar, because it's not just about getting on an airplane and traveling yourself. It's about traveling horses. And one of the landmarks that has happened this year is that 21 horses from Europe came here by plane and landed at the comparatively new AlUla International Airport. And that's the first for AlUla. And that's really a marker for what we expect in the future here, is that horses will be able to travel here. It's been proved now. 2 horses have flown in. The 2 of the horses on the podium flew in here to AlUla. They've taken second and third place. That's what they wanted to introduce. They wanted progress from the equestrian sports in AlUla, and they have ticked every single box and done it absolutely brilliantly. And we've already heard from the director that the plan of action is to increase the equestrian facilities, and what a start they have had. The 4th year of the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosque Endurance Cup, but perhaps not more importantly, a real landmark with 21 European horses. They've proved themselves. AlUla have proved themselves. They have the facilities, and they're going to be vastly improved over the next couple of years. They've got the facilities. They can accommodate international competition. We're here at 121 kilometre. It's the richest international endurance race in the world. I wonder where it's going to go next. It's very, very exciting, but it's particularly exciting for Bahrain, for Mohammed Al Mahid Al Hashimi, Bahrain, who took the World Championships 1 week ago, both individual and team gold medal. Today's competition in AlUla is purely for individuals, not a team event, although Maria very clearly pointed out that they came here to ride as a team. 10 competitors from Spain were in the lineup to start the competition, and for 2 of those to be on the podium, they rode with each other as fellow compatriots, both as individuals but together, and that proved a tremendous success for them. So many congratulations for the Bahrainis, for the Royal Endurance Team of Bahrain, and also for the Juma stable, the dominant European stable in Spain. Tremendous results. Well, the winner, Mohammed Al Hamid, will be very proud of his win for Bahrain. And the winner, Mohammed Al Hamid Al Hashimi. Let's hear from the gold medalist for Bahrain.
The winner here in AlUla, Mohammed Al Hashimi. Tell us, what does it mean to you?
It's mean everything for me, but not the World Cup. Alhamdulillah, we did great. It's all because of His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad. He always support us. He always push us to the best. So thank to him.
Bahrain on fire. Team medal gold, individual gold last weekend, and now AlUla individual winner. Incredible.
Bahrain on fire because His Highness Nasser bin Hamad.
And tell us a little bit about your horse and how the race played out.
The race was great. The track was a little bit hard. The weather was hot, but in the end, we did great.
Mohammed, congratulations. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Well, I think those words probably sum it all up. We did great, as Mohammed Al Hamid Al Hashimi tells us about his feeling for being victorious in AlUla. We're watching scenes in the vet gate because the horses, of course, we've seen the victorious podium finishers, the gold, silver and bronze finishers, but still the horses are coming in, and they will be now for the next hour, perhaps 2 hours, will be coming in off the final loop, and they all go through the vetting in exactly the same way that the leaders did, as we saw half an hour ago. So the qualification, what it means to complete on 120 kilometers. Of course, a lot of these horses will go further. This will be perhaps a stepping stone to go on to the longer races up to the maximum of 160 kilometers that I'm sure, I feel absolutely sure, we'll be seeing in AlUla at some time in the not too distant future of the 160 kilometer race. And so it has been a tremendous success, but it's been a great success for Spain, for the stable of Jumper Pontidax. Let's hear from Juma now.
Juma Pontidax, I'm absolutely delighted for you, trainer, owner of second and third place. What does it mean for you?
It's mean a lot because it is like to finish the season that we passed here in Middle East, and it is nice that after this race we go home, and here they treat us really nice. The people on on the countries as all the other people is really kind and really nice with us. But now we will go home, and the horses finish very well, and we're just very happy.
And talk to us a little bit about the tactics. You didn't get pulled along, so you had patience and it paid off.
Yeah, after the race that we saw the last year, we thought that we're not playing for the first position, and we're playing only to learn a bit about the track. And we hear, I don't know if it's true or not, but we hear that they will ask for the World Championship. Then since Maria knew that, she said that, okay, this year then I would like to go to see the race and the track and these things. Then we came with the horses to learn a little bit more and I hope that that's helped.
And Juma, incredible result. Third individually in Boudib last week. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you. And anyway, it's a big team, and the people is very positive and really passionate on endurance. And it is thanks to everybody on the team that we reached this point.
We'll see you in AlUla next year. Thank you.
I hope so. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm sure we will be seeing Juma Pontadax next year. This is their second year here. They've now been in the first, second and third places on the podium. I am absolutely certain that they will be back for the 2024 Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup. And it looks like the VIPs are now congregating for the presentations, for the trophies for the 2023 First Hand Cup, the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosque Endurance Championship. And what a proud day for Bahrain. What a week of endurance sport that Bahrain have seen with the World Champion success over in Abu Dhabi, where they took the individual and team gold in the World Championships, and now have taken AlUla. And Europe showing their potential, well, not potential, their domination as part of one of the dominating teams and nations in the sport of endurance, with Juma Pontadax himself, a former world champion, here managing his riders. One, his wife, Maria, who's to take second place, herself double a world champion. And in third place, the biggest win of his career in Omar Blanca Rodrigo. So absolutely tremendous scenes, a tremendous competition, and what a progress. And every year that one has seen progress here in AlUla, the commitment from the Royal Commission of AlUla, from the Saudi Arabian Equestrian Club, and indeed His Highnesses the Royal Family, to the support of equestrian sport. And we have heard today that along with increased support for endurance, there will also be arenas put in here for dressage. There will be a grass polo ground put in here also in quite soon. There's already a sand polo ground, but and they're going to build more permanent stables, which will be fully air conditioned. And this is just such wonderful news for this incredibly historical area. We've seen such wonderful scenes. Great to have photography from the helicopter throughout the last 8 hours of competition, which has given everybody around the world the true aspect of the scenes that you can see here in AlUla. And there are the trophies, 3 trophies. The 2023 trophies for the Two Holy Mosques of the Endurance Cup. 20 kilos apiece, the trophies.
Hope the riders are feeling strong.
I wonder how strong they are feeling after that, Harry. Well, we're just a few moments away from the presentations. Harry, we've seen a tremendous excitement, tremendous support, support. We've heard some lovely words that you were talking to Juma Pontidax there, saying how much he appreciated the welcome that they have received, the friendliness of the people of Saudi Arabia, the organising committee here, everybody involved. I think we're going to see a big future for the sport of international endurance here in AlUla.
Without question. I mean, what has been announced is phenomenal. It's, you know, the Saudi Equestrian Federation marking their stake in the ground and saying, we want to be known as a centre of excellence for the sport, both in terms of endurance and broader into other disciplines. And, you know, we haven't yet to vet, but we've also got a Saudi rider in 4th place.
Yeah, potential 4th place, absolutely. Mohammed Elsmeri with Baraka Dil Nadalu.
And, you know, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is still on the upward curve in terms of growth of the sport and of the expertise of the riders. A 4th place here in AlUla against such a world-class list of competitors is a really, really good result for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
And of course there are still competitors who are looking to have a successful completion, which will be, to many of the riders here, the best performance of their careers to date. And to some of the riders that we are seeing coming in now, this will be the first time that they have competed over 120 kilometers. They've probably done an 80 kilometer to be able to qualify to actually compete in AlUla. You cannot turn up to a 120 kilometer competition without qualification. We've just seen number 52 there. That's Mohammed Al-Hakbi with Hamadani Mandari, one of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia riders. 189 riders started this morning. Approximately 50% of those were from representing the hosts here in AlUla. Another one there, that was Ana Soriana Luke.
These guys,
from Spain.
Sorry, Phil, I think these guys have another loop to do. The minimum speed, 12 kilometers an hour.
Well, we've just clocked over 9 hours since the start at 7 o'clock this morning. Bahrain there, in force, waiting to cheer Mohammed Al-Hamid Al-Hashimi. He will be collecting one of those trophies, Harry. Sorry.
Incredible. His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa, not here, but I'm sure he will be tuning in. He'll have been speaking to the team on the ground here. It means an awful lot to him. The sport, very passionate. He'll be over the moon. I mean, this really is the hat trick for Team Bahrain. The World Young Horse Championship title, the World Senior title, and now AlUla, the jewel in the crown.
دينار تساوي حرام هاي خيلك
Well, wonderful scenes. That's what we've been enjoying over the last 48 hours. This archaeological heritage. One of the most important archaeological sites in the world. Well, the trophies are now on display alongside the podium. Well, the congregation growing to celebrate the end of the 2023 First Cup. Let's hear about some of the plans for the future of AlUla.
Delighted to be joined here by Eric Behrens, the architect for the development here. Eric, tell us a little bit more about the announcement today.
Thank you very much. It's absolutely phenomenal here to be in this fantastic site and environment and do an architecture project of such a grand scale and significance, I think, for the equestrian world. What we're going to do here is a celebration of the equine culture, which is really rooted here in the DNA. But at the same time, we're going to celebrate the beauty of the scenery. So when it comes to the equestrian village, we basically created at the heart a village, and that village will have dormitories. It will bring basically community together of the dorms, the riders and the spectators. We're also going to have their first-class hospitality, what you expect basically in Saudi Arabia. And we're going to have each of the venues grouped around this nucleus of that village with fantastic view of that landscape. And I think that's the key idea of the project.
It sounds absolutely incredible. And Laura, how do you react to the announcement today as well? It must be a really exciting moment for you.
It is a huge moment for all of AlUla and for all the work that we've been putting in together. We've got a lot of experts contributing expert knowledge to the design of this project, giving us the best standards in horse welfare. We've thought through everything from how the Mosques move around the site, the air-conditioned stables, the amount of wash bays and walkers to make sure that they're really well cared for. No one has to wait to be cooled down ever in AlUla. And aside from that, the venues are going to be just spectacular. As a former competitor myself, to be able to ride into the arenas that we're designing, wow, it's going to be amazing.
Laura Richardson and Eric, thank you very, very much for your time. Very exciting news.
True excitement for the development of the equestrian world in Saudi Arabia. We're here in AlUla. It's been announced and officially announced today of the investment and the commitment that all the invested parties have got to ensure that this beautiful area of AlUla is marked on the map as a major equestrian venue. Horses still being vetted, as they will be for the next hour and a half or so. Looking to get into that top 100 will receive €25,000. And it's the First Cup, it's the custodian of the two holy mosques. Endurance Cup 2023.
ألف مبروك لأصحاب الثلاث مراكز الذين تم اجتياز المراحل ووصلوا إلى أيضا منصة التتويج. أهلا ومرحبا إذن بأصحاب الثلاث مراكز الأولى. Congratulations.
Well, coming up to receive the very first prize, Mohammed.
We want to welcome you all to this stunning landscape AlUla.
Hamid Al-Hashimi, not to present his prize, to come on to the podium.
Custodian of the Two Holy Mosque Endurance Cup 2023. Let's all welcome to our podium His Highness Prince Abdullah bin Fahad bin Abdullah Al Saud, President of the Saudi Arabian Equestrian Federation.
Welcoming onto the podium Prince Abdullah bin Fahad bin Abdullah, President of the Saudi Arabian Equestrian Federation, who will be making the presentation to Mohammed Al-Hamed Al-Hashimi of Bahrain.
الأولى لهذا الكأس الغالي الذي يحمل كأس أيضا الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز حفظه الله. وأيضا الأستاذ عمر مدني الرئيس التنفيذي للهيئة الملكية لمحافظة العلا، والأستاذ جيرالد مسترلي رئيس مجلس إدارة الوكالة الفرنسية لتطوير العلا.
Making the presentation to up there to make the presentation to Omar Blanco Rodrigo, to Gerard Mesterley. Also, Amir Al-Madani, Chief Executive Officer of the Royal Commission of AlUla.
نرحب بصاحب السمو بن عبد الله بن فهد بن عبد الله آل سعود رئيس الاتحاد السعودي للفروسية لتتويج أبطال بطولة كأس خادم الحرمين الشريفين للقدرة والتحمل 2023.
Prince Abdullah bin Fahad bin Abdullah, President of the Saudi Arabian Equestrian Federation. What a proud moment for Prince Abdullah to have put on this tremendous championship.
ألف مبروك أصحاب المراكز الأولى، ألف مبروك صاحب المركز الثالث عمر بلانكو أسبانيا. Congratulations, third place عمر بلانكو أسبانيا. Spain.
A career first for Amir Blanco Rodrigo, JM Elsevier for Spain, being presented for third place. The trophy from Prince Abdullah bin Fahad bin Abdullah, President of the Saudi Arabian Equestrian Federation.
ألف مبروك. ألف مبروك هذا الفوز المستحق. وبلا شك أخذ الصورة التذكارية. ألف مبروك أيضا صاحبة المركز الثاني ماريا ألفيراس Spain. Congratulations. Second place.
Again on a podium at an endurance event, Maria Avare Ponten for Spain
Silver medal.
Takes the silver medal from Prince Abdullah bin Fahad bin Abdullah, President of the Saudi Arabian Equestrian Federation, and the 20-kilo trophy. I think that's what they're discussing, is the weight.
بطولة كأس خادم الحرمين الشريفين للقدرة والتحمل الدولية 2023.
What a week of international endurance sport. The Kingdom of Bahrain, the winner of the 2023 custodian of the two Holy Mosque Endurance Cup, Mohammed Al-Hamed Al-Hashimi. He rode Lyon. He completed the 120 kilometers. He's victorious in year 4 of the AlUla Championships for Bahrain.
عقب اجتياز جميع الصعوبات لهذه البطولة.
Wonderful trophies, the richest international endurance event in the world. Mohammed Abdul Hamid Al Hashimi takes the trophy from Prince Abdullah bin Fahid bin Abdullah, President of the Saudi Arabian Equestrian Federation.
الملكية لمحافظة العلا صاحب السمو الأمير عبد الله بن فهد بن عبد الله آل سعود رئيس الاتحاد السعودي الفروسية. Smile.
Wonderful scenes. Congratulations to all the riders, 189 starters represented from 40 nations. It's come down to Bahrain and Spain. Bahrain top of the podium, España in second and third place.
جميع من شاركوا في هذا السباق أيضا فائزين أيضا منافسة في هذا السباق الذي يحمل اسم كأس الفدرالية الجمهورية للدورة المنتخب 2023.
Juma Pontedax has come up. Well, what a fantastic day it has been. Victorious for Mohammed Al Hamid Al Hashimi for Bahrain. Victorious in the 2023 Custodian of the Two Holy Mosque Endurance Cup. It's been a fantastic day of sport. And we'll look forward to next year. From me, Phil Ghazala, it's goodbye.
Goodbye from me, Harry Ingram. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us. Take care wherever you are. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And here we go, the start of the